There we go, we're back.
It's back?
It says loading video, so I'm assuming, no, not back. Oh, we're back, yay! We're back.
We're back for real?
We are back for real.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Gears of War Ultimate Edition.
Who knows what happened there?
We're playing
do you want the video in the upper right still, or what do you want?
Right up.
You know, I don't know what you do with Gears of War. I don't know where you put it.
We'll just fly it around.
Yeah, because your ammo's in the bottom left, I believe. So.
Here, we're doing a social match. Play casual, public matches, team deathmatch.
Where's it gonna go? Where's it gonna go?
So this is cool. I haven't played Gears of War, I think, since this game came out, the first one.
First one? You never
I'll just
the
put
other
it in
ones?
the
Yeah.
exact center of the screen.
It's just run and shoot, right?
Yeah, run, shoot, cover.
Oh, and you get classes.
And use your shotgun. Use your shotgun, OP.
I don't think these are classes at all, are they? I think they're just skins.
No.
Alright, well...
Throne.
Drone you like?
Oh, there was one that said like Theron or something.
Swag guns. Oh yeah, swag guns. Look at it's 4 against 2. Look at this matchmaking.
Classic matchmaking.
Beta. I'm just streaming it.
Look at that guy.
Which guy? This guy?
Glasses.
General Rom? Alright, goofy guy.
Yeah, that guy's
Sniper.
goofy.
He's a sniper.
Look at him.
Alright, match begin.
I just realized what you're trying to do.
Xbox, begin match.
Xbox, please.
Alright. I don't want to hear from this person.
What the hell is empty spave?
Mute them all.
I don't want to
Ian,
hear
you know
from
it's-
Q Rect. You're
Ian,
muted.
upside
What about
down.
Shady?
What?
The picture's upside down.
Oh, is it?
What picture's upside down?
He knows.
Oh.
You guys. I'm just waiting to see where this should go. At least check it out. I'm revolutionizing internet streaming.
Wow.
Look at that. Look at that.
We've done it. We've done it, boys.
Alright, red versus blue.
Red versus blue.
We're gonna do this. This is weird. We're doing it. Gears of War Ultimate Edition.
How's it like this?
There will never be an edition after
World
this.
War II?
No, never again.
I do like that we look at the map as it loads.
I'm just gonna put us top right again.
I think the X's are probably where weapons are found.
I don't want to alarm anybody, but I'm seeing a lot of tweets that Kanye West is on the show for today. You guys know I love Yeezus. I can't believe I'm missing this.
Maybe we'll be there tomorrow too.
I don't know, man.
I doubt it. Yeezus never does something more than once.
No.
I bet he's making a
Podcast
game though.
mastermind.
That's
I bet he's
Fighting
making a
game?
game.
He's making a game.
Should this be bottom right?
Kanye
Chat,
West
where do you
Hollywood.
think this screen should go?
He tweeted out a picture of him there.
He just saw the Uncharted demo.
Yeah.
But his badge just says Kanye West. It like doesn't have. I mean, obviously, it doesn't have an
No,
outlet.
like
It just
down
says
Yeah,
Kanye
right.
West.
Why would it say more?
All right,
Hey, this looks good.
Mm-hmm.
bottom right maybe? Is there shit happening? Yeah, okay, bottom right. Bottom right for sure.
The Tim the Toolman Taylor of video games.
Okay, and then how do I melee? How do I melee? Ooh, that's a weird button.
And this game is too colorful,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna try
Okay.
to make us match.
That
There
was
we
a
go.
good one. See, you're holding it.
That looks
Oh,
better.
okay. Really?
Chainsaw? If you have the chainsaw gun, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that
I
looks
do.
more like us. That looks more like this
Lancer.
game.
Where are you going? Get up there.
All right. Hey, I'm just getting the controls down.
Okay.
I don't want to make a fool of myself out there. Oops, I just reloaded. Let me do an active reload.
Yeah, shoot.
Okay, active reload. Money.
All
Okay,
right.
let's go.
Now we kind of
Skywalker.
match the game, sort of.
Sorry, Skywalker.
All right, cool.
Ooh, we basically have 10 lives. Is that how this mode works?
Oh,
I'm having fun.
having a blast. Whoa.
How do I
Whoa.
look at my buddies? Oh, it even shows where the guns are. Oh, you're my
guy,
buddy.
good guy.
You're my buddy. Sorry, buddy.
Friendly fire.
All right, active reload. Money. Watch out, Skywalker! There's a Brumac!
I
Can't make a move,
desaturated
dude.
our camera so that it matches the game.
Desaturated?
Yeah,
That's funny.
it looks terrible.
Chat says Elyse is hyped.
Are you hyped?
You know, no.
Oh.
Not
I mean,
a bit.
I
Not
think
one
it
of
looks,
us
I think
gives
it
a
looks
single
good.
fuck
No,
about
she's
this
hyped
game.
about Kanye.
Oh yeah,
hyped
totally
on
hyped about
Kanye.
Kanye being at E3.
2 dead bodies. Oh no.
That's it.
Oh
Get
no.
him.
It's a cog. It's a cog.
There's a cop?
Cog.
Cog.
Oh.
Come on over. What's
You
up,
let your
dude?
partner die.
What's up,
Use
dude?
your shotgun.
Where you at? Where you at, dude?
Light him up.
Is it 4v4? What's the deal?
Yeah,
You're losing
4v4.
me, Kyle. Come on, man.
Yo, I'm playing my way.
You
Kaiju.
certainly are.
I did it my way.
We're doing this the hard way?
No, there are 2 ways. The easy way and my way.
Oh.
Hey, give me some of those brownies over there, Brett.
So
toss you
This is
them?
the whole plate,
Nah, just
Brad.
bring that whole plate over here.
Alright,
Me and
Jesus.
Elise.
constructive criticism, was he just
Thanks, man.
hiding? How did that happen?
Yes, he was. He tricked you.
He did.
You got wrecked.
Legit tricked.
Yep.
Okay.
Classic.
The chat window's too small. I can't read it from here.
Yeah, just make the font bigger.
How do you do that?
9-year-old
games. This chat is stoked on this.
Are they really?
Oh yeah, they love 9-year-old games.
Ouch. Chat, so mean sometimes.
Chat can get pretty mean, but it's cool.
It's
We
only
don't
because
care.
they care.
It's only because they care about making us feel bad.
Skywalker, what are you doing?
He's hiding out.
You got so mad at me for hiding.
Brownie time.
Yeah.
Boring.
You said there's no game audio?
There isn't?
There's no game audio.
I thought you had game audio.
Oh, we did before. Ugh.
Don't use a shotgun from far away.
TriCaster.
I was baiting him. That was my job there.
Kyle.
How do you roll? Oh, is somebody being a
We
weird
for
baby?
sure have game audio. Maybe it's just really quiet before. I turned it up.
I mean, I can check.
Is that better now? At least, are they saying it's better?
What's up,
I
man?
don't think I'm
Bosman,
getting
say
any-
some shit. Bosman, say something.
Check, check, check.
Yeah.
Oh, is somebody being a weird
For
baby?
sure have game audio. Maybe it's just
I'm
really
telling you,
quiet.
I'm listening to the site, and I cannot hear.
Is that better now?
I can hear him.
Alright.
Just comes in and out. Whatever.
Bosman, say.
What's up?
Come on.
Yeah, it's there.
Everybody out their minds.
Where did my buddies go? They were right there.
Yeah, correct.
Ugh.
Head over to Elyse.
I'll do the rest of the match. Yeah, that makes me so mad in games where it's just like I know I have a buddy behind me and then I get shot from behind. Spawn protection.
Gone.
Yeah. Why are there explosions over here? What's going on? Are you guys just being weird?
Yeah, look. I'm just hanging out.
Skywalker, you being weird? All right,
They're
this.
being weird.
I think we're making our last stand here. This looks like a just like.
That dude's just AFK.
No, he's my buddy.
He's not there for you, Kyle.
Skywalker, I got your back, bro.
Oh my god, dude.
This is where we make our last stand.
This is like the most boring Gears watch I've ever seen.
Oops, I missed it.
You're hiding in your spawn point.
And then the guy ran away. He's gone.
He dropped.
Your team's getting destroyed.
Here he comes. What's up, blue guy? Oh, I'm gonna kill you. You're so dead. You're not
Get him.
ready for this. Okay.
Good aim.
That sucked.
Good shots.
This is
He's got
fun.
a shotgun out. Yeah, right. Oh my god, dude.
This is really fun. Standoff.
Give him a little leg.
Kyle's giving him nothing. It's giving this guy nothing.
What?
We got a good standoff going on here.
He's hitting you.
No.
Yes!
Yeah! What's up, dude?
Yes.
Oh, you died.
There's a
You
standoff.
died.
Cheese
You
them out.
died. What's up? What's up?
We're only
What's
periodically
up?
showing themselves to the other.
Good standoff.
I thought someone called you a camp out slut, but they were said camp out sim.
Camp out sim.
But I
Okay.
do think that calling somebody a camp out slut
Yeah.
because they camp out in the game is pretty funny.
All right, come on back. Come back to us. Am I the last guy left on my team?
Probably. That guy just killed himself.
I think so.
Rainbow Six X Skittles poster? Alright, I'll look at that. I'll look upon my Twitter. Wow, you are a hideous monster.
Yeah. Here he comes
Good
back. He's
lord.
coming back.
He's pissed.
Come on back.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he brought a friend.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Why do they glow blue?
Toss a grenade.
I don't have any.
Oh.
Yeah, why are they glowing blue?
That's weird.
Oh, I forgot you could do this. This game you can really hide for a long time.
This game is ridiculous.
Yeah, this is
This
ridiculous.
is just a camp simulator for sure.
Camp slut.
Camp slut.
But look how beautiful it is. Man, I would be so annoyed if I was those guys.
They're not even coming. They're
What
waiting
are you gonna
out now.
do?
Oh my god,
Man,
dude.
No,
they
there's-
have not even started the next Metroid game apparently.
Right. And I think the quote is it will be on NX if it's happening.
If it happens, it'll be NX.
Yeah. No, buddy. Look at the other way. Oh, you're hurting me. You're killing me. There we go.
You kill me, bud.
What
You
is,
know, I love that we're live streaming this right now. People get to see how hard I'm willing to troll.
I love that. So what the hell is this? Why are we doing this?
They're waiting to find me so the
this is
match
like
can
an-
end.
This is like an HD re-release of
Yeah.
of Gears of War.
Oh my god. Did somebody die? What did that mean taken down there?
I love how you're just.
Oh, they
maybe
just took the weapon.
That gun.
Yeah.
That's kind of silly. Is your teammate dead?
Oh no, they're coming.
Uh-oh.
Here they come.
They're stream sniping.
Oh no. They're coming for me.
How do they not know you're here? Oh, watch out. Here he comes.
Oh no! I did! I pressed B! I swears it! Wait, what do you do? How do you melee?
Seize the flavor.
Is it not B?
You gotta
Taste
hold
the
it.
rainbow.
I was
six.
holding
He
B!
was shooting you, so you couldn't get him.
Oh, come on. Oh, I'm so mad about that.
This is funny.
Also, I held down the left trigger and I
They
didn't turn
made
around
a
the corner.
poster of Skittles Rainbow Six. Seize the flavor.
Siege the flavor.
Could be Siege the flavor too. I like that you have all the brands represented here. I like it. We could make the wall, if the wall's breaking, it could be Skittles flying everywhere.
What are you talking about?
This Seize the flavor poster that someone made. Taste the Rainbow Six Siege.
Oh, okay.
It's a
I get
Skittles
that.
Rainbow Six commercial. I was talking about that on the stream.
And then someone made that for you.
That's wonderful. I
That's
love
so
it.
kind. All right, come on over, Blue. Wait,
Alex McMillan.
why do they glow blue? Oh, dude,
Is
nice
it like
shot.
you're kind of like, you're like power or something?
Maybe, because I got these goggles on.
Because you got those goggles?
Thermal goggles.
Because you're like some kind of frog person?
Where do I find
Should I take some pot shots or should I stay
Take some
hidden?
pot shots.
Staying hidden.
the art of the Waluigi?
God, dude, you
Oh,
the worst person to play against anything.
Oh, I love
If
this.
I was tagged in it or if I just happened to see it. Let me see. I saw this one.
Oh, my buddy died. Where did you die, buddy?
Rip.
Little hide a little better there.
Here it is. Here it is. I'll retweet it. Oh, I guess I didn't retweet it. I retweeted it.
Okay. See, they're camping too. Look at this guy. Come on over.
Sneaking?
Bunch of Kyle Bosman's playing.
Yeah.
So wait, is it sneaking? Like one word, like sneak apostrophe N, or sneak space apostrophe N, and then love? Or is it sneak and love?
So it's sneak N apostrophe love, though I could see if Nintendo decides to pick it up from
So
us.
sneaking is
Sneak
one word.
N apostrophe.
N is a new
Oh,
word.
N
okay.
is like and. But
Right,
like,
okay.
When you say
Like Dippin'
fish
Dots.
and-
It'd be
fish
apostrophe
and
N.
chips.
Fish and
Yeah.
chips
Okay,
is the
so
best.
new
yeah.
word.
New N.
Right,
word.
okay.
Look at these two
I
guys.
wasn't sure if
No,
it was sneaking, like as in
Uh,
sneaking.
You see them.
So, do you see that weird flash in behind
It's
around the
sneak
tree when I
and
do
love.
that?
N is a new word.
Wait, show
and-
me what?
Hate it.
Oh yeah.
And
Oh, dude.
but I
Sneak
can
and
love.
see if
Driving
Nintendo
me
picked it
crazy.
up.
You hate this?
Them
hate
being
this.
I
like,
love that you hate this so
we're
much.
not. It's okay. We like sneak and love,
Yeah, check out
but we
Jack's
want to make it
secret.
adaptable for the Japanese market. So it's gonna be sneak
my
slash
God.
Sneak
love.
and-
It's gonna be
Sneak slash love.
slash
Or
love.
sneak cross love.
Okay.
Jesus.
Oh, I love this.
Could be sneak.
Oh,
cross
another
love.
one of my
But I can
buddies
see-
died.
Yeah, I can see it now. It's sneak.
Gotta
And
retreat.
then a slash, and then love is offset down a little bit,
Gotta retreat.
like sneak.
Yeah,
slash,
like in the-
love.
they do have
And
to
the
be-
love, the L is part of the slash. It like cuts down.
They have to be different fonts, for sure.
Oh yeah.
Why do my buddies
Sneak
keep
is
dying?
like silver. I'm trying to think how Nintendo would do it though.
What kind of
Love
dumb
has
math
to be, like,
is that?
Love would be
pink,
bubbly,
like,
yeah,
bubble
pink
love
bubble
font.
font, yeah, for sure.
And
the
sneak has to be a very.
All right, buddy. I'm gonna hang out with you.
chrome.
Don't
Yeah,
die this
like-
time. Oh, here
Oh,
he
here
is.
they come.
Italicized.
Wait, how do you know who's a good guy and who's a bad guy? The other guy looked exactly the same.
Chat says this is esports.
What's
God,
up,
go finish him,
dude?
finish him
What's
off.
up?
Get him.
What?
Snooped!
Hate that.
Sneaking.
That guy's sneaking. Look at that guy.
Sneaking at the movies. That
He's
was
a human.
movie.
Oh my gosh. We didn't get that kill. My stupid teammate didn't get the kill. Do you see that?
Because he didn't put you in the thing.
Oh my gosh, and then Skywalker died? This game sucks. Why do I have to run up and kill the guy to kill him? Ugh. That makes me so mad.
That's not even.
Oh my god. Oh no, no, no. Oh, that sucks.
I think it's the right picture.
I really do.
It probably just ran out of letters.
So clearly there's not spawning on sides, it's just you're spawning on the map. Okay.
Right.
Alright. Alright,
I'm
dude.
starting to feel it.
What are you starting to feel?
The fatigue.
Oh, dude, way too early for that. The sun has not set yet. Oh, you wish, dude. Were you a sniper?
We got reinforcements.
We're like 40 hours into this thing.
Tell Kyle to rush in with a shotgun the whole time and don't use the roll in any shotgun battle. Also remember that bullets always come from the middle of the screen. not the
What
barrel.
killed me? No way!
Bullets come from the middle of the screen, not the barrel.
What does that mean?
It means you don't have to aim.
Oh,
What?
okay. Alright.
What kind of terrible game is this?
Yeah, I'm not.
I thought people just roll around with the shotgun the entire time. And that
Respawn's depleted.
Uh-oh.
Is that a human?
Spawn point.
Yeah.
Oh.
Chainsaw.
I remember why I don't play this game anymore. Oh my gosh.
Cause you die on it?
Yeah, dude, but like that just happened. Like that guy spawned next to me and then chainsawed me.
Wasn't he just like there?
Yeah. Well, no, he spawned there.
Oh, did
He popped in. Yep.
Spawn.
Spawn. Oh
Remember
yeah.
that movie Spawn with John Leguizamo?
I do like that this highly encourages camping though. Like this game is for d-bags. It's like there's the good way to be good is to like be a weird d-bag. All right, Brad, you're up next.
Give it to Elyse.
Gears of War is a straight
Yeah,
up
that's
teabag.
okay.
Give it to Elyse.
Put me in, coach.
Put her in.
Oh.
Can we play two-player split screen?
At least cycle players. At least like look at more at the trigger. No, we can't play split screen.
Why?
No, we'll have to.
I did not
Are
see
we
your
cogs?
match
No,
today.
the humans are the
I
cogs.
saw small children running.
That's
for their
stupid.
Yeah. Gotta say, not in love.
I was not having a good time.
This is now officially a Gears of War hate stream.
Yeah. Hey, I hear you, bros.
I would have played more Smash.
What?
I would have played more Smash.
I thought we were gonna play some kart. I was
We
promised
can't
some
find
kart.
Mario Kart, I guess.
I don't think we
How do we
have
not
it.
have Mario Kart?
Damian
I can
probably
see
took it.
No, that's prototype 2.
Hey, check those boxes up there.
We got Mario
I think they're
Kart
empty.
Double Dash up there.
previous
I
generation.
think they're all empty. There's Mario Kart Wii. I
Do not
played
like.
that
I
one.
do not like Mario Kart Wii.
Why?
Not my. Not my thing.
Why? I love that. Wait, there's some Mario
We
Kart.
got Super Mario Brothers U.
Ugh. Wait, isn't that Mario Kart right there?
And that's Mario Party.
Why do we have to be on the team opposite? Can we switch teams? You can't switch teams. We're already doomed. Look at Shady up there with the big weird handgun that killed me immediately.
Shady 520.
Yeah, I can't forget. You know, mute Shady.
Sorry, Shady.
Go up and mute
Muted.
Shady. So you go
You're
up
done,
and
buddy.
left click.
Oh, you have to look.
Left
Yeah.
click?
Yeah.
Is this a mouse?
Ew. Ew.
What
Look
was
at you.
that?
Yeah, gross.
Click
What
the
was that
left stick. Is that
abomination?
what you
Yeah,
mean?
yeah, yeah. Click it. There we go.
Mute the other one too.
Yeah. You're
You're
all
all
muted.
Elyse.
Mute them all.
Yeah, get rid of Fresh Tank 72. Who do you think you are? Okay. Nice.
Mute us too.
I don't know. I kind of like Noble Brown Monster. I want to keep him.
He's noble.
Just by his
Yeah.
name?
Yeah. There we go.
It's back
Okay.
in.
You made the cut, Noble Brown.
the only one.
Wait, we gotta increase this font size.
You do it. I couldn't figure it out. The gear does nothing.
Let's do this.
Yeah, just do
Oh.
it.
Well, that's
That's
So
a
I
little-
can't
you know,
really
that's a little
see all
much.
the horrendous comments that are going to be
yeah.
hurled at me.
So we're gonna be like,
Thanks,
oh,
pal.
Lisa's a woman. Ah.
No, no. At least you can't do worse than I just did.
Yeah, that was
Not,
that was painful.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
We'll see. We'll find
Jordan
out.
Evers.
Let's get John Michael.
Jordan
over
Evers
here. He
is
looks
in chat?
professional.
Yeah, man, Jordan Evers.
Jordan Evers
You're
is the
upset.
art master.
He says we should play a game where we're all involved to fight fatigue.
Yeah, that's a good
Yeah.
idea.
It's a good idea.
Yeah, yeah.
We'll try to find some Mario Kart after this.
Let's get up off this. Get up off
I
of this
play.
game.
I play some. Oh, I guess we can't play it here.
Hmm?
No, I mean the point of playing this beta is that like, hey, look at this
E3.
game that's E3 was announced at E3.
Hey, this game was announced at E3 and it sucks.
You know
What
what
did
it
Fresh
is?
Tanks do to us?
So good.
Ferocious Monkey joined the team.
Cool.
All right.
Alright.
So get used to that roll. That's
Hey, look
double
at these
tap
graphics
A.
though. They're all right.
Double tap A.
Our weird
we
arm
go.
looks all right.
That's really nice. That's why.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's shoot.
How do you play this dumb game?
D-pad left is to get to your shotgun.
Okay, crouch.
Hold A. Hold A.
That runs.
Yeah.
Is that right guy?
That's
Bad
a
dude?
bad
Right
guy.
there.
It's bad dude.
Oh, here it comes.
Here he comes.
Where'd he
get
go?
it.
Maybe he
You
wasn't
went
a
up the
bad
stairs
guy.
to your left.
Are we red guys? We might be red. I don't think he's a
Probably
bad
I think
guy.
we're red.
Because the other guys are blue, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
you're
Ferocious
fine.
Monkey's on our team, right?
Yeah. We're
Yeah,
fine.
red is. I hate it when games.
There he
make
is.
red
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 on
guy
the
to your
team.
left.
There we go. What's up, dude?
That's a shotgun. I won't reach.
We see you. I like taking shots at him though. Pot shots.
Little warning shots.
Oh, you know what? It did have a grenade. I thought.
The hell is
I assumed
that?
because it was red, I didn't have one, but it just means you're low on ammo.
That's dope. I don't like that.
That is red.
Nice.
Yeah. Unless
Nice.
it's empty.
Light him up.
No, he's gonna go camping now. This is a game for campers. You have no radar.
Shoot him back a little.
Yeah, give him a little.
Big pluses style.
Yeah, give him a little loving.
This guy just flipping around.
Ferocious
outta
Monkey. So to reload, you do a right bumper, but then you want to hit it right there to get like the super edition of the reload.
Super
What?
edition.
Like
the collector's edition.
yeah, if you hit it within that one like little white bar, you
The
do like
collector's edition.
your ammo hurts worse, and you do it faster, I guess.
I feel like this game has simultaneously nothing going on and way too much going on.
I love the reload.
Yeah.
Oh shoot!
Is he bad?
Yes.
It's impossible to
Kill.
tell who's good and bad.
Kill.
Right in the gut.
Kill.
Right in the gut. Right in the gut.
Oh no.
Take cover.
Oh wait,
You got
humans
this.
are bad.
Kill.
I get it.
Kill.
No.
Oh.
Yeah. This is not gonna happen.
I dread.
Please give me one more. Give me one more chance.
you
Give one more shot. Come on. That was
I'm
good.
sorry. How do I crouch again?
That was better than any of my runs.
Play.
Hey, oh, hold A. Right. Okay.
I thought that was
No,
run.
that's run.
But like against the wall.
What if you click
Yeah,
on the
take
right
cover.
stick? That's a traditional crouch.
Yeah.
That's the left stick.
No
No
clicking's
shit.
doing anything for us.
B? What's B do? B's gotta do something.
B's the weird melee that doesn't work.
Oh.
I'm so salty about that melee still.
You got right.
There he goes, yeah.
Shoot.
Peppering.
That's all I,
Laying
that's
down
all I
cover
can do.
fire. Laying down cover fire.
Okay.
For Ferocious
No,
Monkey.
I'm trying to aim.
Oh.
I'm trying.
Then do that, do like that cat.
Uh-oh. Oh,
He's our
that's a good
brother.
shot.
That's my brother.
He's our guy. That's a red gun.
Watch
right?
out.
Watch out, watch out,
Oh no!
Oh, I saw the red. I saw the red. I thought we were
Me
the same.
too. I thought the same.
Shoot everybody.
He was
This
a
is-
Just shoot everybody.
he's a blue guy with a red gun.
This is cementing the stereotype that women aren't good at video games. I'm just not good at
No,
You might not be good at
You're
this
already doing
shooting.
better than I did.
You're making progress.
Yeah.
At least.
We
I legit hid behind a wall for 10 minutes.
That's true. Just switching sides with his gun.
Yeah.
No, I like that I made the game bad for those other two guys. That's like that is
Chat
my
says-
victory.
Dude, your BM is so bad.
Yeah.
The BM is
Max
strong
BM
with
with
this
Talon,
one.
Thoron, and Saul.
How can we make it? I changed it bigger, but it's weird. Yeah, it's weird.
Chat is cut off halfway.
Yeah, how do we undo that?
Like, this is just making it worse.
Yeah.
Where
What
are
is
they?
going
On
on?
their side of the car.
Unpinch it. There we
Yeah,
go.
finish him.
Oh!
right next to you.
Oh, that makes me so mad. Now we don't get that kill.
Nope.
Oh.
Help him up.
Sorry, you guys.
Everyone in chat hates this.
Yeah.
The game, not your playing of it. They hate
Well,
the
you
game.
know, they hate the player, not the game.
Okay, run over to our red guy. Let's help him out. He's in combat. Do they like the graphics at least?
Do you like the graphics at least?
Do you like
Chat?
the graphics, chat?
I also
This or Pele?
Oh my god.
Okay, they're to
Yeah,
the left.
he's on my team. Never mind.
Yeah, but they're to the left of that guy. They're downstairs and to the. Oh no, they're across the hallway.
You can't run.
Okay. All right, we're good. Dang. What if this game reminds everyone of how much they don't like Gears of War?
We're just like, I won't buy this. We're unselling the game.
Yeah.
We're taking away pre-orders.
No, this is good. Don't let
Your
them.
scaly head.
Don't let them escape.
Naughty Dog did a private demo of Uncharted 4 for Kanye West.
That's so funny. He's making a game. Oh, hey,
He's
we're
making a game.
we're down to the final lives.
They say they dislike all of this, but
Yes!
they love all of us.
Yes! Oh, Elyse, that was so good. That was so good. He's hiding. No, don't reload. You have the position. Don't make him come to you. No, that's our guy. So look left. Look left.
There he is. He's popping.
He's
Okay.
popping.
He's prairie dogging.
He's
Oh,
prairie dogging.
there he
Hey,
goes.
buddy. You prairie dogging? Yes,
Wide
Elyse.
open.
Yes.
Yes.
It's prairie dogging. Shady died. That makes me so happy.
Shady's a bad guy, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
Shady's
yeah.
on our team.
No,
Shady's
Shady's on
bad
ours.
guy.
Blue, okay.
Yeah.
Ferocious Monkey's on our team.
Yeah, he died.
Ferocious monkey.
Okay.
They say close range shotgun roll battles are fun.
All right.
That's what I remember from this game.
Yeah.
It's all about the shotgun.
Oh,
Nice.
We won!
Yeah, I didn't
Victory.
do much.
You did
No,
it!
you did. You
You
did.
did,
Elyse. By like not being a dum dum who gets killed like I did, you were actually doing the
Do you
team
want to try it
very
again,
good.
Kyle?
You got one more match because it's
Okay.
first to 2.
All right.
Oh, God.
first to 2. Are we talking 2 kills?
No. So it's like 2 wins. It's like a best out of 3 basically. And then we'll get new people to play against. Dang, it does like it brings back weird memories. You forget like how far away the Xbox 360 was when that launched.
Mm-hmm.
To the left.
Yeah, I see him.
Okay.
I gotta get some cover.
Okay, get some cover, make him come to you. There we go, our buddy's on the case. Nice. Cover fire. Yes, awesome. That guy with that red gun, who does he think he is? Revenge. Yep. Get that revenge.
Pepper him.
Check the right. This is great. Yes.
Oh,
There's
he's
a guy on the
over
side.
there,
Yes, yeah. Nice. And you got 7 points for that assist. This is going great. This is so good.
Okay, let's go.
Let's
move
go,
out
buddies.
of here.
Let's move out.
Let's roll out.
Roll
You
out.
have 2 bullets.
Oh, no.
Run. Just run. Okay. Help us, buddies.
You got 2 bullets in your clip.
Okay. Nice. Great reload.
Oh, she jammed it.
Oh,
I
little
jammed
chance.
it.
You can jam your guns?
Yeah. If
If you try for the mega
He's like,
move?
nice
Yeah.
reload.
My armpits are soaking wet. I can't play games like this on a stream.
You're doing great. It's 10-6 right now.
I'm all-
Shady just died. I love it.
Where'd that guy go? Oh, he's back there.
Yeah,
He's
there he
camping
is.
out.
He got scared.
He's just camping out. Snipe him.
You coward. We don't have a cool. Oh wait, what is this?
Oh, what?
I've died by the butt gun a lot. The butt
Shoot
gun
it, what
keeps
does it
killing
do?
me. Yeah, take a shot. Just take a little pot shot.
It's like a pistol.
Cool. I wonder if it's like for long distance kills. Chat, do we like the pistol in this game?
Do we like the pistol, chat?
Pistol's no good. Shotgun only. That's all you need.
Okay.
This is
Good for far range. That's what it is.
Okay, so I'd be rocking the pistol non-stop.
I don't know.
There
you're
he
gonna
is.
get way
Okay.
fewer bullets out.
Good cover, good cover, good cover. It's 9-3. Make them come to you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
they're
yeah.
2. You're outnumbered.
No, we're good. They're gonna have to hide. They're scared.
How'd you
Yes.
learn how to crouch? What is crouch?
That's A.
Oh.
Right, it's just
It's context. Watch out, there's a guy to the right, I think.
Okay. Oh, he's taking shots. That's your guy to the right. So go invade. There we go. Here we go. To the left. Yeah. Take shots. Oh.
Sorry.
Just camp for him. Wait
Yeah,
for
those
him to
bullets are
pop-
coming from
wait
your
for him to
guy.
pop out.
So we're good. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You got 2. 2 to go.
Oh, somebody behind me.
That's our buddy. That's all our
No, I
buddies.
thought I saw blue behind me.
Yeah, it said blue.
Ben's Milky Soup said never trust Kyle.
About what?
This game.
Oh,
That's
absolutely.
working like general.
Nice shots. Yep. We just.
I think we should switch back to
Oh
the
no! Oh,
assault
heck.
rifle.
Somebody's behind me.
Back behind the car. Oh god.
No, get out of there.
Oh god. B.
Control.
B.
Oh my
Press
God.
B. Press B.
Oh,
Oh, good. Yes. Great assist. Oh man.
I'm
That
like
was so good.
I'm like a science experiment.
There he is. Get him.
Yes. Yep.
Get him. Yes.
Yes. Oh, he's so scared.
It's that guy.
He's dead.
Redemption.
And down to the
Furiosa.
left. Yes.
Shady.
Pity me.
What's up, Shady?
Humor me, chat. Humor
This
me.
is so fun.
They say you're making this game.
Yeah.
Stand
Nice.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Yeah.
0 deaths.
fallen before.
By the way,
Mario Party.
Weakest link.
No, no, no.
Is that what it said?
MVP.
Thanks, Kyle.
0 deaths.
0 deaths.
Hey.
Yeah.
You're a survivor.
Well,
You're a non-violent. You're a conscientious objector.
I always shoot when I have to.
We
Yeah, I
need
feel
Brad to
bad.
do one. Brad, you're in.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Alright, I'll play.
What am I,
I'll
chopped
flip.
liver?
You're next, Ian.
You want the chat to humor you too? Yay!
Level 2, baby.
I
We
don't
did
really
it.
have a desire to play this. Rare
Good call.
replays.
Elise the Beast.
Elise the
Release
Beast.
the beast.
Yeah.
Release the Elise.
Whoops. I think I backed out.
GG, they said. 0002.
Thanks for the support chat.
It means the world to us when we have
Did
your
it match?
support.
So you did?
Oh, I did a social match actually. If you want to go competitive, Brad, go ahead.
Nah, I don't care. Assembling squad.
Do I
With
complain
our
a lot?
squad, Elise.
Get your squad.
Get your squad out.
Get your squad. Oh man, what a match.
That was
What a
exhilarating.
Armpits.
That was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun.
We'll do it again.
When she was like right here, shooting the guy in the face.
And you're just screaming, press B over and over.
Was I getting him?
Press B,
Yeah,
press
you were
B.
getting him, but then your teammate just came
We're
and
gonna
finished
mute
him off.
everybody.
Well,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
Back this up.
Mute everyone.
Yeah.
Team player.
Even if they're not on my team, mute them all.
Mute them all. Don't be Marcus Phoenix.
Who should be? This guy? This guy? Dominic?
There's
Oh,
no
we
right
gotta be
choice.
Coltrane.
Okay.
Come on, Brad.
We gotta be Coltrane. We got 2 people on our team right now. It's looking
Yeah.
good.
Mad X Josh.
Mad X Josh. X.
You muted him too.
Mute everybody. Mute ourselves.
Mute souls.
Mute souls.
Hello, I'm Mute Souls.
Later. Mute them all.
Brad,
Oh,
were
what?
you and I gonna play Left 4 Dead? Were we gonna live stream Left 4 Dead?
We should. That'd be incredible.
That would be very fun.
Alright, call guy. Stick in the match. Don't leave us. Don't leave the match.
Don't leave the match, call guy.
Great name, by the way.
3v3. Let's do it.
Sonny Big Boss is a good name too.
Big Boss. Do you
Angels
think-
Assassin, bad name.
Do you think he was referring to Big Boss from Metal Gear?
Yeah, and Sonny from Metal Gear.
Oh yeah, you're right. Making some eggs.
Making some eggs.
When did you say that to Mike? I forgot. You're making fun of Sonny cooking eggs or
No, because I was
something.
making fun of how he says there's no bad part of that game. When it is so much of Sonny cooking eggs.
Canals. Cool.
This is the one where you can just hide here. For
Yeah,
the
we're
rest
not
of the
playing.
match.
We're not playing Kyle style.
Yeah, we are. If we're the last one alive, we're absolutely doing
If
that.
we're the last one allowed, we'll play Kyle style.
Okay.
Boop, 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 boop.
Canals. Ubek Lightyear. Sick
Muted,
name.
muted, 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 muted.
We can't hear you.
Muted them all. Chumps.
I wonder if the campaign holds up.
Oh yeah, good question. There's none of that, right? For us?
No, no, no. This beta is only
Okay.
online. It looks like only these 2 maps too.
Okay. Then I'll play.
Got that roll, guy? Got that roll?
Yeah, no, I
Got
do.
that roll. Alright. Brad's in. He's already tuned in. Downloaded.
Oh, you're getting a little too aggressive right there. Let's go around the side. Oh. Oh, crap.
Oh, it's bad. It's bad. He's got a shotgun. He's doing rolls.
Oh, on the side.
It's like a rocket launcher that's just a handgun.
Something like that. I got killed in 1 hit. Probably
Didn't do
an
anything
RPG.
wrong.
Got RPG, dude.
Oh, it's shotgun, right?
Shotgun right? Is this what's going on? Shotgun City?
Kill that. Oh, that's our guy.
Yeah.
Red guy's the bad guy.
Shit. I missed.
That was a hit.
Oh, I got
Yeah,
it.
see, when they say don't aim, it's just like, just pull the trigger because the
Don't
bullet's
hit
already.
out.
Oh, you just, you just okay.
Don't hit out.
Don't even aim. All right.
Yeah.
Sounds tactical.
Just your shotgun.
Okay.
obviously.
Oh,
Wait.
taking
they're gonna
fire.
follow.
Taking fire.
All right.
Taking fire. Oh, I see you. Oh.
Like, come on, dude.
Oh, do they have that bow and arrow
Yeah,
thing?
yeah,
Dude.
yeah. It's a straight line.
Oh, there I see it. Yeah, so it is like a rocket.
Gotcha. Get wrecked.
Kyle, what time are you starting to shoot?
Square
Tomorrow?
Enix is. Oh.
So yeah, Brandon's coming here, and then I'm leaving immediately as Brandon gets here, and then I'm going down to the convention center, and then once I get there, I'm gonna start shooting.
Would you mind if at 12:30, if we would like just pushed it a little bit like farther so we could talk to Lucy James for like 5 minutes, get our man ups?
Sure, get that Lucy James.
That was again.
Trying to coordinate meeting with her.
Oh, everything is blowing up around.
Run,
I can't see
run,
anything.
Run. At least Brad's doing way worse than you were.
Yeah, I'm getting wrecked.
Oh! Did you not see him?
No, I did. I got killed immediately.
I was being overly cautious though.
Better than this.
Yeah, I'm getting
He's
wrecked.
just tossing up
I'm
deaths.
playing against pros, dude.
Those are not pros.
Yeah, we're just really bad.
I mean, chat does think I'm more hardcore.
Yeah.
I see where they're coming from.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, is this game over pretty much? Yeah,
No,
we're out
you're
of lives.
good.
No,
You're
we're
good.
out of lives.
That was your last life?
I think we're out of lives.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they're killing us.
What a miserable
Pre-made.
performance.
Look at these pros.
He's pros. Ian, Brad died really
Yeah, I got wrecked, Ian.
Red Zooks.
Yeah.
Are you gonna play Ian?
Huh?
Yeah, you wanna play?
Oh.
Brad's got one more match regardless.
Elyse is the tallest person in the office.
Yes, we know this.
Elyse is ghetto. That is also true. Brad's a death whore.
Whoa.
What?
I
Just
don't like
giving
that
it
word.
away.
Oh, I see.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Still don't like
What
it.
was? Oh, camp out slut.
Came out sluts the
Camp
best.
slut.
I was a real.
Pretty good name.
Yeah, I was a real camp out slut when I played.
Okay, here we go. The final showdown.
Salty?
Psychos.
Don't, Ian?
Then they were
Don't
none.
Ian.
Oh, don't
Yeah, they
play?
destroyed us. Good
Chat is
God.
suggesting Splatoon.
Yeah, I don't really want to play
Do
this.
we have Splatoon? Yeah, we
I'd
have
play
Splatoon.
Splatoon.
I'd rather play
Splatoon?
Splatoon, yeah.
We're gonna play one more match,
Okay,
Brad.
we'll play one more match.
Oh God, why? Just because
So-
it came out during E3 doesn't mean it doesn't
What do,
suck.
Kyle, as someone that was into the first Gears of War, what have you deduced from this new beta?
Doesn't mean
I
it
said I
doesn't
played the
suck.
first Gears of War. I did not say I was into it.
Oh. Oh.
Look, the red team has the sweet rocket launcher bow and arrow gun.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Keep
like
over.
take it slow.
It's on the map. You can find it.
Oh, so they know
Yeah.
map position.
Yeah.
No,
Hey,
we're
calm
buddies.
down, bro.
We're buddies. Oh no. Oh no. They
There's
should.
stuff blowing up already.
You got your shotgun out?
Yeah. Well, we got it out.
Here we go.
They're also saying Left 4 Dead.
Rolling out.
Yeah. Are we gonna hook up the Dreamcast or something?
Wait, for Left 4 Dead? What are you talking about?
Is it? It's only the 360, right? There you go.
Oh, come on. Come on. Come on.
Chat's
Checo,
request for Splatoon,
Splatoon?
Left 4 Dead, Mario Kart.
PT.
PT.
Stream PT.
Yeah.
For E to celebrate E3.
Oh, God.
Wait, can we roll in that thing?
Oh yeah,
Why?
Guild Wars.
Guild Wars?
What does that buy us?
20 minutes. That'd be great.
I guess we can nap.
There's a Simpsons episode where Apu's mother visits, and Apu's really flustered because she wants him to get married,
No, I'm not salty about it.
and she's walking outside towards the Quickie Mart, and then he's inside his home already.
Damn it.
He's ornament, and then
Right.
she falls, and then Apu's like, "Oh, she fell. That's great. It'll buy us some time." He doesn't go to help or anything. He just lets her fall. I always love that.
Buy us
That'll
some.
buy us some time.
I like
Do, do,
Apu.
do, 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 do.
Gotta love AFK players in beta. Gotta love
Yeah, what are you doing
No stakes. There are no stakes.
There are no stakes.
No stakes.
in this game?
No, when you're playing in beta.
it. Yeah.
That's not going to carry over.
Fuck stats.
This is like an Olive Garden.
Okay, just run, Brad. Don't
We gotta
do
fight
it.
somebody.
There are no
Disengage.
stakes.
Just gotta
Oh,
be
totally. Throw a smoke. Then run around the other side.
You got a guy coming to your left over here. Yeah.
Oh, guys behind me. Rip.
Hate that.
Rip.
Oh, chainsaw. Bad.
Chainsaw fight.
Chainsaw double kill.
Took it for the team.
Which team are we? COD?
COD.
Man, not doing great.
No, we're doing bad.
Not doing great. Elise was kicking ass.
At least
Yeah.
it's pro.
Well, you know. it's just
Staying
one of
alive. Like that song.
She's staying alive this time. She knows how to
Around
play
the
keys up
corner.
four. She's staying alive this time.
Get in there.
Oh, okay.
Like Cyndi Lauper. What? She's still alive.
There was a new King's Quest trailer. Gotta check that out.
Ooh, we gotta check that out.
Gotta check
Yeah.
that out. Absolutely.
I mean, later.
Later, whenever.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, what's going on?
Not AFK, just emotionally unavailable.
Great reload.
Let's see what-
Yeah,
What are
yeah,
these
yeah,
stupid
yeah.
links that say tours after them?
Great work, great work, great work. It might be.
I think they're spam. I banned
You
them.
got it. Never again. Don't come back. Wait, hang to the smoke nearest you. Oh, Brad. no.
Going in hot, going in hot. Oh god, she's behind me.
Oh, spiders.
Yeah,
Spiders? Locust.
yeah.
You overreacted. Alright, so Brad, now, wait, we don't get to this one?
Nope, we're
Okay,
back.
hi,
We're back.
No, we're camping, Come back to the camera.
Oh.
Come back, we're camping. Go back,
No way.
Go back.
No way.
Go back,
We're
yes.
going in, we're going in.
Oh,
We're going in.
You're gonna die.
Nah, how do you like
at
it?
least make this match miserable for them. Just go hide. Go hide, it's not too late. It's not too late to camp.
You're making the match miserable for all of us. Shoot
Go
him!
hide, you're not gonna win. Go hide. Go hide.
Yeah!
For once.
Oh, what
Uh-oh.
happened to this dude?
Okay, now
Jeez.
go hide.
LMS.
Now
See
go
ya.
hide.
LMS.
Go hide.
Rushing in.
Oh my god.
There he is.
Get him.
There he is. Oh, he's got the bow. Shit.
Bows.
That pillar.
Get him. This is your last chance. Wow, what?
With what? What killed
I don't
you?
know. I died though. There you
Get
go.
your heads in the game.
That didn't go so well.
Hell off my back.
Here's how you win this game.
You're gonna
By
turn
leaving?
it off?
Yeah.
Wait, no, chat want one more? Should we do one
Chad
more?
didn't want one more. They were screaming this is boring shit.
Okay.
Trash.
Alright.
Shit trash.
Well, we have to do something.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, we're gonna play Splatoon.
Okay, so check,
Why don't we play that 20-minute thing in the meantime when we set it up?
okay.
We can't set it up while we're playing it, but we can play
set
that
up
thing.
on the black laptop right now.
Is it? Well, yeah, but we can't. Never mind. Whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
Alright. Hang on, chat.
Hang on, chat.
They can still see us.
Yeah, of
Um,
course.
here's my laptop. Is this on this computer? Now the thing needs to be changed.
Cue it up.
While we're queuing it, I'm going to show the couch. Because we're still talking and being entertaining.
Do we have Splatoon on there? That's what I want to know.
We got to check that. We got to check it. Where is this file and what is it?
What? It's on a hard drive.
Which hard drive?
Don. Didn't Don give it to you? He just came in here.
I don't know.
Over to you?
Uh-oh.
I'll get it.
Uh-oh.
I thought he gave it to you.
I thought he already put it on here.
So, Ian, what are we gonna see?
Huh?
It's Guild Wars. Guild Wars 2 is what we're about to play.
Ian's looking.
So yesterday, Kyle
Yeah.
talked with a couple of the devs from Guild Wars.
About
pretty-
guild housing.
Guild housing.
Guild housing finally has come to Guild Wars.
Where are you gonna live in that Guild Wars?
Let's
We're gonna find out. So we're about to show you that.
Nobody's gonna smoke with me. I've never smoked weed before.
And then when we come back, we're gonna play some more games.
I'm gonna go to
Splatoon,
bed.
apparently.
I would like to go to sleep too.
I gotta go see if we have that in the library.
Brad, you gotta talk. You gotta.
I gotta
be-
find Splatoon.
It's downloaded. I thought.
Is it download or physical? Right.
Not that.
Splatoon?
Yeah.
I thought it was downloaded onto this Wii U.
It's not. It's definitely not downloaded.
Alright. So
Give me the drive.
Fruit snacks, one.
Fruit snacks. Where's the USB?
It's one that we, I believe, is. What's this? Super Mario 3D World.
Well, we're not playing that.
Nope.
That game sucks. Okay. So I'm navigating through windows here on this computer. Yeah. Copying a file now. Yup.
Oh, cool. We're playing this interview?
Yeah, we'll play this while we
Should
set
we-
up Splatoon.
Are these mics still on?
Yeah.
Should we cue it up?
Yeah. Explain what it is, and then in a second you'll have to hit play so I can see if we can hear it.
Okay. Hey everybody, you're about to watch my interview with the makers of Guild Wars 2. I believe their names were Kristen and Link. This is Kyle Bosman speaking. About to press play on this interview. This was yesterday evening, immediately following the PC gaming show.
This interview is about 20 minutes long, and then you can join us for an exciting several rounds of Splatoon.
Excellent, thank
Is
you,
that right,
Ian.
Bosman?
Yes, shall I
Yes.
press play?
Please do. Let's see if there's audio. If there is, we will leave you for a moment.
Kyle, is this the interview you make a fool out of yourself? No. At the beginning?
There's no audio.
Dang it.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we have no audio.
Oh, I know what the problem is. Hang
Okay,
on.
we're going to try to figure that out.
Come
We're
on
loving
back.
the Bosman crotch.
Are you getting a little Bosman crotch?
Ryan Campbell.
It's a little... What?
That's the GT Moneymaker right there.
That's the GT Moneymaker.
GT Moneymaker.
They come for that
Bosman.
crotch.
They come for the crotch and they stay for the paternity suits. I don't know if you know this, but Game Trailers is currently involved in about 3 paternity suits. Mostly involving Kyle Bosman.
Big old sigh.
Big ol' sigh from
Big old
producer
sigh.
John.
Not into it.
Not into these kind of jokes. Alright, let's check and see if there's audio.
Looks like we're getting audio.
And then you'll restart the video.
Okay. Are we
Yeah,
getting
looks
audio?
like there's audio.
Okay, why don't you just go ahead and
Or
play?
Guild Wars 2.
Yeah,
Heart of the
restarting.
Thorns
Okay.
is the expansion coming soon.
Alright,
Actually,
here we go.
you just announced that we.
Here comes this video.
Hi, everybody. I'm joined by Kristen Cox, Link Hughes, games designers for Guild Wars 2. Heart of the Thorns is the expansion coming soon.
That's right.
Actually, you just announced that we can buy this now. Is that what I just learned?
Absolutely. Just tonight, we announced that you can now pre-order the game, and if you do pre-purchase the game, you will have access to all of the beta weekend events that we do until the launch of the game.
Cool. So the tough thing about a pre-purchase is explaining to everybody why they should pre-purchase it. Like, what are we getting out of this? What is the thing?
So one of the things you're getting is access to all of our beta events,
Yeah.
which is something that'll be really cool and I think will be really exciting for people who are playing the game now. The other thing you're going to get is if you buy the deluxe edition, you're going to get an exclusive title that you can wear in the game that's going to say, you know, hey, I was there. I'm one of the first supporters.
Sure, but I mean, what is Heart of Thorns?
Oh, what is Heart of
Yeah,
Thorns?
what is-
Okay,
what's
that's
the big thing?
That's a great question.
What exactly am I pre-purchasing? Yeah.
So, Heart of Thorns is the first expansion for Guild Wars 2.
Yeah.
You know, we launched Guild Wars 2 in 2012, and since then we've been adding tons and tons of free updates to it all the time, and that's been really fantastic. We really believe in having a living world MMO that's constantly updating and changing. But as we've been doing that over the years, we've accumulated a bunch of larger features that we really wanted to see come into the game, and that didn't really fit into the short little 2-week updates. So we decided let's do an expansion. And a feature that really epitomizes that for us is guild halls, which is what we're mostly talking about today. Guild halls is, for us, a way to really re-emphasize how much our game is about playing with other people.
Sure.
Guild Wars 2 has always been a game where you're always happy to see somebody else, you're always excited to play with other people, and guilds have always been a really big core part of that. Adding guild halls allows us to really like I said, re-emphasize our focus on that and make more ways for guilds to accomplish things together, progress together, and then bring that out into the world and really show off their guild and really show off all the accomplishments that their guild has done together.
How do I show off my accomplishments?
So there's all kinds of ways you can do that.
Yeah.
One is wearing your guild colors, flying your guild banner. Some of the stuff that you're going to be able to unlock in guild halls is actually a guild anthem. Your guild can have a theme song, and then if you guys do something cool out in the world, you will play your theme song.
Do I get to choose it?
You do. You actually do get to choose it.
How many theme songs are there?
You actually sort of craft them out of pieces. So there's a lot of different kinds of theme songs that you could possibly create for your guild, something that really, speaks to what your guild is all about.
This is so give me an example. So like, what am I, this is amazing.
Yeah.
So like, what would I have to do to make like, just all drums, like a wall of drums as I enter the battlefield?
So actually, you don't craft them out of pieces. There are just a selection of them.
Okay.
Okay.
Man, you got me.
I know, yeah, we totally wanted that.
I know.
But they're currently being composed by our composer, so
Yeah.
we're going to have a large number to choose from. But the final number is still to be determined.
Yeah, okay.
Are there silly ones?
We're trying to hit a variety of different emotional tones with them.
Yeah, that to me is the craziest thing. Do they have lyrics?
I don't believe any of them have lyrics right now, but who's to say?
And probably, honestly, like, if you're playing it enough, you come up with lyrics with your guild.
That's what I would say. I mean,
Yeah.
if you have your guild anthem that's always playing whenever you do something really amazing,
Yeah.
I would say you as a guild should come up with your lyrics for it and then definitely sing that every time
Oh
you
my
guys do
God.
something cool.
That to me that is so cool. I love things like that. But we should talk about the hall. Back at the
Yes,
hall.
let's back to the hall.
Yeah.
Link is our primary designer on guild halls, and he can tell you the exciting story of sort of how you get a guild hall in
Sure.
Guild Wars 2. Yeah.
Right, so we've had an ongoing living story, as Kristen mentioned, and the climax of our previous Living World Season 2 ended with the Pact Fleet, which was kind of like the world's army, being eviscerated as it went to try to take care of the jungle dragon Mordremoth. Guild Wars 2 focuses on these elder dragons that have been rising up, threatening to wipe out all life and consume all magic, and so naturally, people in the world are trying to fight back against that. With that world army defeated and in tatters, everyone remaining has a question: how do we deal with this continuing threat? And the answer is that they've founded a new organization, the Guild Initiative. They're going to attempt to mobilize guilds as private militia against the Elder Dragon threat, their minions, and just trying to send them out to make Tyria a better place. So we've actually added a building in the central city of Lion's Arch where that organization will be headquartered. The Guild Initiative headquarters, it's already actually in the game as scaffolding because right now we're rebuilding that city. It had been destroyed as part of our ongoing storyline. So when the game goes live, you'll be able to go to that building, register your guild with the initiative, and then take advantage of their services, technology they've researched, and a big thing they've been doing is reconnaissance on the dragon's minions. They've noticed that there's a couple places out in the jungle at the edge of the world where there are unusually high concentrations of the dragon's minions. Mordrem is what they're called. And they're looking for guilds to mount an expedition, go out there, clear that infestation out, drive the Mordrem out, and hold that location against recapture by the dragon. They have the world's government's backing to actually offer ownership of that land and anything that the guild finds there, as long as they are willing to stay and keep it from falling into the dragon's hands again. So that's how you take a guild hall. It's not just go and buy a key and then go to a building. No, you fund an expedition and then you go out into the jungle as a group. You play through our new zones, working your way through the content there to make sure that those maps are safe enough to actually be able to access the guild halls in the first place. And then once you have access to them, you go in and fight your way through it, driving out the Mordrem. And when you've finally done that, you will find a crystal at the heart of that map that has been the center of Mordremoth's attentions. Interfacing with it will allow you to cut off his influence, and at that point, you'll actually have the hall. So there's actually a couple halls that we're launching with the game. The first of which is the Gilded Hollow, which is this monolithic cavern underneath the jungle. It's connected to this lost gold city that we've teased in some of our previous videos, and it's it's a really fantastic, just colossal space. It's built atop this vast underground aquifer and built out of these giant carved slabs of gold, solid gold. The second is the Lost Precipice, which is in the north, kind of on the border between the jungle and the arid wastes beyond. It's this secluded canyon refuge into which a kind of cliffside small settlement had been carved. The people who carved it obviously are no longer there, and it's been taken over by the dragon minions, but once you clear it out, it's this incredibly vertical space. It's really, really tall. You see in the trailer one of the players launching themselves from one of the high points and just gliding down. The map itself is like a love letter to cliff diving and hang gliding. It's super fun.
Still, I think I want to go with the one that's carved out of gold.
High five.
Yeah. Yeah, I think understandable.
Yeah, if I have my choice, I gotta go with the gold one.
Yeah.
Fair. That's my favorite too.
So can I have both as my guild hall?
So you'll be able to have only one at a time, but you can swap between them if you want.
Cool.
Any progress that you've made will be saved when you swap. And speaking of progress, when you actually get there and you take over the hall, you'll be able to start building buildings that were there. And those buildings relate to spheres of gameplay in Guild Wars 2. So there's, for instance, a tavern that you can build, which relates to socialization and buffs. There's a marketplace that you can build, which has new vendors that unlock guild-specific mini-pets, a new tier of guild armor and guild weapons. There's a workshop that unlocks an entirely new crafting discipline that's specific to guilds, scribing, that allows players to make tools and things for their guilds to use in the hall and to take out into the world. There's the arena, which is a... Go ahead.
Can we talk about scribing?
Yeah.
So what do you mean? What are we making? What are we actually making when we're scribing?
There's a number of different things that you make. So one thing that you can make are decorations for your guild hall. You'll be able to purchase basic decorations, and then by going out into the world and finding materials, you'll unlock recipes to upgrade those decorations into more interesting, varied, luxurious versions of those decorations, which can be placed around your hall.
Tell me about the luxurious ones.
So
yeah, think about like fountains made of gold,
Yes.
or like beautiful statues. There's all kinds of stuff. There's trees, there's furniture, and of course, the more luxurious ones are, really high-end, fancy furniture and things like that.
How about a chandelier? Can I get a chandelier?
I don't
think we have any chandelier to start with.
Okay,
Yeah,
we're gonna
that's a
need
good
to add
idea,
some
though.
chandeliers.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So is it up to me to find all the things and then say, hey everybody, I got us a statue, or is it something that we do collaboratively as a guild?
So it's something that we do collaboratively, but you're able to go and take a decoration that the guild has and then refine it into something better, if you have the permissions to do so, right? If your guild trusts you to do that.
Yeah, they likely wouldn't.
Yeah.
In my own scenario. So there is a heavy story, like getting into the thing. We can't just blow the door open and just say this is ours now. Like what is involved with actually like taking over this area?
So there, you see some of it in the footage that we have, but you're gonna, when you get there, it's very much, these places are actual places inside of the world. It's not sort of like, oh, there's some sort of like guild hall off in the mist somewhere and we don't really know where it is, hand wavy. These are actual places that exist inside of the maps that you're exploring. So it's very much like walking into a map in the game, and you walk in and go, oh, it's full of enemies now. It's full of these dragon minions that you're going to have to clear all of them out. So it's really about like organizing your group and going in there and defeating all of them and fighting your way into the center to get to that crystal and claim it.
Cool. And then that crystal's mine.
Yeah, then your guild owns that map. You've cut off access to the enemies, so you're safe in there for the most part. And
Wait, you can't just say for the most part. What's happening? Are they going to attack us?
Well, I mean, it is a real place in the world, and it is in a dangerous place in the world, and so it is a part of the world and the story that's going on there.
That seems ambiguous. Is someone going to attack me at my guild hall?
We have an ongoing storyline, right?
Yes.
We destroyed the central city in our game as part of that ongoing storyline.
Yeah. The good guys lost.
A little bit. They had a setback.
They sacrifice things to win.
Sure. All right.
And it's taken them some time to get back on their feet, but guild halls are part of the world, so they're part of our ongoing storyline. And so, will you be attacked constantly? No. but that's
Nothing
not to
is
say
safe.
that we're not going to involve guild halls going forward.
Sure.
That's more of a tune in.
Yeah.
Cool.
find
I
out.
would tune in. When you're selecting where the guild hall should be, was it a thing where you started with like, we should make one that's gold, or was it like you were looking at your maps and you were like, oh, this would actually be a logical place where this one would appear?
A lot of the development that we do at ArenaNet is actually really driven by our artists. Our game is known for being really beautiful, and so it's something that I think is contrasting with a lot of other studios where design basically says like, we need like a warehouse, we're going to put a mission here, so make us a warehouse. We actually work with our artists from the very beginning, and so our artists were heavily involved with figuring out what would be the coolest spaces and how can we make that work with the land that we have.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they just drew these unbelievably beautiful concept pieces, and when we looked at them, we started imagining, oh my god, like what is going to happen in here? Like all of these things could be happening in here, all of this history could be here, and that's really how we chose them.
All right. So one thing you wanted to talk about was claiming.
Yeah,
What is claiming?
Guild claiming is a feature that we have now in our World versus World game mode. So World versus World is sort of these massive battles where 3 different worlds are all fighting together on one map against each other to take control of these objectives on that map. And right now, if you take control of an objective like a keep or a castle, you can throw up your guild banner and you're like, yeah, that's us, we've got it. That's pretty cool. But it's mostly just sort of for prestige. With guild halls, you actually can unlock a building called the War Room. And the War Room actually lets you build these tactics and upgrades that you can take with you out into World versus World. And when your guild claims an objective in World versus World, you can actually take these bonuses and upgrades and use them. So an example of this would be if you take a supply depot, which is a smaller objective inside of World versus World, you can actually unlock the ability to get this vehicle, which is sort of like a motorcycle. We call it the char car. And you can take this vehicle, which is like a mobile siege engine, and it lets you like go with you can roll it along with your group and go attack a keep or a castle, and it actually does damage to like the walls because it's a siege engine. But you also have an array of skills that let you fight players as well. And that's just one of the upgrades that you can take out into the objectives. Another one is if you do take control of the big castle that's at the center of the map, and you have upgraded your building in the guild hall, and you have some of the perks available there, you can actually call in like an airstrike. And so airships will come in and they'll bombard the ground for you to take care of some of your enemies. So really cool stuff, like really cool actual stuff that will give you real tactical advantages if you've unlocked it. And it really encourages you to work as a group with your guild to go into World v World and stake your claim there.
Because they're hearing our battle theme coming.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
They hear that wall
Yes.
of drums, it's coming.
Yeah,
And then the airstrike.
The airstrike comes in to the tune of your guild anthem.
Oh, perfect.
So one of the things that we're adding along with guild halls coming out is the ability to do guild teams for structured PvP. So our structured PvP, is something that we've had in the game from the beginning, and it's very like competitive focused. This will allow you to actually form teams under your guild banner, and then your guild will have a ranking that we have leaderboards for. You can sort of compare your guild to other guilds instead of just comparing yourself individually.
Sure.
And your guild can actually have sort of a structure for forming teams and having like a ladder for all that stuff.
What kind of structure do you put in place for like guilds, like allowing people onto the teams competitively?
So that's for the guild mostly to choose, but the guild can have a number of teams, so they can form multiple teams under the guild banner, and they can slot people in and out of them. So
Like varsity and junior varsity.
Exactly. Like if you were like this is our A team that we're going to go with, but then we're going to have a couple of other teams that are working towards trying to get slots into that team. You can put people in and out of those teams, and it remains the same guild team.
Cool. What does it mean to be the best guild team?
Well, you're definitely going to have bragging rights on top of the board. And then, we also do plan to run tournaments, focused on teams, as we've been doing for a long time with SPVP. But allowing them to be centered around guilds sort of expands that and makes it a little bit more real for those teams. They really are an organization that's established and sort of like has their own, banner and colors and all those things in the world.
So I'm curious about the banners. We talked about a lot about banners. Like, how much do I control the banner? Like, what are my options in actually like making this look cool or
You're
personal?
talking about your guild
Yeah,
emblem,
your
like,
guild,
yeah.
you have a number of different options, color controls. There's a ton of different customization options there. Our guilds already have those options and have made a ton of different looks. And it
there are
can be,
many, like hundreds.
It can be really serious, or like in the trailer, we actually one of our alpha testers made the guild, and so they have this like rampant kind of flying horse with like pink wings. So it can be quite silly as well.
Yeah.
Do you have people do you have guilds right now who are just excited to have a home?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think when we announced that we were going to do the expansion, we actually at the time, right at the announcement, we said what the core features were going to be for the expansion, and guild halls I think got absolutely the most applause, and was one of the most anticipated things.
Oh, so you got to do it live?
Yes, we did. We were at PAX South.
Cool.
Yeah.
And it was like a huge panel.
Yep.
Oh, that's
it
very
was
cool.
really fun.
Yeah. What excites you the most personally about the update? Like looking at everything that's coming in this update in Heart of Thorns, what's the thing that to you personally is like, oh, I can't wait to do this?
Oh man, there's a lot of stuff coming in Heart of Thorns. I think for me, I have to say, for all of Heart of Thorns, the thing that probably excites me the most is the mastery system, which is the end game progression system that we're adding, that allows you to like earn all kinds of really cool abilities and perks after you get to the max level. For guild halls specifically, I am actually really excited to see players decorate them. We've been looking at these maps for a long time, and to us, they are sort of these maps. But as soon as they get into the hands of the players, they're going to do their own thing with them, and it's going to become, oh, well, this is specifically this guild's version of this map. It's going to be really distinctive, and that's incredibly exciting.
How about you, Link? What are you excited about the most?
I think I'm most excited to explore the jungle. The teams that are working on those areas are just doing fantastic work, and there's some really epic stuff that I can't wait to pit myself against. In guild halls, I think one of the things that I'm looking forward to having the most fun with and seeing what players do with is the arena, which is another one of the buildings you can build, which is kind of this combat sandbox. Players can unlock teams that they can switch to, they can unlock free-for-all fighting, and they can actually unlock the ability to customize it with brawling decorations, which include like turrets and traps and walls, so they can really set up the arena however they want. It's not a game mode, it's a combat sandbox for them to play with, to invite other people in to play against in whatever format they invent, and so I'm really interested to see what they'll do, particularly because you can actually go into the arena and place those traps and blockers while people are fighting, and you're not hostile to them and they're not hostile to you, so you can just trot around, find some people who are fighting, toss down a flame turret in the middle of them, suddenly they're on fire, I'm laughing, it's great times.
Yeah, that is great times. Yeah, that's okay. That's all right.
I'm really looking forward to seeing what players do with that.
Cool. Thank you both so much for joining us. Guild Wars 2, Heart of Thorns, when it comes out when?
We don't have a date for release yet.
Okay.
We're going to be, like I said, we just started pre-purchase. That starts our beta testing period, and for us, beta testing is super important. We'll know when it's done, when we've really had beta testers come in there and look at it and give us their feedback.
Coming to you when it's done. False alarm, false alarm. Hey,
false alarm.
everybody. Thank you for watching that interview I had yesterday with the people behind Guild Wars 2. And then we got a B-roll of it even. If you have any more questions, I can't answer them. Let's not even pretend I could do that. But that was fun. That was fun for me to do. Thanks for watching that.
Get up on that desk. 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 You gotta get up on that desk. Get on the desk. Oh, get up on that desk. You gotta get up on that desk. I'm on the desk now.
Oh, we got a theme song.
Yeah, for getting on the desk.
That's a good song. How's everybody doing? We're back on the desk. We're not sitting down playing games casually anymore. We are streaming again at the desk.
Streaming, official.
It's E3, and we should treat it like it's E3. Why are we playing Gears of War during
That
E3?
was a terrible idea. That was just a bad idea.
Brad's spitting it out.
Now we're back on the desk.
Back on the desk.
We should get some other B-roll though, because this is kind of
Well-
confusing.
No, this is good stuff.
First up, we were going to check out a trailer that launched today for a game that's coming to the PS4.
Cool.
Official E3 trailer for Calvino Noir.
Calvino Noir.
Ian, I guess you don't have that picture-in-picture, that monitor.
We can go hit ME1 again. I'll do it. I'll get up off of this desk.
Get up off that desk.
Get up off that desk. You gotta get up off that desk. You gotta get up off that desk. You gotta get up off that desk. Okay. So what is Ian doing right now? Just switching up the shots?
Just putting that picture-in-picture so we can watch this trailer with
Okay, we're gonna
all
watch
of
the
you.
picture. Looks like we lost our internet connection on the laptop though. Is that what happened, John Michael?
That's what it looks like.
Ooh, we lost the internet on our laptop. Maybe we unplugged the internet from that. Okay, Ian's gonna blow his nose. So what we're gonna do now, we're gonna watch a trailer that Elyse has alerted us to, but then we're gonna do, we're talking to industry tweets, I guess, yeah?
Yeah, we're looking at some developers' Twitters post E3.
Post E3.
Yeah, and if
what's
you-
going on in the biz?
If you have any devs that you think we should check out what their reactions and tweets were, or just industry people, let us know in the chat. Because we have a few that we're looking into, right, Kyle?
Did we lose internet, or they're just saying that? GT broke the internet. How do you lose internet? I mean, we're still...
Lose internet on the stream.
we're still streaming to you. It looks like just our laptop lost internet.
Yeah.
Look at that Link. You know what I can't stand is like when Link looks like a human like that. Like when people cosplay as Link. Get out of here.
Oh.
Just joking. Cosplay all you want. Cosplay is good. That painting is weird though, Matt
Kyle
Blair.
hates cosplay.
That's Matt Blair's wallpaper for the record. That's whose laptop we've stolen all
It's like a
day.
Damiani move.
So yeah, Yu Suzuki is a good suggestion for tweets, Elyse. We should check out those.
Internet is not popping right now.
Our internet's not popping.
Internet is not popping.
Excellent.
We got Hideki Kamiya, Bruce Straley would be great, Neil
Bruce
Druckmann.
Straley, yeah.
Yep, Hello Games. We should check out. Brad,
Yo.
would you agree that there have not been enough sewers in this E3?
No.
No.
No, we can take a break. It's alright. We don't need that many.
Restart.
Too many sewers at E3 this year?
Yeah, let's take a break.
Okay. All right, so clearly we have more technical issues as always. Does Reggie have a Twitter account? I don't know if he
No, I
does,
don't
chat.
believe he does.
I'm not sure he has that.
Nintendo is very like controlling and insular when it comes to like their social media, and I don't know any.
Bill Trenton has one, right?
Bill Trinan does, but I don't think Reggie does, and I know Iwata doesn't. For sure.
Drusha Stula will be looking at Dark Souls 3 info when Ben gets back here later tonight.
Ben and Brandon.
Both of them checked out. And actually, Brandon's playing Dark Souls 3 today because he's an E3 judge.
Yeah.
He gets to actually play the game. No one else gets to play it hands-on. Yes, he does. He does know how to, because he beat Bloodborne. Give him some credit there.
That's true. Yeah, I guess restart.
So that's a weird thing. Yeah, they're only letting judges play Dark Souls 3 at E3. Just so they can win awards, but not have to deal with everyone else playing it. That's such a weird rule, man. That's so weird.
Miyazaki is there.
Yeah, but they want those awards.
Miyazaki's back at the helm.
Because everyone knows if you get a Best of E3 award, that's instant success.
Yep.
Or everyone goes, what happened to this game, man? We all gave it so many awards back in the day. We had
You know
such
what we
high
should do?
hopes.
Yeah.
Caffeine is the best.
Caffeine's great. Caffeine activates your brain.
Doing better.
Honestly, like
Got
we should
electrolytes
Yeah,
too.
dude.
we should like hold everyone responsible for their Best of E3 awards. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like we should make everyone who gave it to Evolve last year like go and say like, hey, are you still excited
You
about
have
Evolve?
to play
That's the
100 hours.
Yeah.
of
Only
Evolve.
game you can play for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You still excited about that? Did you have a good time with
Still
that?
want to give that award?
Yeah.
Evolve.
Idiots.
So we can't watch the trailer just yet. So let's take a look at these tweets.
Okay, so Elyse has some tweets for us.
So Adam Boys,
Yeah.
Adam Boys probably had a fantastic reaction to the Sony conference last night, or
That was Monday night.
Monday night.
Yeah.
What day is
sorry.
this?
This is Wednesday.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
He has backed Shenmue 3 on Twitter.
Yeah.
Of course.
Or
Of
he's
course. Yeah.
acknowledged that. He posted a great photo of Shuhei in his own little X-Wing right there.
That is indeed a great photo.
Shu seems like a really cool dude.
He's just having a
Yep.
good time.
He's just having a good ass time.
Just having a good time.
I hope he doesn't have like some secret dark side.
He has a public dark side.
He does?
Yep.
How?
I don't know. He's just funny. He like sometimes he'll tweet depressing things, which I love too.
Really?
Yeah.
Like what?
Just like feeling blue, and he'll have like a little like emoticon, like a little sad emoticon.
Grown man.
Yeah.
I love it.
He retweeted a PlayStation post about a game called Super Hypercube that's coming to Project Morpheus. So if he thinks it's worth checking out, maybe we could check out this trailer too once we're back up.
Oh sure. Super Hypercube.
Super Hypercube.
Hello, and welcome to Super Hypercube.
Hello.
Hi. You'll notice if you look left and look right, you're still
All
in
right,
the
here's
game.
the choice. Do we let the stream hear it, or do we hear it and them they don't hear it?
I think we got to give it to them.
Yeah,
We
Gotta
got to
give it to
them.
them. That's what
Yeah,
I was gonna say.
we're doing this for them.
Yeah. So we'll just have to guess. Maybe they'll have a different experience.
Enhanced.
Enhance.
Here's what's up. I'm jealous. Evolve and Titanfall were super fun. Use the past tense.
Yeah, they're
If those,
not anymore.
if those games succeeded, you would say they are super fun. I think Titanfall people actually still play.
They succeeded. They did not
Yeah.
succeed because they weren't super fun when they came out.
Yeah.
Evolve is a slog, man. I didn't care for that.
Did you buy it? Did you buy Evolve? Did you play it?
We got a code. I got a code, I think.
Oh man.
I wouldn't have bought it.
Evie, my sister. Why did you type that?
Evie, my sister. Who
Evie.
wrote that? Just somebody?
Chocobo. Chocobo Ether 24. Great
my
name.
sister.
Evie, you don't want to mess with her.
Remember that time this
She'll
computer
cut you with a
started up?
knife.
So Phil Spencer,
Yeah.
Windows was good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Phil Spencer congratulated
Himself? Bad E3?
Sony. He said, "Great to see The Last Guardian. Congrats."
Well, good guy.
No.
Taking defeat. Yeah, he's doing that he's doing that to get like the positive upswing.
I don't know. To me, that's like, hey, it's great to see The Last Guardian. Nice.
Just
Congrats.
like that.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard for me to take that
It's
nicely.
great to finally see that.
Hey, yeah, good job.
Phil Spencer seems like someone who would like freak out on a coke binge and like smash a coffee table with a golf club.
No. He's never had cocaine.
Really?
Yeah.
You know for a fact?
I know that for a fact.
Do you think Adam Boyes had cocaine?
Good question.
No.
I bet he was willing to try it.
Have you had cocaine?
No.
I never have either. I've never tried anything.
Phil
I haven't
Spencer.
done anything. I've never had coffee.
Phil Spencer has
That's
been really
weird.
great though. He's been retweeting a lot of fan pics
Okay.
that people are tweeting at him. That's super cool of him. He retweeted our own Andrea Renee.
Try going
Sweet.
Wi-Fi.
Why? What did Andrea Renee say?
She's
you
just
get on the
commenting on the
network?
beauty of Beyond Eyes. Loves Beyond Eyes.
What does
Yeah,
the
no,
tweet
this
say?
is great.
My computer's beach balling right now,
Oh, we're
so I
beach
can't
balling.
scroll down.
Oh boy.
Every computer. Okay.
And
Oh.
we're beach,
Actually, wait, don't go Wi-Fi yet.
Don't you dare start.
beach balling.
No.
And I'm beach balling.
Nothing's working right now.
Miyamoto runs on cocaine. He's probably tried it.
Miyamoto for sure.
Miyamoto.
No, Miyamoto has done hard drugs.
Yeah.
Like mushrooms.
It's like not working on the network at all.
That's so strange.
Andrea said, "So cool to see Beyond Eyes on stage at Xbox E3. Such a beautiful game." I agree.
It's hard for me to ever like type a tweet like that. That's just like my opinion. I realize.
I don't think I've ever seen you do something like that.
I know.
Ever.
Yeah. Someday I'll get there.
So Todd Howard's not on Twitter,
Yeah. Sorry, everybody. Todd Howard is not on Twitter. Confirmed.
though. I think that he would be amazing probably because he'd just be super matter of fact. He'd be like, "This is how it is."
Yeah, that's why he's not on
Best.
Twitter. He doesn't like need it.
Yeah.
He's like knows that Twitter is stupid.
But the Bethesda Softworks account did tweet out a quote from him saying that dog meat will not die
No matter what.
no matter what in Fallout 4.
Yeah.
How
He's-
do you guys feel about this?
That's good. That's Ellie. Ellie never dies.
That's about to be a cool list.
And Last of Us, they're like, we're never gonna make her a problem.
It
And I
makes
like
me not worried about the dog though.
Yeah.
Which I kind of don't like.
You
Like it makes me feel like it's less. Like it's just immortal. I don't have to even like worry about it.
yeah. Don't worry about it. That's the whole point. Don't worry about it. Worry
I
about
don't know.
you.
I feel like I'd
I mean-
connect closer with it if I had to actually worry about it.
Okay.
I have to be really careful, you know, like I can't let this dog die.
So dog meat's never gonna die. It'll never be a story element. That at some point
It looks
late
optional.
in the game he dies.
It looks like you can skip him completely.
Typing in those passwords.
Getting on that Z drive.
Now here comes the juggernaut, Jeff Keighley.
Joe of Corlor.
Jeff's been really great because he's been posting a lot of
Yeah.
pictures from the show floor.
Oh man,
Professional.
he's a professional.
Which he also posted what I assume is a pic of a party at Notch's house.
Oh my gosh.
Marcus Person.
No, that's in the side of a stadium.
Really?
Yeah.
What is it? What is it?
I like that you can't tell the difference between this is not just house and a stadium. Yeah.
I don't know.
Just
I-
mistaken for a stadium.
I feel like Notch is like the new like Gatsby.
Yeah.
Like, who is this mysterious man that just bought a house in Los Angeles and is
what's that
throwing
trailer
these
you wanna show?
banana parties?
What's the trade?
Calvino Noir.
Calvino Noir.
Pinot
I'm
Noir.
just guessing on that spelling. Close up.
Sure.
Developer interview.
The trailer. E3 2015.
Is it trailer?
This one's from 8 months ago. Okay.
They just had an E3 2015 trailer.
Why don't you go to the PlayStation blog? You'll probably find it right around there. Just type in PlayStation space blog right there into Google. Click on that link. You're gonna have to scroll down just a little bit here, right there, and then we're gonna have a trailer to watch. Oh, there's no trailer here.
There's only gifts.
There's no trailer.
What a great review.
I don't know what to tell you, man.
Where did you watch the trailer?
I thought it was on the PlayStation blog.
No, we're here.
I don't know what to tell you, man.
gift, man.
Well, look, we can look at this GIF.
That's the game, man.
Full screen.
Ian, enhance the GIF. Perfect. Okay, so what we're seeing here is a noir game. It looks like a 2-dimensional. Looks like we're doing some stealth. Just hanging out by some boxes. Then we're going to punch him as we pass by. Yep. This is gameplay created by Metal Gear Solid in 1996. Nice.
What?
We should go back to tweets. Let's go back to
Let's
tweets.
go back to
We don't
tweets.
have a trailer.
Look, guys.
They effed up. They dropped the ball.
I think it looks cool.
It does, but I mean, they should have put out a trailer.
All 3 frames.
Yeah.
That's all of it.
All right.
All right.
crap on there. Yep. Put some crap on there.
So, Yu Suzuki has been tweeting out
Yes. Everybody's been asking for you.
a bunch of stuff. He tweeted out the awesome fan art that somebody did of the Shenmue reaction.
You're just gonna make a playlist again?
Yeah.
I opened it on the side there.
Enhance.
My laptop keeps freezing
Just
up.
look at
That's
these
so
folders.
funny.
Look at all these folders.
Those folders.
Look at all the
Look at that
folders.
structure.
Yu Suzuki's retweet of GT. Yeah, that's pretty funny. I bet it feels good to see, like,
How do you think Mike Huber feels about that?
Has he seen it yet? I need the
Huber's-
inside skinny.
Huber's seen it.
Yeah, I think Huber's seen
I don't
it.
know, man. When you're at E3, time stops.
I think Huber changed his Twitter picture back to the one with him and you, Suzuki.
Him and me?
No, him and you and
Why
Suzuki.
you?
Me and him and
Not
Suzuki?
Y-O-U.
Yeah.
Me, him, and Suzuki. There
Why
is a
you?
picture
Yeah.
of the 3 of us.
You, me, and Suzuki.
Uh-huh.
You mean Suzuki.
Except that's
Sounds
the
like a
new movie,
sitcom.
except
Yeah.
you is YU. Me
Is
and
MI?
Suzuki.
Yeah.
Me and Suzuki, and it's like a guy playing a violin.
Yeah, they what's so funny about that is I think that Huber is one of the few people who would even recognize Yu Suzuki, especially I think it was 2 years ago that E3, where he's just like, oh my god, and he was tearing up then when he saw him. How funny is that?
Michael Huber, he might be the biggest fan of Shenmue on the planet Earth.
No, there
No,
are
no,
greater
no.
fans.
How? How can anyone be a greater fan? He wept openly on a stream for 35 minutes.
I think a lot of people probably wept.
Yeah, there were some tears.
People gave like $10,000 to that Kickstarter. Must be nice.
Must be nice.
Bruce Straley
Whoa.
had a post. Oh, what's up?
Go ahead. No, keep going.
Bruce-
I got
Bruce-
this story after that.
He had a post on PlayStation conference tweet. I just lost about 38 years of my life from that demo. Hashtag Uncharted 4, hashtag live demo, hashtag freaking out. I guess because it
Yeah.
Oh,
to
right.
restart. Now you have to restart.
It didn't work.
Didn't work.
Oh,
at
oh
first.
yeah, because he freaked out, yeah.
So here's a scoop from Kotaku. Batman's big collector's edition canceled. No, somebody told me to speak up.
Do you not hear how loud it is?
Yeah, I can, but someone said you're being
It's
too
so
quiet.
loud.
All right, I'm back here. Retailers
Leave it
across
at
the U.S., Europe, and Australia are informing customers today that the Batman Arkham Knight Batmobile edition has been canceled. The game itself is due out next week, so this is pretty late notice.
What's
That is
the
very
Batmobile
late.
edition?
The
What came with
Batmobile,
it?
okay. Copy of the game, some skins, art book, a comic, and a statue of Batman Arkham Knight's version of the Batmobile.
Oh.
No.
Sad.
It's that last item that was the problem. Warner Brothers is saying in a statement they couldn't make enough Batmobiles.
Couldn't get them done in time.
Wow, that's kind of unreal. That's unprecedented. A week before, you waited too long. You waited too long.
Well,
to
they
let
probably
everyone
just
know.
got the production news from the people making it or whatever. They're like,
They should have had
we
that a
can't
long
make
time
this
ago.
many Batmobiles.
I'm sure.
We thought we could do it, but we can't do it.
That's what I think happened. Is
Yeah,
like they were
we
checking
told
in.
you.
Just
I'm
like
sorry, we told you that we could do it, but we can't.
yeah, it's like, are you guys good? And they're like, yeah, we're
great.
good. It's
It's great.
gonna get close, but we're gonna make it. And then it just
Yeah.
never happened.
Chat's very vehemently saying that it's not loud at all. If anything, it should be
Alright.
louder.
Okay. Fine. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. All
Oh,
right.
Ian is on edge.
He's on edge.
Sorry.
Full tilt.
I forgot we all had headphones on. That hurt me too.
He heard himself. That's a pretty big scoop. Thank you in chat for giving us that one.
Scoop.
I wonder if anyone's super bummed.
Mike Huber's probably super bummed. He probably bought that, right?
The collector's edition, I doubt it. He doesn't want that Batmobile. Yeah, it was very, very expensive.
It's Mike Huber we're talking about here. Keep that in mind.
Yeah, he does love Batman. See, you're right, Ian. I feel like I'm peeking the mic.
It's to us people. It sounds like it's crashing,
Yeah,
like
Elyse
peaking the
taking the ear
mic
off.
constantly now. Like we're way in the red. We're way above where we should be.
We're way in the red.
Take it to the city limits.
Like I don't know what to tell you guys. Like we can't get any louder than this.
All right.
We're gonna destroy the whole world.
Man, I kind of feel like playing the Destiny expansion at E3 is a waste of time.
It's absolutely a waste of time.
Like, even if you're
It
super
is.
pumped on it, just wait for it to come out. You know what to expect.
It comes out in 2 months.
I can't, and like, so we're gonna have to like talk to Brandon about it for 15 minutes tonight.
Oh God, really?
Yeah, Destiny's playing right now, actually. No, that's Doom.
That's a dude.
Sorry,
Don't
that's,
you dare compare them.
They're all the same.
they're all the same.
Back on the tweet train.
They're not the
ones
same.
are the
Just
same.
officially, I'm trolling there. That's not
Satoru
real.
Iwata doesn't have a Twitter, but he went on to Nintendo's official Twitter and he made a tweet, essentially, I guess, apologizing to fans for what might be perceived as a poor showing.
Terrible E3 showing.
He said that he takes the opinions of this year's digital event seriously and that the company will work better to meet our expectations.
That's pretty crazy, huh?
That's pretty intense.
Our expectations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Us, the fans.
Yeah.
I
mean, good on them for like copping to it, right?
Yeah. Here's what I'm worried about is like the games they had are the games. The games are the reason that everyone
Yeah.
was disappointed.
Yeah.
You can't like what else? No, they could have done better trailers. Honestly, they could have. They could have done a better presentation.
Also, they could have put the cool announcements from Sunday
Yeah.
in their press event that everyone watched.
Yeah. You know what? They could have improved. There are things to learn. Do you have this mic on in there?
Yes, probably.
All right. Like everyone is hearing that.
Yeah.
Poor Ian.
Back off the desk.
Get back off the desk.
Back
Get back
off.
off the desk.
It's really not that loud.
I can hear it.
Yeah, from my computer.
I don't know what to tell you, people.
They're trolling, bro.
We're not trolling. Oh, that's so loud.
I'm telling you.
Hmm.
Just tell them to turn down their volume. It's not really like.
Oh, that's so much better.
I mean, what I'm saying is our system is peaking. So
Yep.
and I have the output up really high too. So I don't know. Like there's some tech thing happening behind something that I'm not gonna mess with because it might break everything. That might be why the stream output is so low. Well, we'll look into it in the future.
Here's a funny
We
headline
promise.
from chat. Shenmue 3 smashes Guinness World Record for fastest video game crowdfunding.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, who does Guinness World Records think they are for like
Congratulations.
That's a big deal.
Yeah, no, but it's like
cool.
that's the Kickstarter record. Like, shut up, Guinness, get out of here. You're no part of this.
Yeah, that's true. Guinness, you go home.
Just
you're
keep
fine.
measuring the world's longest tongue, but
Yeah.
like, don't bother with this.
Measuring the
I mean,
world's
they're
longest tongue.
they're a repository for all records in the world.
No, they're like weird with PR now.
All
I think that's how
beer-related
Guinness works.
records.
Yeah.
Also, you know what I think is funny? Like a second ago, I thought of this when I accused Nintendo's thing of being terrible.
Yeah.
I think it's funny because people are quick to say like, And I mean, on one hand, yeah, we're in an amazing position. Like, we get to just play video games and talk about video games and go to E3, which is incredible.
Absolutely.
That's phenomenal.
Yeah.
And, like, it's easy to think also, like, because people accuse that of, like, entitlement. And I think that there is something to that. But on the other hand, like, also as, like, quote-unquote journalists, I don't like that term, but, like, as video game-related entertainers,
Yeah.
somebody's got to say when things aren't up to snuff, right? Like, calling it terrible, I think, is part of the job too.
You're
Even
right.
if it's not terrible, like
Yeah.
there are some cool things about it. Like the puppets were phenomenal. A couple of those games are actually kind of neat. But, like, it was just a substandard showing.
It's been better.
It's been better.
It's been better.
So we gotta go. It's terrible. It's garbage. It's trap.
Trap.
It's a trap.
I wonder what was communicated to Iwata. I wonder who told him what everyone was saying. I wonder what he read
You
himself.
probably saw it all over Twitter.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Do you think like he like?
Did they air it at the same time in Japan as here?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean,
Yeah.
no doubt Nintendo has a team that's monitoring like social response. Like they're on Social Blade.
Reggie's
With
been
Craig.
quiet. Yeah.
Blade.
Craig and Nintendo.
I'm
They're
so
checking
mad
it
that
out.
none of us are on Social Blade. Like we don't have someone
I
at
think
Game
we can
Trailers
go to
who
Social
cares.
Blade right now.
Yeah, you
we
can
just
do
heard
it.
of it for the first time.
That's what I mean.
I-
But like we don't
I
have
knew
somebody who
about
cares.
it.
You
You
did?
know.
Yeah, because Funhouse.
But it's like it's not your job to care about Social Blade.
What do you mean?
It's 1,000% your
It's
job to
absolutely
care.
our
No,
job.
I'm saying we
That's
need-
why this website is doomed.
I just need that one person. I need that one person who like cares about Social Blade.
Well, it should be our boss.
Slick Rick. No, Slick Rick needs to care about Social Blade and comes in and says, "Hey guys, Social Blade's down this week. We need to tweet
We
more."
need to get that
I
up.
would, love, I would
Yeah.
love to be that person.
You want to
We're
be our
on,
Slick Rick?
we're not
Yeah,
on course
I
for a
totally
million
Slick Rick.
anymore.
But Brad's gonna be our Slick Rick.
I'll be slicker in a different way.
Alright.
Okay.
All
So you
right.
can be Slick Rick. She can be.
I'm the grease palmer.
I'll be slimy
Grease the
Jemimey.
Slimy
I was trying to think of one so
Yeah.
hard.
All right, Slick
Elyse
Rick.
is always
and
quicker.
Slimy
on
Jemimey.
these names.
I know. Yeah.
Slimy Jemimey.
Yeah,
There
you
she
have to stand
is.
like that all
Great.
times.
No,
Beans are
Slimy
down.
Jemimey's got to be a wheeler and dealer like
Yeah,
Slick
yeah,
Rick.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
You're like those twins from that shitty Assassin's Creed game.
Yeah. We're trending down. We're trending down this week. All
Trend
right.
down.
Well, I don't want us to trend down, so
Okay.
let's trend up like our friend Cliff Blazinski, whose tweets are on fire
Great
here.
transition. That's Slimy
Amazing,
Jemimey
yeah.
for you.
Slimy
Yeah.
Slimy Jemimey tranny right there.
He had an interesting tweet. Still can't believe I played catch with a ball. If you don't know, Cliff Blazinski developed Gears of War. He's boss key now. He's working on Project
He's the
Blue
man whose
Streak.
game we just shit upon.
You're right. Jazz Jackrabbit though, still so good.
Jazz Jackrabbit.
Jazz
Yeah.
Jackrabbit.
But Cliff,
Unreal Tournament. Sorry to keep
said,
interrupting.
still can't believe I played catch with a ball and another person in VR yesterday.
Whoa.
Yeah. So that must have been Vive or something.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of like what headset he'd be on.
That'd be cool.
I'm thinking it's Vive because it keeps track
He's
of
got
your,
those
your hand
gloves.
placement.
Chat, can you hear the B-roll? I just thought of that.
Let us know if you can hear the
Chat,
B-roll.
let us know if you can hear. It should be real quiet.
So wait,
Alright.
did he show
Thanks,
his
man.
game yesterday?
No, I think he kind of
There's a
just
trailer, right?
for Project Blue Streak.
I thought so. There was like a. It was like a. They showed it during the PC thing. I thought it was
Oh.
like a.
I have no idea.
It had like a dojo or something.
Love that shot.
Maybe I'm out of my mind.
I have seen that, the teaser. Yeah. It's like environmental.
Yeah, it's just like
And,
locations.
Yeah.
they show like a glass thing with the samurai armor behind it.
I've seen that, but did he show anything new yesterday?
I hadn't really been following it, so.
My impression was that he just kind of like was giving advice for developing.
Yeah,
For PC.
that's
Chat-
what most of that was.
Do you know? But
Chat knows everything.
Yep.
I wonder how it ended. How did that show end? What was the final moment?
No Man's Sky came out, and they were like, "Yeah, it's coming out on PC someday."
Oh, that's cool.
And then they showed stuff we've already seen.
But-
Actually, it was a really charming moment, actually, because the trailer had a bunch of quotes about like splendid, ridiculously beautiful, like glorious, like all these high praise, and then Sean Murray's out there, and then Trip 9 or whatever his name is, Deep 9, whatever.
Day 9.
Day 9.
Sean Plot.
He was like, Day 9 was like, yeah, it was a pretty cool trailer, and then Sean Murray was like, yeah, the trailer was really full of itself, huh? He's like real. I'm like, damn, you're so charming and coy.
oh yeah, we're getting to No Man's Sky and their Twitter.
We're getting to there?
We're getting to
So
them.
you have some collected tweets.
Yeah, they.
When did you collect these tweets?
Right now.
Goddamn, slimy Jemimey.
Yeah. So slimy.
Sean Murray
I want a picture of Slick Rick and Slimy Jemini.
Sean Murray is just fantastic on Twitter.
Yes.
He tweeted at Kanye West earlier in May. This is not during E3, but he tweeted at Kanye West and said, "I just wrote 3,000 lines of code and it compiled first time. Thought you'd want to know."
Sean Murray did
Yeah, was tweeted at Kanye West.
that? Is that like a lyric of one of his songs?
No, Sean Murray ran 3,000 lines of code. It worked the first time. He thought Kanye West would want to know.
Yeah. That's very funny. That's very, very
I
funny.
thought that-
Who is this man?
I thought that was
What a
amazing.
wonderful person.
He
So
also
weird.
tweeted, he said, if you want to know how at Hello Games celebrates an awesome E3 show, they go back to their hotel room to code.
Whoa.
Wow, they
Yeah,
just
wow.
never quit.
They never
That's the
quit.
thing that's crazy about this game. Like, everything about this game sounds perfect to me. And I was starting to lose faith, and then Ben's description of it last night reinvigorated my hopes. Like, 10 people making this insane game.
Yeah.
That sounds like it's sticking to its artistic integrity, and it doesn't seem like anybody's pushing them around on it either. Like, Sony is just, like, embracing that this game has no point, quote unquote.
The Seinfeld of video
So
games.
someone,
Yeah. Y'all just getting upset. Going to space.
someone in chat has a NeoGAF forum for us that apparently like breaks down all of Brandon's answers about how No Man's Sky
really?
works. Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Oh,
Shall I
thank
read these
Christ.
bullet points?
Yes,
absolutely.
Okay, let's.
And read them, live tweet them at Brandon.
Okay, so this is this is a thread created by Legacy Zero on NeoGAF. All right.
Everyone tweet this article at Brandon.
No
Game
Man's
trailers VO.
No Man's Sky does not have a traditional story with cutscenes and a predefined hero. I think we assumed that.
Yeah, we know that.
Uh,
The problem is, Brandon would read all these and he'd still be like, yeah, so what's the point? I like Brandon. I don't want people to think I don't like Brandon.
you gave him a dad voice.
Yeah, like you
I know,
push him.
yeah.
Yeah, what's the point?
Yeah, what's the point? I just think that this game isn't for him and he should just say that instead of repeating himself about how it has no point.
Almost everything in the
I got
game
salty. I
can
got
be
salty.
upgraded. Shields, ships, weapons, even your spacesuit.
Yeah.
There are 3 basic gameplay styles: exploring, trading, and fighting. If you die in the game, you'll lose any information you did not save to the Atlas, a giant computer that records your progress and can be accessed via a planet's beacons. You can literally
weird.
craft items on an atomic level by using blueprints you find in the game. Even when the game ends, i.e. making it to the center of the galaxy, you can continue to explore the world for as long as you want.
Nice.
You can share your discoveries online by uploading information to the Atlas, which will allow friends to see everything you've discovered in the game.
So that's interesting. So are you actually not in the same instance as everyone else?
I think you absolutely are. But you can show your friends.
Show them
I think you
locations?
and I can share information, basically.
Show you location.
Yeah, exactly.
And that'd be cool because then I'll be like, oh, wow, you're on the other side of the damn galaxy.
Yeah.
Man, he's on the other side of the damn galaxy.
Oh, once you discover a planet, you can change its randomly generated name to whatever you
Yeah.
want.
That's like Mirror
Uh-oh.
Mystery.
Yeah.
So I can name a planet.
So people are gonna see the
Oh,
names
it's
of your
just
planet.
It's
Yeah.
gonna be dicks.
Planet Dick.
Planet Dicks. Planet Big Dicks.
Yeah, hate that.
I hope
Context.
there's some kind of
That's
I'm
my
already
context.
living on it.
You are living on Planet Big Dicks. This place sucks.
That's not what I meant.
Wait, what?
What?
I mean, everyone's a big dick, like an asshole
Oh, okay.
on planet Earth.
All right.
Planet asshole,
Got it. I understand what you're doing there.
not big dicks. Like, ew.
There's
That planet would be all right.
there's a new thing where people
fractured butthole.
there's a new thing where people are theorizing what could be at the center of No Man's Sky, the center of the universe.
It's Peter Molyneux.
He's so
I
great.
need to tweet that. Where's my phone?
Oh God.
Hang on, I gotta tweet that.
I don't even know how to go. I don't even know where to go from that. One theory is that the diamond thing from the logo is at the center, and that thing is God. And when you find him, he lets you build your own planet the way you want.
Whoa, that'd be cool.
You do what?
Build your own planet.
Oh, sick. That would be really cool.
That'd be awesome.
That'd be all right.
But now it can't
Okay.
be that because it's already been
What else do you want?
theorized.
I would rather just find credits there.
Like, here's some space cash.
Floating
Yeah.
planet with the credits all over it.
Yeah,
You know
yeah.
what will happen? Kyle will spend hours and hours playing this game. He'll get to the center of the universe. Credits will start to roll up, and he'll just be like, "Good,
Good.
good."
Good game.
Back on the shelf.
A single tear. rolled down his face.
Speaking of tears,
More moves, more fun.
Scron1 says it's Sean Murray sheepishly saying, "You did it."
you did.
Yeah, scratch the back of his head. He didn't scratch the back of his head.
Sean Murray is like the
Is
Wizard
this
of
the
Oz.
real Peter Molyneux? P. Molyneux?
Click on it. Let's
yeah,
see.
let's see. I'll-
Double
Can't read
check.
it on my phone.
Okay.
I'll check it
Maybe.
out.
All right.
No.
Oh, he'll probably love it. Yeah, I think it's at.
At P. Molyneux?
I think so. Let me double check. Yep, that's him.
Tweeted.
The center of the
Nice.
galaxy contains a button that, when pressed, reactivates Phil Fish's Twitter account.
And deletes Marcus Beers.
Oh, that's so funny.
The center of the galaxy is just Dawn.
You can play Trials with him all day.
Chat, let us know what you think is at the center of the No Man's Sky galaxy.
They're
Shenmue
giving us
3.
suggestions.
Shenmue
Yeah, I like
3.
these.
Shenmue 3. We're already there then.
You know what? Probably at the center of the universe, at the center of the galaxy, is another galaxy. It just goes in and in and
It just
in.
No Man's Sky 2 comes up.
Whoa.
And you're like,
Wow.
what?
And
They're
then
already
you-
working on it.
You go back in time to the No Man's Sky concert that they had at PSX, and then you realize by song 3 that they're just going to play the same footage over and over again.
The Solid Snake says Kanye West is at the center. That's why he tweeted him.
Whoa.
Yeah, I'd never heard them.
That 3,000 lines of code, that was Kanye. Code yay.
Cody.
That's I'm gonna say barely a pun.
CDJ Gamer says the center contains all the money that Ben spends on Hearthstone.
A lot of money.
That's more money than I can imagine.
Boss Crotch at the center of the galaxy.
Boss crotch.
Oh boy. Everyone was very inappropriate, by the way, about Link's crotch. How dare you?
What about
Links?
How dare you?
The guy from Guild Wars 2, his name was Link.
Oh, okay.
His name's Link?
His name is Link.
Destiny.
Are you sure it's not
Destiny's Destiny in
Linkle?
video games.
It was not Linkle.
Oh.
Linkle is a bad name.
It's a good name.
That is a dumb name. They just put an L at the end of Link.
Yeah.
That means that this woman is defined just by being Link with breasts.
Yeah, dude, that's actually like the English language. Like man is just and woman is just man with a little addition on it. Yeah. It's same
Because
thing with
women
Linkle.
got that wuh.
They got that whoa.
They do though. They're the best.
That's inappropriate.
So yeah, chat, is there anybody else that you think we should check out
Who should we check
what
out?
they've been doing in
The
their
audio's fine. You're
post
being
E3 Twitter?
What's the fake Kaz up to?
The fake Kaz?
Or Kaz?
Kaz Harai.
Yeah, what's
Oh.
the fake Kaz up to?
Yep. Kaz Harai CEO, I think, is his fake Twitter name. Man, Street Fighter 5.
Mm-hmm.
Have they been using Cammy and Birdie on the floor?
I don't know.
Like whenever I see a match, it's just always Ryu versus M Bison.
CEO Kaz Harai, the fake Twitter of Kaz Harai, said, I think somebody should have told Square that this wasn't a radio show. Hashtag Square Enix E3.
That's a good burn.
I don't
That's a
get
good
it.
burn,
Nah,
fake Kazura.
I don't
Because it
get
was
that.
all talking and no showing.
All right.
You got this like mole in the center of your forehead.
It's, on my Mii's, every Mii I make, I put that mole on it.
Do you put all these other moles?
No, they only give you one mole.
They only give you the one.
And that's, I think, my most distinctive mole.
It's
Yeah.
like your third eye.
Yeah.
Perhaps
You
if you'd been born
Yeah.
in a different culture, you'd be like revered as having like insight, good insight.
I'm pretty revered anyway.
He is.
I'm fine with my amount of reverement.
Kyle, you got a
You're
great
revered
tie
about
on today.
12,000.
Thank you.
Just noticing, is that Now Weiss tie?
Yeah. I have no idea. I think this might be like ties.com.
That's a great
The
tie.
tiebar.com. If you want a tie like this, you just go into your URL, you type in thetiebar.com.
tie bar.
Go ahead and you do some shopping.
Is there a like a Netflix for ties? Like a GameFly where you is there? Is that a
There,
thing?
I think there is.
Sort of is. There's something where they send you like underwear and undershirts on like a monthly basis.
Yeah.
So they just get restock of new under things for men.
James is always telling me I should join one of those websites where they just send women clothes. They like ask
There's
you.
some for men too,
'cause-
like Trunk or whatever.
Yeah, Trunk Club.
I don't
Enter
love their
offer code
style.
bossy.
What?
Enter.
Enter offer code bossy like I was selling the tiebar.com. We should
offer code Bossy.
We should absolutely be
Bosman will
sponsored.
get-
You know what was so funny was when Craig was talking
That is a
about
nice
how
tie.
like the only way to make money on YouTube is not through advertising. I'm like, how does he make money on YouTube? What is he doing?
Direct sale. You like product place. Like if we were sponsored by the Thai whatever.
Yeah, the
we'd
Thai
go,
bar.
We go, yeah. Bosman's Ties from Thai Bar. Check it out. Use code Bossy
Yeah,
at Thai Bar.
and that's where the
And
real
like
money
we do
is,
that
huh?
like every couple of hours, and they give you like $30,000 or whatever.
We're effing up. This is a wasted opportunity.
We should have, this entire live stream should have been sponsored by the Thai Bar. Or
There are
something.
companies like Midroll that you can go to, and then they
They do
are
that
your
for you?
liaison for reaching out to those
You
kind
know
of companies.
everything.
Yeah.
How are you not in charge? Why does no one listen to you?
Who do we have to convince that you're slimy Jemime?
Brandon and Blood. If Brandon and Bud believed that Elyse actually was right all the time, everything would be good.
Guys, please tell us what else you think is at the center of the No Man's Sky galaxy. Urema says it's the Men in Black headquarters in the center of the galaxy, and Will Smith claps and goes, "Ha ha, woo!"
That's a great answer.
Woo! He tries to explain that guy with the two eyes. He blinked one set of eyes, and then he blinked an entirely different set.
Mina Milk
Yeah, that
thinks
was
the
cool.
Thai Bar and Marcello's Pizza
You mean he
are
blinked
at the
both
center
eyes?
of
I
No Man's
want
Sky galaxy.
Marcello's. I want to sponsor so bad.
Do you think Marcello's would sponsor us?
I think if
It would be so funny to have a sponsor down the street that
Yeah.
no one else can go to.
And
I-
join these subs. by
Yeah,
Marcello's.
if
We're enjoying these subs by Marcello.
Get some spaghetti.
if you're ever in the mood for a chicken parmesan sandwich, why don't you drive right on down
To Beverly Hills.
Marcello's, right on Robertson. You'll never regret the sandwich you ate.
The sandwich you get.
Never regret.
Never
Sandwich.
regret
The sandwich you get.
Marcello's. And there's like cello music in the background. and then hashtag more cellos becomes a thing because of like a weird misunderstanding that we have on the stream that we planned ahead of time.
At Marcello's, hashtag Marcello's.
Does Marcello's have a Twitter account? Is what I want to know.
No, there's no way.
We gotta start one for him.
Oh
Guys,
my god.
It's 4:30, which means it's 30 minutes until Square Enix is supposed to
Theoretically
show up
shows
Cool. They'll show up.
and show us some demos. I think they're showing off Life
gonna be
is Strange.
Nice.
What else?
If they
Some
show
other
us,
crap you don't care
if they
about.
show us any JRPGs, we have to ask if they will have Japanese voices. I got a
Yeah.
request for that on Twitter.
Just Cause,
Please.
I think, too.
Okay.
maybe?
Cool.
You mean on the American
Dang.
release if they have the Japanese voicing as well?
Yes.
Ah.
Here's a tweet from Bruce Straley. I found Ueda, and we used, I told Ueda, director of
course.
Last Guardian, that we used game design principles from Eco to help design the drivable Jeep layout in Uncharted 4.
Oh.
I
Cool.
think he's just being nice.
Yeah.
I don't know.
What parallel do you see between Eco and that driving
Because
section?
Eco has a lot of levels and bridges and stuff and like branching paths, doesn't it?
No, it's got one path.
I remember there being no.
Okay.
In that one when you're outside in that city part
Where we got
and you
lost.
have to like climb up and stuff, you can go different ways. That's why it gets weird.
Yeah,
And you have to like backtrack some.
but because there's definitely one right way.
yeah, I think you have to go this way to do one thing and then go another way to do another thing.
I think Straley's just being a super nice
Either
guy.
way,
Yeah.
Eco's great.
Yeah, I think it's all just
I love
paying
Eco.
your dues.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The champ. Bourbon7995
If
says,
anybody has to pay dues,
Oh,
it's the
don't you
Uncharted
dare.
guys. What?
What happened?
what happened?
Nintendo making me mad.
What'd they do?
What
What'd
do
they do,
now?
Bossy?
They
You
showed.
burp, I leaned right into it.
Oh yeah, you got a good old burp there. It's
It's like sausage. You haven't eaten sausage.
no, you know exactly what I ate. We had the exact
Chicken.
same lunch. Yeah, but like
But it tastes of. Oh, God.
Just burping on him.
I'm just going to take your phone to me. All right.
I didn't invite you over here. Just
You're
for the
right.
record.
You're right. I came
So
into your space
unprofessional.
and I was punished for doing so. I've learned my lesson.
What happened, Kyle? The suspense.
Oh,
Yeah, explain why
so
this
I have to
upsets
explain
you.
why this upsets me because around this time last
get into
year,
your brain.
Nintendo tweeted out its future releases for the rest of this year and the next year. Included on that was Star Fox 4 that year, or Star Fox. No, maybe not that year. I think it was always this year. But both of those stupid projects that just disappeared.
Project Robot.
Yep, that was like on their schedule. So was Zelda for this year. That's what was this year that got bounced. And so it's like dumb lies. Now I'm not even convinced any of these games are coming out.
I think they will.
You're right.
I think they have to.
Well, like what the nice thing is they scaled it back. There's only 7, and they're only talking about 2015. So yeah, they'll all come out. Brad,
Right.
they're all coming out. Brad.
Hey,
Brad.
I like your haircut, Brad.
Oh, thanks.
Brad, I like a haircut.
Oh, I got that.
I like a haircut.
Oh, I got
Thank you. I like a haircut. Elyse,
I'm just waiting for Kyle to crack.
Elyse, I like a glass eye. Elyse.
We've been streaming since
Elyse.
5 p.m. on Sunday. And if you like our stream and you've never been here before, we stream every single day.
We stream every day at 6 p.m. PST.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
That's
for
what we
1
do.
hour.
And-
generally, not 14.
On Wednesdays, we do a show kind of just like this.
We do a show called
A
GT
lot more
Live.
put together,
Yeah.
though.
Yeah.
It's got actual segments
Oh,
and a
we're,
host.
we're doing a GT Live on Friday.
Yeah, we're doing a 2
Oh,
hour
right,
GT
right.
Live special E3 wrap up, 5 p.m.
Pamela Horton and the crew from Gamers Next Door, this Playboy's gaming entity, they're
Yeah.
joining us for like.
She's
No,
cool.
they're not.
No, the crew is one other woman.
Yeah.
Pamela Horton and the crew
Horton
is just
and
one other.
woman.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Just two
I didn't
Playboy
realize that.
women
yeah. Yeah.
who are also really good at games and super smart and really
I've only met
eloquent and
Pamela.
wonderful people.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Pamela.
Pamela's fantastic.
I'm judging the other lady by Pamela being eloquent and fun.
Yeah. And we're gonna play
Pamela's
Rock Band
rad.
4.
Huh?
We're gonna play Rock
Rock
Band
Band
4.
4.
We're all playing Rock Band 4?
Yeah.
That's the new one, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn! They gotta
Yeah.
mute that stream, so watch it when it's live.
Yeah, exactly.
One night only.
Because
So-
goddamn.
That's actually
yeah,
true.
So Friday at 6 p.m. they're doing, or 5 p.m. Sorry, because it's a
5
2
p.m.
hour
we're doing
stream.
a special
Yeah.
2 hour.
GT Live, but every Wednesday we do this show at 6 p.m. Pacific time, and then every other day we're streaming games.
And usually
Yeah.
on Fridays, 6 p.m. we do full playthrough Fridays.
Full playthrough
Yeah.
Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Which are ridiculous. And it's generally Mike Huber or somebody playing a game in its entirety
Yes.
until like 1 in the morning.
Kyle's
Yeah.
there every week.
Yeah.
Until he scrubs out at around 10. Because he's like, I gotta go to sleep. I gotta
That
go
has
do-"
never happened.
Hearthstone.
When I was there at Hearthstone, you left at 10.
True. I did leave for Hearthstone.
You're
That-
like,
that's
I
because
gotta get up for church in the morning.
I got vibes of like with Hearthstone, with watching Ben lose Hearthstone. I got vibes of going to Vegas and watching my friends lose lots of money. It's like almost the same
It was a
thing.
painful stream.
Yeah. It like
emotionally upsetting.
it
stream.
hurts. It hurts my heart to watch that happen, because like it's some part luck and like some part his own dumb fault, and
Yeah.
like it just hurts to watch the sinking.
The sinking ship.
Yeah.
Can I tell you guys?
Yeah.
I hope I find all of you at the center of the No Man's Sky galaxy.
Oh, that's
Oh.
nice.
Oh,
How kind of you.
That's something. Maybe it's like a
picture.
planet that has like a monument of every person that reaches it or something.
Like what is one of those like those
you can see
douchey
your
music
friends.
videos that looks through your Facebook photos?
Oh yeah.
It's just like
Oh no.
I played a cool. I feel like it was a tie-in to a movie or something. I played a website
That'd be the best.
that was like a game where it tied in your friends, and it was like people keep disappearing or somebody's like dead or something, and it like put your friends
Yeah.
as the victims or whatever.
that was definitely a trend for a year. I remember.
Yeah, it was like a hot trend.
Last
for
of
like
Us had
6
something like
months.
that.
I remember one.
Yeah, I let it do it for last. It hasn't done it yet though. It hasn't paid off.
Actually, I'm not going to share that story.
Share it.
No.
You can't do that.
Okay, you're
We
right.
were both talking at the same time. You can't get indignant at me for interrupting. if
No,
I'm
I
listening.
didn't. I was.
Share it.
Share it.
Share it.
One time, we had a big meeting when Keeley was telling us about the future of game trailers and what we should be trying to do. And
yeah.
one of the things he did was brought up one of those douchey music videos that brings up your Facebook friends in there. And he was just like showing this to us, just like, yeah, this is the future. This is the multimedia future.
Could have been.
No. Like, it
I
was.
mean,
who knows? In
It's
new
not.
media, it's like, who knows?
No. It's already
People-
too late.
People are trying new crap every 5 days.
Even Arcade Fire. Love Arcade Fire. That music video is so dumb,
Oh,
where it's just
I love
like, this is
Arcade
your little hometown.
I don't remember. I don't know what you're talking about.
It was like when HTML5 was new.
They
it was-
did an interactive music video.
Yeah.
And it puts your friends in it.
No, it shows like some guy running around Google Maps of your hometown.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, real dumb.
I'd watch that guy get through St. Croix Falls. Although he'd probably get through it before the song was over.
And then they would just
2,000
keep
people.
repeating it.
I love that town. It's so pretty. St. Croix Falls.
Fat Grandpa says Creed plays a live show at the center of the universe.
Oh God.
Hold me now. I'm 6 feet from the edge. And I'm thinking-
Techmental Rule says they won't cancel the Walking Dead TV show until we reach the center of No Man's Sky.
We gotta get there quick.
We gotta get there.
We gotta get there
We gotta
quick.
get there.
We're gonna get there.
Come on, humanity. We can do this good thing.
I need to take a quick research break.
Research break.
Yep. Gotta go do some research.
Just gonna go pee.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just say that.
But for the rest of
Is
the
it a
stream.
P or a number 2?
Oh, it's a number 1. But I'm thinking like we should be pros and we should say it's a research.
Just gotta
break.
go research.
Yeah, I gotta
Research
do
what?
research break.
You know, the problem with that is you have to come back with some tangible information.
I'll come back with tangible information.
He'll be like, the urinal smells weird.
Good soap. Good soap in there.
Good soap in the bathroom. Makes my hands
But
break out.
like urinal cakes taste funny.
Yeah.
Oh,
I found it out. Tastes like pee.
I did it.
And soap.
So Slimy Jemima has to test the bathrooms.
Yeah.
Tested the bathrooms. They pass.
They pass. Barely.
They pass.
They passed until I got in there.
Oh no.
Slimy Jemima kind of sounds like Cleveland from Family
Yeah.
Guy. They passed till I got in there.
Peter. No, 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 no.
Yeah.
Oh, chat, thank you for the correction. The other gamer next door person is Amelia Talon.
Amelia Talon.
Talon. Damn it, Ian.
Yep. Yep.
Like a bird. Like a talon.
I remember when
Using my marbles.
I asked Pamela if when she kills somebody in a game if she goes Bamela, but now people like say that to her and I feel
Really?
bad. Yeah.
That's
Look
awesome.
what you've done.
Look what you did.
Quit trying to be funny. You were too funny, and it worked.
Chat says, Bosman, you have the bladder the size of a walnut.
It's true.
Mine's real small.
He has
too.
very
I have to
childlike
go really
tendencies.
bad.
I think he and I have just like fast metabolism or something. Because I drink like this much water and I have to pee that much out. Like
Yeah.
20 minutes later.
I actually need to go and I should probably go before
Let's
Square
wait till
gets here.
Let's wait till Kyle comes
Why?
back, then we'll go.
Okay. Kyle gets back, then all of us will
we'll
go
leave
pee.
Kyle by himself for a
We'll
second.
all do some research of what it's like to leave one person on a stream by
Right.
themselves.
He'll just be doing impressions the whole time. I'm Casey Kasem. The whole time. There he is. All right, Kyle, here's the plan.
Bosman, gotta say, we're all looking pretty tired.
Okay.
We're going to the bathroom.
I gotta go to the bathroom.
Okay,
Kyle.
research break?
Research break.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're solo.
Got it.
Are we really doing this?
Yeah.
Good luck, man.
He's
Okay.
fine. He's fine.
Okay.
We'll
We'll be
only
back.
like a minute.
We'll be back in 45 minutes.
See you soon.
Get off your phone, you gotta talk.
Okay.
Here. Company.
Okay, and then company is I don't like these toys. I gotta be honest. I don't much care for these toys. So I guess honestly I can talk about this Uncharted 4 demo, which is probably one of my favorite demos of E3. Basically, this does all my favorite things that E3 demos can possibly do. Oh man, you see the crane there. That's foreshadowing. Look at that crane. We're gonna get on top of that soon. Basically stuff like that seeding thoughts. It's basically a well-designed video game level. Should always do things like that. But so if you think about how this trailer starts, we see typical things of like that weird pirate statue, and you're like, okay, I'm in the world of Uncharted. Then we open that door and we see this beautiful marketplace. And, it's actually, like, good-looking. It's good-looking like a PlayStation 4 game ought to be and not, like, boring and stupid like we already have. And then so we walk through there. Something happens. I'm never quite sure what happens, but then some people are mad at us and start shooting. We drive for a super long time. We're amazed at the scale of this game. We come down to that tower that we saw at the beginning of this level. And then, like, this intense stunt at the end, cut to black. Give me that title. There's the title. Where's pre-order now? Where is it? Should you tell me to pre-order? No. That's how you end a trailer. Don't even tell me to pre-order now. Love that. So anyway, that's a good trailer. That's all right. Apparently the demo that Huber saw, he probably already did his Just Played, continues after that. I didn't even ask him about it. I don't know what even happens after you run into that thing. But I guess we'll find out. Now we're checking out that Final Fantasy VII demo. Not demo, reveal trailer. With Japanese subtitles. I'm curious why we have that version of it. But this is still so good. I could watch it 8 more times.
Pathetic thing I've ever seen.
What's pathetic?
Nothing.
man streaming alone?
Okay.
What an idiot.
No. Nobody eats fruit
Get
snacks
outta
on the
here.
desk.
Get out of here.
We're professionals
Get
here.
out of here.
Last 4.
You're out of control.
Control.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, everybody.
Kyle, you're going to be on the show floor tomorrow. Can you give any tease as to what Final Bosman?
Do you have a plan for Final Boss?
I
Do you
have a-
go in with a plan?
I have a loose plan.
We don't go in with a plan.
Yeah.
Wow, even John left.
He had enough.
Yeah.
You were
he did.
literally alone, huh?
Yeah. You know, I can hold it down. I could probably do.
used to it, boss.
I could probably do an hour and 15 minutes solo, and then I would just.
You're gonna have to.
Yeah.
Stand up coming up.
Yeah. No, I'm about to win that. I'm gonna hire a lawyer, who's gonna argue for me
Don't do
about
it.
why I won that bet.
Don't
Yep.
do it.
Yep.
Let him have this.
Yep.
I gotta clean up before Square gets here.
Okay.
That's a
You're
good
right.
idea,
Is that-
actually.
I mean,
Well, clean up the room.
we have a mess.
I
yeah.
thought you meant you. I was like, you're fine.
I gotta clean up.
I gotta reapply
Ew.
my slime.
Yeah, ew.
I gotta slime up.
It's too much for me.
It probably smells really weird in here, huh?
Oh yeah, dude. I smell
Smells
so
like fruit
bad
snacks.
It smells like weird old fruit snacks.
Today. Fruit snacks.
What are you
Weird
doing over
old
there?
fruit
What are you doing over there, Kyle?
snacks.
I'd like to bring up Twitch chat, so I'm
Bring it
at
up.
least reading it.
Twitch.
Twitch chat. What are we talking about?
Twitch
What are we talking about, Kyle?
Um,
Keep us on track.
why are you making the woman clean game trailer sexist? You're right. I'll go clean. You're right.
She chose to clean. We're streaming. I didn't even think of it. I don't care about people.
Sure.
Or what they think of me or my streaming area.
Okay, I'll stay up here. I don't feel good about this.
See, when we're all beyond sexism, it won't matter who decides to go clean the room.
I gotta clean up this slime.
Did we get a sub? Did I miss a sub?
Yeah. Thanks for subbing.
Who subbed?
Who subbed?
We've been getting subs all the time. We don't do anything about it anymore because you decided.
Can we get like a notification or
What?
something eventually?
We'd have to use something other than XSplit, I think.
What's wrong?
We let chat know where they can watch us tweak. Can you guys give them the YouTube channels?
YouTube.com/game trailers.
No,
and
here-
YouTube.com/GT reviews.
Can I be honest with what I do? All I do, because it's not /GT reviews, it's like /C/.
That's not true. You can go to YouTube.com/GT reviews. It works fine.
Here's what I would do. You know what
It's
I would do?
absolutely fine.
I would go to YouTube.com and I would just type in the word game trailers in the search.
Here's what you do if you're using Chrome.
Mm-hmm.
You type YouTube.com/game trailers, and it'll search YouTube.com only
Yeah.
for game trailers.
It's so easy.
It's so easy. And
That's-
then like the second or third result is usually the channel.
That's easier than typing a /.
Yeah.
It's easier to do that.
Spacebar's
than actually,
bigger.
Yeah.
And
So
I
yeah,
believe the shift slash to slash.
yeah, you got to shift to /.
You got to shift to slash.
I think.
I don't remember. I can't.
We're
picture
getting
it.
off topic.
We're getting off topic.
There is no topic.
But yeah, we
I know,
did
that's
have
the
to
joke.
promote those YouTube things.
That's the joke. We don't have to promote anything. Probably Craig promoted stuff. He's got 1 billion followers on
2 mil.
YouTube.
Does
2
he?
mil.
Oh yeah,
2
2
million.
million.
2 million.
Yeah, of course.
I like how
A
he.
cool
I like how he.
2
I like
mil.
how he slid that in there. He's like, "Yeah, we got 2 million followers," or in your case, 400,000. And I'm like, "Oh, well,
yeah.
I thought it was 600,000." But
You know what was very funny is when he did have his laptop open, he did have a tab there that was directly comparing his site to our site. And then he
that's awesome.
Craig is on top of it. I'll see him
Yeah.
like tweet at somebody and be like, "Congratulations on reaching like, 500,000 subscribers." And I'm like, "How does he know? He's just watching.
He's just watching.
Everyone. He's
Yeah.
monitoring.
I've
and that's
forgotten the
super
name
smart.
of that website.
Social Blade.
Social
Social
Blade.
Blade.
Social Blade.
Really, it's just Elyse remembers things and cares about reality.
Brought
you
to you
don't
by-
remember things?
Socialblade.com. Do you have enough people following you? Go to socialblade.com to find out.
And also brought to you by the Thai Bar. Use code BOSSY
For
for
15%
15% off your first Thai.
The Thai Bar. You're going to like the way it looks around your neck.
Here's your little mug.
Oh, thank you so much for
Man.
my mug.
Also brought to you by
Oh my gosh.
Contigo mugs.
Contigo.
Contigo.
Amigo.
When you need to keep something cold or hot.
Okay, we're stalling. Can we at least talk about how
hard.
good this Mass Effect teaser is? I actually like it.
I never actually got to see it. I've
Okay,
seen
here it is
kind
for
of
the
in
first time then.
pieces,
This is Mass
piecemeal.
Effect, what's the name of the galaxy? Andromeda.
So it's just like slides? Oh, he's
He is. He's sliding them.
He's swiping.
what's that movie?
Minority Report.
Yeah. He's like, oh, I want to go back to that first one, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go to this planet. I really don't like that I guess in this they're more androgynous. I didn't like the way that they used male shepherd.
What do you mean by that?
I don't know. It's just so like it's I guess sad that they had to use male shepherd because that's like sell more units.
Yeah.
Also, I thought he just looked kind of dopey.
No, there's no Shepherd in this game, you know?
Really?
Yeah.
It's just whoever.
It is interesting it's N7, but yeah, I think we're an all new person.
I hope you know what I hope happens. I
Okay.
hope it's like Star Trek Voyager or something where you get like the beginning of the game. They're like it's like some kind of thing happens, some kind of anomaly, or like an accident happens, and then you and your crew are like teleported to this new galaxy. You're sent to Andromeda against your will.
Okay.
And then you have to explore, but like that problem sets up the like, there's like something tearing apart the universe, right? So it's like the whole universe this time, not just the solar system or the galaxy.
Sure.
And so it's like that's the framing device, because like you forget about it, and then like in the third game of this new Andromeda trilogy or whatever, you finally figure out what's breaking the universe or whatever.
Yeah.
That could be cool. Like if you're sent to this other galaxy against your will, and you're exploring it, but you also like, how do we get back?
Yeah, I like the
Where
idea
are we?
of forgetting it.
Yeah. It's just completely new thing, you know?
Oh, don't you love this trailer, Kyle?
This trailer, they actually don't show a lot of the people in the trailer. They just show the cars looking sweet.
Which one with the silhouettes?
What trailer is this?
That was the gameplay demo.
Okay.
This is Need for Speed. You know what? Actually, so like in the cutscenes, your car will appear in them. So even though you're gonna have live action real people being like, "Hey, great race enforcer," your car that you
Wait, what do they call you?
They don't call you enforcer. That's a reference to an old game called Death Race, I think. Weird. It just rolled off the tongue. Anyway.
So wait. Live action? Like FMVs?
Like FMVs.
What is with the world right now? We're getting FMVs in this. We're getting FMVs in Guitar Hero.
Yeah, this is the thing I couldn't talk about. I couldn't talk about the FMVs.
I'm looking forward to that new FMV game, Her Story.
Her Story looks great. A
No,
game
it
that's
doesn't.
intentionally FMV. That's not a game for you. It's not for you.
Yeah, it's just like looking through a bunch of tapes. Is what that game
That's not
is.
a game for you.
Yeah.
That's not
Check
for
the
you.
tapes.
Don't worry
I'm
about it.
always
We're gonna
saying
go
check the tapes.
Check the tapes.
We're all about checking the tapes.
Pre-orders begin June 16th. That's strange. I wonder if they were like counting on that trailer leaking. Wait, June 16th is today, isn't it? So the pre-orders didn't begin until that trailer went. Oh, that's
Stephen Blomkamp is concerned that his girlfriend's going to leave him for you because you're a Voyager fan.
They're well.
Whoa. Okay. That was not the response I expected.
Why don't they both come on over?
Oh, maybe John left because.
I don't think you mean that.
I don't, but we'll watch a little Voyager together. I'm no threat. She would
then-
soon tire of
And
me
then
like all other women.
you'll Voyager. You'll
Oh,
voyage
Voyager.
her.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a good Friday
That was
night.
inappropriate.
regardless.
I'm sorry, you guys.
Maybe John Michael left to pick up Square Enix.
Maybe.
Maybe that's what's going on.
Let's hope so.
Yeah, actually, we should explain that.
He's done.
In 8 minutes, our Square Enix interviews are going to begin.
Theoretically.
And
Theoretically, right?
Fingers crossed.
that's one where we have like 5 games to talk about over 1 hour. So those might be rushed again, much like the Transformers one.
Don't rush me on Life is Strange.
We're probably going to put them on the desk.
Oh, you get to talk to
Okay.
him?
I hope so.
We're hopefully going to have everybody
Yeah.
on the desk.
If Kyle doesn't steal your thunder.
Well, no. Kyle, at least I'd love to chat to them about Life is Strange.
Okay.
Elise loves Life is Strange.
Life is Strange is my thing, but that's cool.
Oh, really, Kyle?
Yeah, no, it's fine.
He's never even played it.
I've only watched the one time we played it for an hour. I like The School. Hi, I'm Kyle Bosman. I like The School. I like The School that you made.
In the what's that game called again?
So you have an iPhone, but you're not playing Fallout Shelter? Do you just not have time to play
That
Fallout
iPhone's
Shelter?
too
No
old.
interest?
He's so
No
offended you even
interest.
asked him that.
No
How do you have
interest.
no interest? I would play the crabs out of that game.
Well, I'm happy you don't have the opportunity to.
I think you mean that. I
Yeah.
think Bosman
Wow.
actively wishes for the destruction of other people. I think you're a monster.
It's all right. No, it
You
looks okay.
monster.
It looks okay.
Bosman's a monster. It's free. It looks great for being free.
Yeah, you're
Something
right.
they didn't have to do.
It looks better than like
Looks
Link's
better
little
than
dress-up
Link's
game.
Little dress-up game.
Does
Oh,
it?
man.
Looks better than, hey, let's build a house with our Animal Crossing guys.
Yeah.
Looks better than that Amiibo party.
Amiibo party, right?
Amiibo festival?
Okay, so let me get down what I'm so bummed about
Get
with,
on up.
even with
Get
3DS. We talk about Nintendo not showing much for Wii U. For 3DS, it's mostly reused asset games, like this, like the Mario game, like shoot, what's the other one? There's another reused asset game for 3DS. Oh, Fire Emblem kind of counts. No, Fire Emblem's all new, baby.
Wait, which games did you list already?
Pardon me.
This Zelda game.
Yeah.
And
Super Mario?
Damn
yeah.
you.
Paper Jam?
Paper Jam.
Maybe
yeah.
there's like dust up here.
There's a ton of dust in this room.
People get sneezy up on this desk.
The Metroid game
Forgive my sniffles.
Might be cool. I gotta.
Metroid game?
Yeah.
Might be cool.
It might be cool,
I
but
think you just offended Ian.
the stuff they showed wasn't.
you.
You know what I mean?
Here we go.
Yeah, another game I despise. Reused assets of
This
the game.
game looks really weird to me.
Yeah.
I can't get into the style. I like just go with the paper.
I
Bowser.
love
It
that
looks so
paper
much better.
Bowser though.
He looks great.
Yeah.
The 3D Bowser looks like garbage.
Garbage, eh?
Yeah.
Like these 2D assets look so crisp and clean, and then the 3D assets next to them look like crappy 80s claymation.
Yeah. Low res as
What's
well.
happening?
We got a little collection of sneezes. Yeah, dang, dude. You know,
Dang.
when I, like this one was just like extreme hype to nothing with under a second. It's crazy
Yeah.
how quickly your brain can process
Like the
something
movie
like that.
High Tension.
Explain the movie High Tension.
It's a really, really good movie until in 5 seconds the entire thing is destroyed by one plot twist.
Wait, it's a good movie for 5 seconds?
No, it's a good movie until in a 5-second shot
Oh, okay.
they ruin the whole movie.
What do they do?
Spoilers.
I'm not gonna say, but they just do the twist is really stupid because it doesn't
nobody-
make sense.
Spoilers.
They can't possibly do it.
All right, here's
Nobody-
the thing. I'm gonna hold my hand up for spoilers.
Okay.
I'm not gonna talk about it.
If you don't want to know, if you don't want to know about the ending
I
of
respect the spoilers.
No. It's not important. I'm just saying like it's the similar thing.
Okay.
In 5 seconds, the whole movie's ruined.
Ian and Kyle, check your Twitter. All right, Ian, that's on you. Isaac wants you to check your Twitter.
On it.
GT crew have shockingly weak immune systems. I disagree
do.
with that. No, because
We're doing all right.
I'm
We've been
fine.
in one
Yeah,
room together.
I'm great.
We've been locked
Yeah.
in a room that's too hot with no air circulation, streaming for 14 hours a day.
I think we're actually pretty darn good.
We're probably doing okay. Most people would be dead by now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What am I doing?
Check your Twitter.
I'm checking
I guess.
The creator wanted to make a spin-off with Federation troops for the last 10 years. He's had the idea for Blast Ball for 10 years.
Wow.
Wow.
Whoa.
So this is something that's like, you're right, that's a good original game that's not reused assets on 3DS. I mean that. That's all new stuff. Oh, what do you got?
Isaac says, your E3 stream lies. There's no 15% off at the Thai bar. He tried to put in the code.
Oh my
It says
God.
the code is not found.
That's awesome.
What if it worked? What a time
Oh
this
my
would
god, that would be amazing. It'd be so weird.
be. Hey, look at this. You got a new Mario and Sonic game.
I gotta
Rio.
get Blue
Rio. Yeah, I guess that's expected.
Use more reused assets.
I'm
Just
kind of like reading
drag 'em
up
in,
on
drop 'em in.
the Hitman Go game right now.
Okay.
Just because Lara, has anybody played this game?
No, Lara Croft Go?
No.
Or Hitman Go?
Look kind of cool.
It actually looks really cool because I wasn't sure how the turn-based system would be going, but I guess it's more of a board game. So like if you are on this grid in Hitman Go and then there's an NPC coming toward you, they're moving a space, you're moving a space along this grid. And kind of the way that you attack in Hitman Go is you can take out any NPC that is not facing the direction that you attack them in. So if the NPC is facing this way and you attack them from the side, you will take them out, apparently.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So do you think that Lara Croft Go will operate in that same...
It's weird.
Parameter?
The stuff they showed from that trailer, which is actually a pretty good trailer, there's no combat. It's all platforming. So I wonder if hers is more just platforming oriented or if there are enemies.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually interested in this. Has anybody in the chat played Hitman Go?
I'll buy it right now. I wanted to get it before. It looked cool. I'm more interested in Lara Croft than Hitman, but
Whatever.
From that nose blowing.
Yeah, that was so insane.
I'm
It
sad
must have
that
sounded really funny off mic.
I'm sad that it didn't do the thing. Sometimes it sounds like the item select noise from Silent Hill 2. It goes like. No, I don't need this.
Amiibo Festival.
That was another one, Brad, where it was like 1 second to hate it.
Yeah.
It was like within
Bored.
1 second.
We were
with-
like, yeah, we were
Board-
like,
board game.
the second we saw
Yeah.
that it was
3DS
just Mario
assets.
Party
yeah.
Amiibo.
Yeah, so first
Or,
you see them walk out of the train
Animal
station
Crossing.
and onto little board game pieces, and then you're like, oh, it's a board game. Maybe it's a good board game, and then just the next second you watch just little stories being told instead of any mini games.
I think because we were like, oh, new Animal Crossing, sweet. We were counting on it.
Yeah, Oh yeah.
We got one,
Yeah, they're like,
but
you
just
have one.
a really weird one
Yeah.
that
got
I don't
this
want
really
any part
good-
of.
It's got this really good swing tilt or tilt shift or whatever it is. I always forget.
Tilt shift.
Tilt shift.
Deus Ex.
You.
I expected. Oh dang! They showed that at PC Gaming Show. Shoot, dude! I should have watched that. I missed it.
Weren't you doing something?
I think we were trying to set up Divinity around the time or something like that. But by the way, it was so funny how little those guys knew about the PC Gaming Show.
Yeah,
Oh,
there's
hi,
like,
we
what?
go. Yo, I'm gonna step out for a sec.
All right.
Wait, maybe I'll step out.
Okay, you step out and figure out how to set this up technically.
Yeah. Whoa.
Oh, we're dropping
Oh,
that.
boy.
Bye.
Sorry guys, it looks like Square Enix is here, and we're just gonna get prepared to set up our demos.
Sweet.
Set them up. How many games? 5 games?
I think 4 or 5. Yeah.
Yeah, I was surprised.
It's not bad.
I think Just
That's not
Cause
bad.
is one of those.
Yep.
Are they all demos,
Awesome.
or maybe we're just gonna see some footage?
Great question. I guess we'll find out.
Great question.
Most of the time, it's been we find out as they get here. It's like a weird communication ladder of like who knows what and like what we arrive with. Are we setting up a demo or videos?
Sort of both.
Okay. What?
A video demo.
Okay.
Awesome.
Video demo.
Great. That'll work perfectly for us. So that is why the screens are going off in the background. Do you want me to turn them off too?
I don't know what any of the passwords are.
Okay.
So, you want
We should take questions.
Let's take some questions.
If anyone has Square Enix questions for us, we should be prepared with those.
That guy Ryan is meant to be running.
Are you typing something funny?
She's tweeting something.
Yeah.
okay.
Sorry.
She's being funny.
As long as she's being funny.
What? Goldsnake says I want that Reggie Muppet so I can punch its stupid face all day. What?
Oh, hey, whoa.
Goldsnake, you're entitled to your opinion, but
Goldsnake.
man, I want that Reggie puppet so I can
Hang out with
hang out with you
Yeah.
all day.
Yeah.
Cool.
Great questions so far.
Are you writing them down or
I
anything?
can grab some questions from chat if you want, Kyle.
Yeah, please do. Grab them. No, when I say great questions, most of them are joke questions.
Oh, okay.
That's the usual habit of that. Brad, tomorrow, if you're going to E3, what are you going to go see first?
I don't know yet.
Like,
Maybe Battlefront.
when you imagine going to E3, what do you imagine playing? Like, what is in your imagination? Do you imagine just looking at things?
I want to play Battlefront.
Okay,
I think I'll play that first.
sure.
I want to just like scope out though everything, see everything. Maybe see like a demo or something, like Uncharted.
Oh yeah, someone asked. I never finished that question. Someone asked what what my strategy for Final Bosman is tomorrow. I'm gonna try to visit each of the booths and give it a vibe rating.
I like that.
Yeah, but you know, you just
Are you gonna do it right in front of them?
that's a funny idea, Brad. So like right in the entrance of it.
Yeah, like if you see Phil Spencer, just do it right in front of him.
Oh well, I mean he's not in front of the booth.
Hey, if he's in somewhere or like a head game developer or something like that.
Brad, you know what I should do is print out a big goofy version of my own face, and just slap it on games that I like.
Bossy approved or something like that.
Yep. Kind of bossy.
Kind of bossy.
Stickers.
Yeah.
I fully endorse that.
I do not endorse that.
I fully endorse that.
It would be fun actually to have like my own weird like E3 awards.
You put like a Chusey on something.
Yeah,
a Chusey.
but it's like
on
really,
it.
it's like a little tiny Stantler sticker.
Yeah.
I would consider it.
You would definitely consider that if it was Stantler.
What else? What else would you want to see? What do you like? So it's weird, honestly, to me. Like E3 is 2 parts. It's press conferences and the show.
Sure. Yeah.
The show doesn't have most of the things that are in press conferences. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think I'd want to try out Star Fox. I'd want to see that.
Oh yeah, and those pods, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That pod hype.
If I finish shooting early, that would be like I think the first thing I check out.
Yeah. I mean, I'd want to check out something from everybody at least,
All right.
or try to.
What do you check out at the Xbox booth?
Think about that. I don't know. What do they have that's coming out this year that would be playable? I'm trying to think. I don't know. Check out Halo probably. Play some Halo.
Oh, absolutely.
Play some Halo.
Warzones.
Yeah.
I'm
I heard it's great.
I'm pumped about Warzones. Brandon kind of sold it to me.
Yeah.
And then when I was
Ben-
watching the
Ben
B-roll
loved
as he
it,
went.
Brandon loved it.
Ben played it too?
Yeah.
Did he do it behind closed doors or did he wait in line?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
That I don't know.
Um,
I'd want to check out Square Enix, see what they got going on.
you're going to see that right now.
No. But I want to see the booth too. Probably some like sweet statue. Oh, I'd check out Dark Souls 3. For
Okay,
Sure.
yeah.
100%. That'd be actually number one.
Square Enix booth actually is always pretty sweet because it's got like the legit toys, like the legit statues and like figurines
$300
in
statues.
glass. Yeah, for some reason always there is just part of it.
Oh.
Yeah. I always like going there and seeing what they have on display. Cool. So B-roll's good. We have audio on it or no? Cool.
Alright, so
Go on over there, Kyle.
So we've got cameras over here. Come over here and do the demo review. Or would you like to come up here?
I can go up there.
Yeah, come up to the desk. Yeah, come on up.
On the desk.
So I'll just flip them down here.
Yes. Turn the mic on and sit with you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just sit
tail
with
mic
us.
here.
Just sit on down.
Awesome. I have assets for the other games.
Oh, cool.
I don't think you guys have.
We do not. No.
Okay.
Assets are fun.
So we will get those going.
Absolutely. I'm sorry, I've not even introduced
I know.
you. I'm
Hi.
Kyle.
Hi, I'm Roland.
Roland. And
I'm
what
the
is your
game
job
director
title?
On Just Cause 3.
Cool.
Yeah.
And you're about to talk to us about Just
Awesome.
Cause 3.
Let's see it.
I am.
Okay, excellent. We're going to start playing a little sec. I think we're just running the trailer.
Yep.
Okay, cool. What would you like to talk to us about Just Cause 3 in particular? What makes this so good?
I mean, it's awesome.
Okay.
Just a huge action sandbox game that's about whatever you feel like doing and blowing tons of stuff up in a Mediterranean-inspired world. That's 400 square miles of just awesomeness.
400 square miles of awesomeness. One thing I was curious about is like the progression of this game.
Yes.
How do you stop someone from seeing the best thing within the first 15 minutes?
Because there are so many systems that we've built over time.
Uh-huh.
that as soon as you start getting good at a system, you're going to start asking yourself, well, does this system start working with this one?
Here, I'm going to ask you to move a little closer to your mic.
All right.
There we go.
Should I move my seat closer?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Less echo.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah,
Oh, listen,
great.
that
Perfect.
crisp
Perfect.
voice.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's much better. You get a little deeper on there, too.
Sure.
Perfect. So let's take an example.
Okay.
You start with the grapple hook, right?
Yeah.
You guys played JC2?
Yes, I
at
do.
all? Okay, so the grapple hook, you could tether any two things together
Mhm.
in the world. Awesome, right?
Mhm,
Because
yes.
anything that wasn't nailed down to the ground, you could move it with the grapple hook. Now we unnailed everything in a way where like everything's about physics.
Sure.
And just cause physics. So even the chaos objects, there's no more health bar on it. It's actually a physically constrained object in the world with, parts and everything like that. So when you tether a part off of it, you can actually rip a whole piece off of that part. Now, you take that a step further, you can now control the tension on the grapple line yourself with using an analog trigger, which means you grapple two things together and you can slowly bring them together or smash them together.
Oh, so it's not just a trigger. It's like if you just do this, it'll like you control how it retracts and contracts.
You really control the tension itself. And then you take that and you're like, all right, well, that's cool. Like, yeah, I can kind of get that, but it'll take a little while to get good at it. Now you add 5, 6 tethers in the world at the same time. Now you can start doing huge chains and turn people into puppets and tie vehicles to the sides of buildings and.
How do I turn a person into a puppet? Let's get through this because that's very interesting to me.
Let's keep talking about the system.
Yeah.
So instead of being able to grapple a central point on the body,
Yeah.
you can actually tether any point on any part of the body and it'll attach there. So if you aim at a person's hand,
Yeah.
we don't auto target it to that center bone anymore.
Okay.
We let you grapple the hand, so you can grapple a hand to someone's face and just slap them in the face.
But I can also do it really slow.
Really
too,
slow.
right?
You could just, yeah, exactly. Just face palm.
Okay.
Really slow. Oh, so we're already at our first choice. See, we've been going so well right now.
Sure.
So here.
You got to explain our way through this. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
It's okay. We can talk about whatever you want. That's
Okay.
the beauty of it. But we're showing off the game. We just wanted to show gameplay to people.
Absolutely.
And so this is the game. So there's Medici and Rico. He is now over 2,500 animations. Here we'll actually see the multi-tether and actually even, we're going to do is slapping himself. in
Oh,
the face.
great.
So this is like one of the iconic statues that you have to destroy because you're going to destroy all the propaganda in the town.
Mm-hmm.
And there you go. And we worked with Havoc Destruction, so we have full Havoc Destruction in the world, so it'll all break in cool new ways, except for the head. We left the head together so it could become a wrecking ball. Ooh,
It's
I
more
like
dramatic
that.
this way too. I like
'Cause
that.
It's awesome.
Yep.
We've also made it really seamless to move around the world. So, for example, when you reel to an edge, you don't have to hit jump anymore. You just push forward, and he'll just vault up onto the roof.
Cool.
This idea of just being able to flow easily through everything. Here is a propaganda speaker where Di Ravello spouts his propaganda. You'll notice each piece can break apart and pull apart. Again, it's the physics of the world. Every single town has its own identity. We're in Alba right now. And this is a town a little out in the countryside up near a cliff. Of course, we like explosions. And they get bigger. Yeah.
Awesome.
Part of that is like, oh, the gas stations are so much fun to blow up. We took them out of the chaos object system and decided, hey, why don't you just be able to blow that up again when you're coming back to the town later?
Do I get this grappling hook from the start of the game?
Yeah, right from the beginning.
Oh
and
my
then
gosh.
there's a new wingsuit.
Yeah.
So the new wingsuit, the idea behind it was as we stabilized the parachute, we wanted to put a wingsuit in there, but the old parachute was great and really good for moving around the world, but we wanted to make that a way that you could fight in the air.
This footage is unreal.
Yeah,
This
and
looks so fun. Just soaring, man.
You soar.
Yeah.
You do a wingsuit plus the grapple. It's insane. You can literally do this for hours, and it's just joy. It's joy in your heart, smiling, just having fun. And our philosophy is that you make a game, right? This just causes a game. It's not trying to be anything else. It's about you being in this huge world where there's enormous explosions. Like this is one of our port bases, and we've done full physicalized water systems. So you take a jet ski, you can jump waves now in the game. I mean, it's huge and gorgeous, and everything you see in the distance you can go to. Hell, even our vegetation is destructible. Well, right here is one of our massive spherical fuel tanks, and we're gonna come up to another choice of how you wanna blow up some fuel tanks.
Bowling ball.
The bowling
ball.
Yeah.
There it is, number 3. That was quick. So here you're going to see the dual tether. You can kind of see the scale of these fuel tanks. Every piece of this fuel tank is actually constructed. So all the arms and all that are actually physically constrained. So if you want to shoot off bits and pieces of it and roll it down a hill and cause a huge explosion, you can do that. Or you can use multiple tethers, grapple it to the side, go get yourself a view outside of the base, hold down the trigger so that you actually start retracting on the strength, and you'll see you can lift these giant things into the air, and then it'll blow up everything.
How many tethers can I shoot?
You can do up to 6 in the world right now, but we're still tuning it. It's all about how many can you keep in your head and still be cool. You can also cancel tethers at any time, and it's kind of an advanced maneuver, but once you kind of learn how to cancel it in mid-reel, you can slingshot things around. That's pretty cool. We rebuilt all the vehicles from the ground up. We have guys on the team from Need for Speed and from Burnout who came on board, and they've been helping us get the vehicles to feel weighty and awesome, and explosions and deformation and hinged parts, and you can after-touch the drift so that you can recorrect your drift while you're doing it. You can after-touch the vehicle while it's in the air. We've made it so you can mod the vehicle, so you can have nitrous. Our
That's
Knight
right
Rider,
there.
that was Knight Rider turbo jump, because why not? You can flip your vehicles. Here's like a beautiful sunflower field, and you can just plow through it. And what's awesome about it is it actually leaves a trail behind it, so you can draw images in the sunflower field, which is going to be great for the internet. Everyone's going to love that one. And right now, so we escaped a little heat right there because they'll chase you and so forth. And you can actually, instead of escaping heat, we didn't like the idea that you always had to run away, because it feels weird if you're Rico and you're always running away. So we did a system where if you keep
Chop, chop.
killing all the people, chop. There you go.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, do it.
I get really excited. So this is like a weird interactive B-roll demo.
Yeah. So you just kind of do whatever you want, and we're gonna go take out a bridge right now because we didn't do destruction just on chaos objects and gas stations and stuff like that. We also did it on enormous structures like the bridge, and that's fun. Just blowing stuff up. So it's got both miniguns, so as explosions go, and it'll blow up different every time, and you can use the grapple on it. You can grab those pieces and smash them. There's a dude who forgot to stop, so he drove off. That was sad for him. all for the revolution, though. Freeing Medici.
How do I get a helicopter in the actual game? Is it really as simple as like walking up to one and like picking it up, or
That's a
does
good
it not
question.
appear until later in?
I feel like we're going to do it right now. So everything you unlock, so every base you destroy will give you like a new awesome vehicle or a new weapon, and then it's in your rebel drop, and then you just want something, you just rebel drop it by going in a menu saying, I want a plane and dual-handed pistols, and I want an RPG, and I want an auto rifle, and you can just grab all of it right at once, just throw it right there, it spawns right in front of you. It's got some confetti and stuff for some fun. And so here, like, we've redone all the vehicle models have been totally redone, and we also redid the stunt models, so you can just walk freely in the game now, anywhere you want. So you can walk around, and anything you can do walking on the ground, you can now do on the top of a plane, running along the top of a train, on the top of cars. Of course, you know, we have over 80 vehicles. It's crazy. So many vehicles. You can fire from a motorcycle. We have enemies that use motorcycles too, so they can chase you down. You can have gunfights that way. You can, of course, always go into parachute anytime you want.
If there's 2 enemies coming at me in 2 motorcycles, can I tether these 2 together and then make them do that?
Yeah, man.
Okay, that's really cool. That's really cool.
Our chat's asking if you have like an approximate vehicle count. How many they'll see in the game?
God, it's hard to say. It's a lot. I think we're just over 80 right now. You know, while we're in this polish phase, there's always that moment where you're like, I think we should have an F1 racer inspired car, and so we built that.
I saw it in the trailer. Yeah. Do you have to destroy a later base to get that one? Is that like one of the top items?
So all the civilian vehicles, non-military vehicles, they're just in the world. And once you free a town, the rebels open up kind of like a garage, because that's what rebels do.
Yeah.
And they open up a garage, and any vehicle you bring to that garage, you can then collect it, which means it's now available to be dropped at any point you want. So you want a bus, you just drive a bus there.
And then like throw the bus grenade, right?
And you throw the bus grenade, and boom, bus in front of you. You want like a cargo plane, you know, a whole cargo plane just right there, wherever you want it. And the idea is that you unlock all these mods by doing challenges. It's not really upgrades. Rico's never going to be upgraded to anything. That seems weird. It's already Rico, right?
Yeah.
So we're inspired by modders, and the idea is you can go in and let's say your grenade. You're like, oh, I want this grenade to be glass so that it hits the ground and explodes. And then you're like, I'd like it to be enemy seeking. So you throw it in the air and it'll curve in the air and hit the nearest enemy. And then you can turn these mods on and off to play any way you want. So, for example, you want a bus, but you want a bus with nitrous and turbo jump because that's cooler. So you do that. Or we've been playing around right now with tractors to see who can drift the longest in a tractor with nitrous. That's pretty good. And we have like a whole asynchronous system. So, and say I drift for 1:30, I can send you a challenge that say, yo, can you drift for more than 1:30 in a tractor?
Yeah. And I would say yes, challenge accepted.
Challenge accepted, and you would try to do it.
Yeah.
And you would try to figure out how it does. So the game it's all about being connected and kind of sharing stuff if you want to, or you can just, you know, be a hermit at home and blow stuff up and laugh.
I'm a hermit, absolutely. So it's probably that, laughing to myself.
That works.
Looks like we're getting a lot of votes for parachute.
Oh, that was my vote too. We got to do parachutes. You're right. We should always go with what chat wants.
That's
us
true.
To do.
We've been just choosing everything.
I'm sorry for being selfish, everybody.
So here we're going to show, so the parachute is meant to be really stable now. You'll notice he doesn't hit the ground very fast. The idea is that you can really stay in the air for a long period of time. You can still slingshot around. You can switch weapons easily. And of course, now you're not just carrying 2 different types of weapons because, you know, you have like an awesome RPG, but and then you have only an RPG and handguns. So we were like, well, it would be better if you could have an RPG and an automatic rifle and handguns because that's better.
Yeah.
And so now you can.
You're right.
And now you can hang upside down from a helicopter, and all the same mechanics are available. You can dual tether things. We've put infinite planted explosives in your hand.
Infinite.
Yeah, well, you can plant, like, if you keep modding it, you can put it up to like 5 at once.
Cool.
And then you blow it up, and you got 5 more, and you just keep doing that because it's just cause. And then we were messing around like last week before we came out. And we were like, let's just show us taking out this base. So this is one of our communications array, but the whole base itself is meant to be a joyful vertical craziness. So if you stay on the ground, you're going to get your ass kicked. That's just a reality. But if you realize you can stay in the air and run around and use your grapple hook and
We
your
just
parachute,
tethered that, yeah?
yeah, you just tether that and suck that in, and it blows up the whole radar dish. And anything that's red, there you go, it just blows up. So that guy, he had a certain weight to him, which was just enough to be able to move that helicopter. When you're reeling in, you can fire at the same time. So right there, he reeled in and fired an RPG. That's one of our RPGs that looks like a shotgun RPG. I don't know why you would...
Shot like 4, yeah?
Yeah, it's just, it wouldn't be very useful in the world, but in Just Cause, it's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so, and then jets, of course, and every vehicle type you can think of. And there it is. That's a little look at
was
Just Cause
awesome
3.
demo.
Awesome.
Do you mind taking a few questions from our chat?
Fire away.
From Captain Fuzzy Pants, what was the thought process behind Unlimited C4? Do you think did you ever worry that this was too overpowering, or is that kind of the point of it?
There was actually a big debate about it, and the thing that there's always an ongoing debate is you have to be able to plant it. It's actually a planted explosive. It's not a grenade. So your grenades, they are actually a supply, and that's the thing you throw around.
Mm-hmm.
But the planted C4, you have to actually go to where you want to plant it, whether it's on the ground or on a dude's face or on your vehicle or wherever you want to plant it, you can, but it takes a moment. And during that moment, if you're getting shot, you could get killed. So it's a little bit of a risk-reward system, but we wanted to set it up so that you always have an explosion in your pocket all the time, just in case.
Just in case.
I think that one
Just
could be
'cause.
misinterpreted somewhere. That's fine. Just gonna leave that. We're gonna leave that alone.
This is from. Oh, sorry, I don't have this. But do you mind as the developer behind this game if people don't play the story but just kind of play it as this like sandbox world to like mess around in?
Not at all.
Blow
I mean,
stuff up.
We built the story in the same tone as the game. The types of movies that I was inspired by from storytelling are the old Spielberg stuff, the Indiana Jones, and more modern, I guess, something like Tropic Thunder. You get like some really fun characters who feel kind of real and mess with each other, but at the same time, it can be totally ridiculous. You can be chased by a giant boulder, and that's cool, and it makes sense in the world because it's ridiculous, but the characters feel real. So we tried to do a story that had grounded, cool characters, and because Rico is coming home, this is where he grew up as a kid, and he left because of a dictatorship. The beauty of that is, and you guys know, you guys have become successful. Your friends don't really care that you're that successful.
No, you're right.
They will mess with you forever.
Yeah.
And you can be like, oh, I'm really successful now. You should respect me.
I tell my friends that every day.
Yep.
It doesn't work, does
No.
it? Not at all. So
Kyle tells me that. He says, you should respect me. I am successful.
Just washes right off. Never any impact.
it never
Yeah.
works.
Yeah.
And so we can make characters that interact with Rico who knew him as a kid, who knew him as a punk who was running around and jumping off stuff because that's surely what Rico was doing. And, that's the idea behind the story. And it's a mission structure. And basically the missions are completely open. It's, go over here and do something, but you can do it any way you want. And so hopefully it's just, we tried to do the missions so that you get the opportunity to learn new ways of using all these systems together. But really the game is your game. You do whatever you want. If you want to spend the day just driving a sports car along, beautiful cliffside roads, and that's all you want to do for a few hours, and then you're going to quit and play another game, I think that's kind of what Just Cause is. It's not the game you sell back. It's a game that's sitting there and you're like, you know what? I just really want to fly a jet for a little while and then crash it into something and watch it explode.
What's like an objective of a typical story mission?
It's you got to destroy stuff usually.
Right, and so there's like so many ways to destroy stuff that I'm curious like how you plan around it.
Well, you say destroy stuff and then all the systems kind of hopefully work all together. That's one of the joys of making giant open world games is you got to work with really talented people who understand like, oh, what if I did this? Okay, that breaks everything. We've got to make that work. So and then you just make all those edge cases work. You just polish and you polish and you polish.
Speaking of games breaking, there's a question from Mr. E. Fox that in the making of Just Cause 3, did you have a favorite bug you encountered?
In Just Cause 3?
Yeah.
There's one that I still haven't pulled out of the game because I think it's so funny. Is that you can tether someone's foot to their butt. And when you pull in the retract,
Yeah.
the problem is the physics is always causing that object to be pushing against itself.
Yeah.
So it kind of turns them into a breakdancer. And it's an awesome bug, and I keep looking at it, and I'm like, do you really want to pull that out of the game? Like, maybe that's just something you want to leave it?
You should make an achievement even.
You can make
Yeah.
people breakdance.
But
Yeah.
it becomes a new game. It becomes South Park Fractured Butthole. With that in it. This is from Goo Baby.
I'm sorry, before Goo Baby, I have one more question.
Oh, yeah, sorry, go
Could
ahead.
you take someone's face and attach that to someone else's butt?
You can.
And you can make it really slow, the way that it contracts into it?
If that is what you want, and that is your sandbox experience.
Yeah, I think that might be mine.
You will
Because that
respect
is so
me.
funny to me. What do they do? What do the humans do while I'm doing that?
They're probably upset.
Yeah.
But at the same time, most of our civilians, because it's a game where you blow everything up and free people by doing it. So we had to take a little bit of a joke at ourselves on it. So let's say you hijack a car and you chuck someone out.
Yeah.
They'll be like, anything for the revolution. You know? Because
Otherwise, it kind of ruins the balance of like how you feel about yourself. Yeah,
you
yeah,
can't
yeah,
do
exactly,
you
yeah.
can't be serious
Yeah.
when you can grapple someone's face to their butt. You
Yeah,
gotta
yeah.
you gotta realize that, you know, it still feels real, and it feels like a world, and you know, we built it so that the world itself looks like it has history. You know, there are Roman ruins that are the military bases are built on top of. The same thing you'd see in the Mediterranean, and you know, there's trash hasn't been picked up, and people stand in lines because that's what people do when they're oppressed. And and you know, that's the point of the game, is just to have this fun. And then when you free a town, the civilians are kind of walking up, and the rebels are all spawned there.
Yeah.
Like, you can get in a vehicle, honk your horn, rebels will jump in, you can drive around, and they'll shoot out the vehicle.
Yeah.
But what's cooler is you just set a waypoint somewhere, anywhere in the world. You can stunt out on that vehicle, and a rebel will slide into the driver's seat and drive to your waypoint. So now you can just be out there stunting, blowing stuff up as much as you want. So you can create your own car chases and action moments.
Cool. I interrupted Goo Baby's
Oh, no,
question.
no,
I feel
sure.
bad about that.
I'll hit you with two questions that
Okay.
that might be quick to answer. Do you unlock the wingsuit from the start? Is one, and will there be more Easter eggs and secrets in Just Cause 3 since it was such a huge part of 2?
So the first one, the wingsuit, yeah, you get it super early. We actually don't unlock it right in the first mission, because the first mission we're just kind of bringing you into the world and
Sure.
kind of setting the scene and the tone of the game, kind of all in that. And then the wingsuit will come, I don't know, within 10 minutes or so. And then once you get it, you can do all this stuff right away. It does take a little practice, but that's the point of a game. Like, you can get better and better at it. And once you get it, it's just joyful.
That looks like the feeling of flight. I love how that looks. What is the actual input of doing that?
All you're doing is controlling it with the left stick, and then you're using the grapple, and you're just tapping.
So you just give it a tap?
You're just tapping.
Cool.
Tapping LB.
Keep calling him Tanuki Rico.
Yeah. It's a little like that. Oh, wait, hold on. The Easter eggs question.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, Easter eggs. Yes.
Okay. That's a good yes or no.
You heard it
Yeah,
here
yeah.
first. Are we going to see that 100 people multiplayer mod implemented in Just Cause 3?
I mean, that's a tough question because it's a mod. The modders are awesome. They even
Yeah,
visited
if they
us,
make
and
it.
we were huge fans of it, and it was sweet. I mean, all the mods that came out are amazing, and most of us started in game development by modding games and changing them and messing around with it. So we want to keep doing that, but you know, their mod is a very specific setup that works for that. It wouldn't really work in the same way. Like, in your mind, it works really great. Like, oh, I could do this with 1,000 people, but imagine if you wanted to slow reel someone's face into their butt.
There'd be somebody coming in like with a truck and it would
Yeah,
like run
and
them
they would,
over.
like,
I was like,
grief
hey, I was
you in
doing
the
something
game.
here. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So we wanted to really focus on that awesome next-gen experience. I don't know about you guys. When I first played JC2, I was surprised that it ran on a console, and it ran well. And it made you smile, and you're like, how the hell did they do that? And then when I got to join Avalanche Studios and do that work, we wanted to give this generation, like, how the hell did they do that on a PS4 or an Xbox One? So that you get that feeling of this huge worlds, and you know, who's to say what the modders are going to do with it? I hope that it's a good enough game that modders are going to get involved with it. And I love multiplayer games too. I think there's room to do single player stuff, and we focused on a lot of the social features, like being able to do brags and challenge your friends and leaderboard stuff and all that. And with the share buttons that are existing now where you can just upload stuff pretty easily or stream stuff. It's just awesome, right? So that's all built pretty perfectly for Just Cause. You know, I'm always interested in doing new things, and I think it's not unlikely to happen eventually.
Yeah. Cool.
Interesting.
Our editor-in-chief, Brandon Jones, he was telling us about how the parachute is kind of more where you're doing your aerial, like, assault from, whereas the wingsuit, you're kind of that's just more for travel. Chat's wondering if you can actually, like, shoot from the wingsuit, or is that impossible?
We don't allow that currently.
Yeah.
The reason for it is the wingsuit itself, we wanted to make it a traversal mechanic and make it a pure, wonderful traversal mechanic. And because we've simplified those controls, once you get a handle on that, and we were talking about a system to be able to reel stuff in, you can actually use that while you're reeling around in the wingsuit. So that system on that left trigger, so you can actually accelerate even faster doing that, and it'll actually change the animation sets. You can do cool flips and stuff like that. So we wanted to really push that sense of movement and then open the parachute, because you can just go endlessly between parachute and wingsuit. So you want to do combat, boom, go in the parachute, and now you can blow the hell out of anything you want. And then wingsuit's like, I want to get over there right now. And so we kind of wanted to balance that out for now, but I mean, I'm sure that the modding community will put rockets on that in about 5 seconds.
Where do you draw the line? Where do you say, no, too crazy?
Most of it, you don't really draw a line. You look at what is going to work with everything else in the game.
Yeah.
And sometimes someone comes with an idea and is just like, laser beams. And you're like, it's cool, but like, Just Cause isn't laser beams.
Yeah.
So you don't do laser beams. I know someone might want to mod and do laser beams, and that's awesome, and that would be a great mod. But in the game itself, you want to maintain the lore and narrative so it all feels consistent, because then it all feels cohesive as well. That's kind of that's the difficult balance, and luckily there's some really good devs around that will constantly challenge you all the time to be like, can I put this in?
And then you say, no laser beams.
And I say no laser beams, but a shotgun RPG sounds fine.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, is like, I get it, because there wouldn't be laser beams in Tropic Thunder. You know what I mean? But there absolutely would be a shotgun missile launcher.
Yes.
Yeah. It's like it's a weird line of like, would that exist within this universe?
So
exactly.
Chat's wondering if an orbital laser cannon is out of the question.
That's
too much.
It's come up a bit. It's a little too much. It's a little big, but I mean, we do have. I wonder if we're even. Who cares? I'm gonna announce it anyways. We do have the ability to call in like airstrikes, and there are cooler and cooler different types of airstrikes. So there are some weapons that do some absolutely devastating amount of destruction, including the weapon you unlock right at the very end when you've kind of beaten the story mode, is just an uber weapon. Because sometimes you're like, I want to take out the base with one bullet, and it does.
I'm glad you saved that one for last too. You know, when I said like, how do you make sure that people don't see the best thing first? It's like you have it. That's the reward for
it's
like.
Reward.
Yeah, exactly.
You've blown up everything. You've probably played the game. I mean, if you kept playing to the very end, you're playing, I don't know, 40, 50, 100 hours or whatever it is, and you get to that point and you're like, all right, now I just want to do silly things that I'm going to upload to my friends.
Aside from like the previous games, are there any other games that sort of inspired you?
And I'm sorry, this is our last question.
Unless there's like anything else that you want to talk about.
Okay.
December 1st.
December 1st.
PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC.
What happens on December 1st?
The game comes out.
Yes. Just want to make sure we're giving everyone context.
Making it clear. Thank you. Just got to throw that one in there. Games that inspire me. I mean, I've been playing games since I was a kid. I remember the Roberta Williams games, the adventure games, King's Quest, Quest for Glory games that basically inspired you to invent what you wanted. I remember the Ultima 7. Do you remember that game that came out? Ultima 7 allowed you to do whatever you want. It had a magic carpet hidden in it, this little Easter egg, and you could suddenly fly around and you could kill a mission giver, and it would kind of ruin the game, but the game didn't end. And I just love the idea of games that were about you. I mean, obviously I played GTA and Red Dead, and the Far Cry series has just gotten better and better. I've been playing a lot of The Witcher. That game is awesome. Nice job, CD Projekt. It's fucking sweet. I'm not even sure I'm not to swear.
You
Sorry.
absolutely are. Drop as many as you want.
Good.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I always forget where I am. Yeah, so I mean, really, I love games that are just creative, even like Minecraft. Any game that allows me to allow my own imagination to exist a bit, and that I can feel like I might have done something that no one else has ever done using a game. That's kind of where we draw inspiration from.
Cool.
I feel like you've made a game on those tiers too. Like those things you love from those games is in your game.
Yeah.
Does that feel good?
It feels so good.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much for joining
thanks for
us.
coming.
I think we have to move on to Hitman. Very cool.
that's
Thank you so
awesome.
much.
Yeah,
December
great.
1st, yeah?
December 1st.
December 1st. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks,
thanks
guys.
a lot, man.
So we should switch to Ian cam probably. Never mind. We're switching to our cam. Staying full screen? Okay. Yeah, we should switch
You
to
can
Ian
talk to
cam.
me.
Yeah, just because I'm going to move over there.
That means nothing. I can't fix problems. I think they're gonna come up to you. It's another laptop.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah, they just need to swap it over.
Excellent. No, I like
the other
the Ian cam makes the swapping more natural.
That's true.
Okay.
We're naturally swapping. No one suspects a thing.
No one even
No one knows that people are leaving the one stage and going to the other stage.
Is Brad out for this one? Yeah. Okay,
Brad is out. Brad
Okay.
is going elsewhere. Okay.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yeah, you can come on back up.
Are you at home ready?
Are you at home ready? Let us know.
Here it
Let us.
comes.
I can't hear you.
Do I put these on?
Oh, please do. Yes.
All right, here it comes.
Hi, everybody. We are now. Sorry. You know what? You can forget about them if they're being weird. The headphones.
And how do you?
It's a casual stream.
And it's Hakan?
It's Hakan, yeah.
Hakan? Yeah.
Hakan, yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Hi. What game are we going to talk about?
We're going to talk about the new Hitman game.
Just called Hitman.
It just called Hitman, yeah.
Excellent. And this was just announced this week.
Yeah.
But I feel like has been in development for a while. Yeah.
It has, yeah, and it's it's great finally to be able to talk about it, right? So for the last 2 years, we've just sent out an open letter to the fans about what we want to do with the new Hitman game. So finally here at E3, we are ready to talk about it. We have revealed it, so it's really great to be here.
So here's my first impression of what was shown yesterday. Is that I have a lot of options of how to do my hits, which I think is what we all like about the original Hitman games. Yeah, is that something that was like a focus primarily with making the new Hitman?
Oh, definitely. I mean, we've been doing Hitman for 15 years now.
Yeah.
So and, we look back at the games we did before, and looking into what was really good about it. What is the core experience of Hitman? And looking at games like Blood Money, the big sandboxes, and the hits being in the center.
Yeah.
That's really what we did with the new Hitman game.
Yeah.
So taking that, combine that with the high fidelity graphics from Absolution, and combining that into a game and just taking that to the next level. That's what we've been doing with the new Hitman game.
What is the next level?
Yeah. So we're doing something new.
Okay.
We believe it's bold. We're really excited about it. So from December the 8th, we will start the digital experience of a new Hitman game, and it will create a world of assassination that will grow, deepen, and expand throughout 2016. That means we'll invite the gamers into the community, into this world where they'll travel the world and kill high-profile targets, and this will evolve. So, meaning there will be new cities all over the world, new missions, new locations, and new hits will appear throughout 2016.
So what does that mean within, like, with me playing the game? Let's just say I'm on the start menu. Like, do I go to a separate mode?
No, I mean, no. You start the game and you start up in some of the locations we've already been talking about, like fashionable Paris or exotic, Marrakesh, Morocco, or the sunny coast city, Italy. So there will be a narrative. I mean, it's centered around the hits.
Yeah.
So that's the main driver. and the subplots under the hits. But there's an overarching story, and that story will progress and be concluded in 2016.
Whoa, okay. That's really interesting, actually.
Yeah.
So I can't even see the credits when I first get this game. Is that what you're saying?
Well, when you first start the journey
Yeah.
experience, the last, let me say, like the last location or hit is not totally finished yet.
Okay.
So we release only finished content, obviously.
Yeah.
But we haven't finished the last part, and that's because for the first time, before we've been working really, really hard for years and putting the game in a box, and it's just like here, out there to the fans, and there are many things they like, and there are a couple of things they would like a bit differently, but there was nothing we do about it before, right? It's like gone, it's out there.
Yeah.
But this is different. So as this universe evolves, we're doing that together with the gamers, with the community. So we're getting feedback all the time, which will shape the experience throughout 2016, meaning that the content we will release later in 2016 will be affected by the community and the gamers to make the best possible Hitman experience. And the same goes for features. There might be something about the disguise system they want different to have a better experience. That's also something we'll be able to do something about throughout the experience. So that's a very new path for us and very exciting direction for us.
So let's say, sorry, when does the game launch?
December the 8th.
Okay, so it launches on December 8th, but it's going through 2016.
Yes.
So let's say, just specifically, how many hits are in December 8th version of the game?
Yeah. So it's difficult to say the December 8th version, right? The experience is going to start there. There will be several locations. We talked about some of them already. Several locations and the hits that goes with that, and that will evolve over time. We will come into more details as we get closer to the December release. But let me just say it like that: this is the biggest game we've created. It's a lot bigger than Absolution, and the sandbox. Just to give you an idea, the sandboxes we created are around 6 times bigger than the biggest levels in Absolution. So it's really high fidelity, big sandbox without any checkpoints, so bigger than ever in a Hitman game, with a lot more NPCs, AI to play around with. So we're looking at 5 times more NPCs. We will have up to 300 NPCs and crowd characters on top of that in this big sandbox, right? So we also created something called the contracts mode in Absolution, where once you're done with the hits, you can go on and create your own contracts, your own hits, mark the characters, and regardless of which character, you can make them a target, and you can take them out in various ways. So with this bigger sandboxes and deeper AI, there will be so many new different ways of taking them out, and we're really looking forward to seeing the community, all the different ways they're gonna do this.
Are there still things where I can go off this path and take out a delivery man and then dress up like a delivery man and then sneak in as hey, I have a package? Is there still things like that?
Sure.
Okay,
sure.
That's what I love about Hitman, to be honest.
Sure. It's there's a lot of freedom here, right? So you can go in there and you can be brutal and kill the target with your weapons or with an axe and try to get away with that. That's entirely up to you. But you can also pull off some really genuine masterpiece.
I love that we call them that.
Where,
the masterpiece assassinations.
You take this different disguises. You walk around first, right? You try to understand the situation. Find the target and kind of understand what he's doing. Does he like to drink a cocktail once in a while? Well, all right, okay, maybe I can take out a bartender, take his disguise, and poison his drink. And in our game, in New Hitman, it's not just poison. There are different types of poisons. Also, there's very deep systems. So we're gonna have poison that will kill him right away.
Sure.
Or we're gonna have different kind of poisons that will make him sick. So you can isolate the target. He'll go into the restroom and you can take him out there and get away.
Can I drown him in the toilet?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You can do that, literally.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
So also in terms of freedom of approach, the sandbox is being bigger and more complex. You also have opportunities, for more tactical approaches. You'll unlock tools. You'll unlock weapons. You'll unlock, as you play the location more and more. You'll unlock new stash points. So before you start your mission, you can actually place weapons in different stash points, for example, a sniper rifle, and get past the frisking areas and security areas and grab the weapons there and pull off a hit like that.
In one of the trailers, these lights above the walkway crash onto the hit. How do we do that? How do we make something that dramatic happen?
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna, tell about all the different secrets in there, but obviously in the game trailer, you see the last thing is it's the big light rig there is falling on top of Mr. Novikov. Yeah. But there are a couple of steps. This is a part of it, right? You need to learn. What the target is doing.
Yeah.
First of all, Novikov is having these arguments with the chief designer, and you need to find a way for him to take the stage, Novikov, and then, well, there are ways for you to, fiddle with the light rig and make that accidental hit happen. And when it happens like that, people think this was a crazy accident, right? Nobody's looking at you and just get away with murder.
That's what makes it a masterpiece assassination.
Exactly.
Sorry, do you have a question?
Oh,
from
chat has
chat?
a ton of questions.
Okay,
so whenever
excellent.
you guys are ready,
we can take them. We can absolutely take some questions from chat.
They're looking just majorly for clarity. Some people think that Agent 47 looks younger than previous games. Does this take place in? Is it a prequel? Is it an origin story? Where is it set in the timeline? And if yes or no, is this a good entry to start with?
Yeah. So, we say it's after Absolution, but as we like to say back home in the studio, he's a bit of a timeless character, right? I mean,
James Bond.
Yeah, kind of a James Bond thing, right? He's a timeless character, so we can't really put an age on Agent 47. But I mean, in terms of if this is a good point to start with the Hitman series, I think it's an excellent point to start. As Hitman, there's a reason why we call it Hitman only, right? This is kind of the foundation of something new. I wouldn't call it a reboot, but just something fresh, something bold that we're doing. So it will be a really good point to start, where it will be, you'll be introduced to these very hit-centric experiences, but also be a part of the community that will shape the experience throughout 2016. There will also be these pulses. So you have the hits, you have contracts, but you'll also have some live events. So imagine you have a time-limited target that will only be there for 48 hours. So maybe in Paris, the special target is there, and the community will collaborate, we expect, to figure out where the target is, because it's not somebody yet. You will have to discover and walk around in the sandbox and try to find the target.
I can't just go.
And we imagine that the community will collaborate and help each other to find these targets. And some of them will compete, try to take this target out as before the other ones, right?
And so this isn't just like a person who glows on my HUD, right?
No.
Yeah.
It's something where you have to discover and find the target.
I love that.
And it's a one-off, right? If the target gets away, that's it.
I love
it's gone
that
forever.
too.
In my game or everyone's game?
In everyone's game, right?
Whoa.
So there's royalty in town, and you have 48 hours while they're touring. Oh,
exactly.
That's
so
really
you'll
cool.
get some special rewards and some bragging rights as well. But it's one shot, one kill also, right? So if the way that target dies, that's the way the target dies. And
officially, that's canon.
That's it. You have one try there. So it gives a bit more, these. I will call them real-time events, a bit more nerve, pulse to the live aspect of our experience.
Sorry, I'm stuck on masterpiece assassinations. Can you give me another example of one besides poison and the things falling down?
Yeah.
What to you is the perfect masterpiece assassination?
And chat's also really wondering, is there an assassination in the game that you see as being like one of the most complex? Like, how would you describe?
Oh, there are so many. Now the boys back home in Copenhagen, they're gonna be angry with me if I talk too much in details.
Yeah.
But let me give you another, another one. In another location, we have a target that is really, really, fond of golfing.
Yes.
And there are. Agent 47 has a lot of tools at his disposal. So fluid, liquid explosives, and a golf ball, and checking on disguises, putting the golf ball somewhere, and the golfer going at it, and boom.
Can I be his?
So there are many different advanced kills you can pull off.
Can I be his caddy while that happens?
Well, yeah.
So I can like
that,
sit there and just watch him do it too.
You
just
should
like hand him
probably
the
keep
golf
a
ball.
distance there when it happens, right? Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's very good. Sorry, I have another question. We talked a lot about the feedback that you want and to like implement.
Yeah.
So how do I give you feedback? How would I, playing the game, like let you know what I would like to see in the future?
I mean, there will be more detail about that. I mean, the different channels will get feedback, but we have different means of doing that. I mean, one is asking the gamers and the community directly. The other way is obviously we'll be listening in with the different tools we have.
So you're watching
how many times
you're watching me play?
Well, not like that, but I mean, via the server we can see how many times has this target been killed with this weapon, right?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Could we do anything to tweak that experience? So so you will get different kind of experience as well, instead of this one way of playing it. Because one of the central strengths of a Hitman game is to experiment, right?
Yeah.
Is to understand how this simulation works, right, in this big sandbox. And once you understand that, then you can, all right, maybe I can do this. I mean, it would be really cool if I do this. And you try it, and it happens. You succeed, and you're like, wow. Cool, right?
Yeah.
So, and this is extremely gratifying. This is also the the masterpiece assassination we were talking about, and going way back. As I said, we've been doing Hitman for 15 years, and way back, gamers have been uploading videos of the different creative ways they've killed their targets, which we as developers never thought of when we created the game, right?
Yeah.
So they're posting, YouTube or different videos and showing off, right? Like, look how I killed this target, and this is where contracts that we introduced, Absolution, really gives the players power and opportunity to express themselves, show off and compete with their creativity.
I love that kind of thing. Okay, sorry. I keep interrupting with my own questions. I'm sorry, everybody who's watching.
It's great.
Okay.
They're such organic questions.
Okay.
How many missions will we see at launch? Any idea right now?
Yeah, I have an idea, but there are a couple of details we're still looking at. So as we come closer to December the 8th, we will come with more details on that.
Yeah, no problem. Can you reveal if David Bateson will return as the voice actor for this game?
He's in.
That's a thumbs up. It's a thumbs up on Hurius. And I guess you touched on it a bit earlier, like will disguises still be a huge factor in this game? We've questions about what kind of the craziest outfits are that we'll see in the game, and can you wear? Does he wear a wig? Will Agent 47 wear a mustache? That kind of thing.
That would be cool. So I mean, that's a major part of the Hitman games, right?
Yeah.
The disguise gameplay, and it's very much front and center. I mean, we have so many different disguises they can take on. And if you're a fan of the Hitman series, you know that we tend to put in a lot of Easter eggs, and we have dark humor in Denmark. So a lot of that is obviously expressed in our game. So there will be very exotic, eccentric, and many different disguises that you will be able to put on.
Very cool. This is from Mr. E. Fox. He wants to know if you've looked at any of the methods speedrunners have used in the other games, and if this has influenced your level design in the new Hitman.
I mean, it's so hard to build such a big sandbox because you wanna try to balance the small experiences and design experiences, all these subplots with the rich characters in there. At the same time, you want to have this systemic game. Balancing it's really difficult. So some players, we're doing a lot of user research. Obviously, sometimes we think it will take some time before players will decode the level and find creative ways of killing the targets. Sometimes they get really creative, right? And figure a way to smuggle in a sniper from the start area, and this fragment of a second where the target is visible in the
They hit
building
them.
far away, they take them out, and within the first 10 seconds, the target is dead, right? And we always debate whether that's a good thing or bad thing. I mean, again, it's back to if you can pull it off, you're creative enough, why not share that and brag about it?
I think that's a success of game design if that can possibly happen. I'm into that kind of thing. I'm happily finish a level in 10 seconds. Because basically, and it sounds like you can spend an hour in a stage too.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, locations are the biggest ones we made, and finishing a mission, killing a target in Paris, is not finishing Paris, right? There will be a lot more to discover and to unlock in there.
What kind of things do you unlock?
Well, entry point to a location is not necessarily the same exit point as well. So you can unlock different exit points. You can unlock the chopper, so you can, very fashionable, very stylish escape, taking the chopper and escape like that. Or if you find the keys, for example, you can escape with a speedboat from Paris, for example. So you can.
If I find the keys to the speedboat?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So you can. So the more you play, the more you discover about a location, the more the opportunities open up. So stash points, unlocking items, unlocking weapons, and putting them, unlocking stash points so you can strategically put them different places, unlocking exit points, and completing challenges. There will be hundreds of challenges in the new Hitman game. So there are always a reason to come back. And a part of this digital world of assassination that we're doing means that Paris is not only one-off either with the missions or the targets you're going to do on that. I mean, it's very likely that there will be new targets, new missions happening, and it's very likely that Paris will expand.
It's very likely that it will happen.
Yes. Yes.
So I guess okay. No, we're gonna do one more question. Sorry, it'll be a quick one. One last question, then we'll wrap up. I'm sorry for asking so many questions. Do we have one last good question?
Is that suspicion meter back that all the people with the same outfit will recognize you?
This is suspicion meter?
Yes, this is from...
Yeah. So we tweaked the features a bit from since Absolution. We believe we made them a bit less intrusive, but at the same time still very informative, right?
Yeah.
And the tension there was with the suspicion meter, we kept it. I think we have a really elegant system, and I'm really looking forward for the gamers to try it out.
Cool. And you said the game comes out December 8th?
Yes.
Cool. That is Hitman, only Hitman, and Hitman at all.
Yeah.
Cool. Let's cut back to Ian Cam as we swap again.
Hi, welcome to
Hey,
Ian Cam.
Okay, you're good to go. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're here in the booth. I've got Don here with me. Don. And Brad is hiding in the back there. That's his leg. We are getting ready for another game from Square Enix or Enix. We should find out officially if it's Enix or Enix from the people as they're here.
Okay, absolutely.
Are you?
Oh, you
say
turned
that again?
my mic was off?
Yeah, you were schmoozing. I turned you down.
Okay. Well, it's a good idea as we switch, actually.
Like many a woman has, I imagine.
Give us a give us some Don facts.
Don facts. Well, I don't know. I like to keep the Don facts a secret.
Mean, like have Don give us some Don
Don,
facts.
give us a fact.
I'm a very private person.
Don fact. He's a very private person.
Don, give us another piece of feedback that you had from the E3
Give us a piece of
conferences.
feedback.
And roll up. Have him roll up into Cam.
Roll up into Cam.
Get there. Feedback from E3.
No, we still can't see your
You
face,
gotta
Don.
lean in and get in the mic.
Don fact. These are the least number of hours of sleep I've gotten at any E3.
Whoa.
Don fact.
Dang.
That sounds accurate.
That's a real bland one.
Let's actually have Don hype up what he edited today.
Don, hype up what you edited today.
I edited a whole slew of the Just Playeds that they recorded last night.
The live Just Playeds.
Including the No Man's Sky one, which will
Did you keep the whole thing?
soon be legendary, yes.
Yeah, that was an intense blowout.
That's a good Just Play.
You guys will enjoy seeing that one once we finally get it posted if you missed it.
Yeah.
And then I did that big giant 20-minute interview that gave everyone a little bit of a break to keep their sanity.
Earlier, yep, that was nice. We went and got tea from Cafe Alexander. It was good. Kept us alive. It really boosted my energy.
I'm sorry, Don, did you only edit 2 things today?
Well, there were
There were
9,
nine
Just
Just Blades.
Blades and then the 20-minute thing. So
Well,
10
dig
things.
into those 9 Just Blades. What else did you
Only
do?
9, Don?
Sorry. We're good.
Only 9.
So you should remember them. Let's see.
Oh, yeah. We're just stalling for time on the Ian cam.
We had.
Hi,
Do you have
Elyse,
sound?
nice to meet you.
I don't have video either. What are they sending in on? Kyle.
Ooh, are we demoing this live?
Kind of.
Is that what that hookup is?
Yeah.
Oh, that is cool. Excellent.
They can't hear you. Hang on.
That is your choice. You absolutely don't have to. In fact, I will stop it. Just
Going back to you
just for
guys.
solidarity's sake.
I'll
It's
leave it
weird.
on in case there's
well,
an
actually,
emergency.
for Ian cam. Yeah. Oh, we're live. Actually, we're on the big screen.
I'm on you now because I gotta
okay.
go fix some
we
problems.
are talking about Lara Croft Go, correct?
Absolutely.
And this is a live demo. This is running right now.
Actually,
Looks like it.
yeah, it looks like it. Looks like our game.
So, what are we about to see? What are we going to see in Lara Croft Go?
So at this point, the idea is that the game, as you probably know, the game was introduced at the Square Enix conference yesterday.
Yes.
It's been a while, but yesterday. And for us, it's our 3rd game for the studio. So for people that know, Square Enix Montreal is the small studio in Montreal that's dedicated to mobile. We took a look at all the great brands that we have, great IPs that we have within the Square Enix group, and we started with Hitman, found 2 very creative way to bring Hitman to mobile with Hitman Go and Hitman Sniper.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously we're fans of the Tomb Raider and Lara Croft brand, so we said, how can we best bring it to life on mobile? And this is where, Danielle, our very talented creative director, got that concept for Lara Croft Go.
And didn't Hitman Sniper just come out?
Hitman Sniper came out 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So, we're pretty busy in the
You're right on
studio.
top of these things. Yeah.
But no, it came out 2 weeks ago. Again, very happy because we had major critical success with Hitman Go. And we know that, again, we focus on crafting a great mobile experience, something that was dedicated to mobile, something that was easily to play on mobile. And the Sniper concept, even if it's completely different approach to the mobile, to the Hitman brand, fits perfectly and makes for a great mobile experience.
Yeah, we actually have a question from our chat regarding how much has been taken from Hitman Go and utilized in Lara Croft Go, because it's very contrasting themes of killing as opposed to exploring.
Sure. I mean, that's a good question to start off with. I guess we're using what we established with Hitman Go as kind of like a base, kind of a fundament, but really not shy of kind of questioning things and really making sure that I think one thing that was really well received with Hitman Go is that we really built the game around this kind of theme of playing a hitman going around, but not shying away from making it its own kind of custom experience for mobile. And so with this one, again, we're really not shying away from taking things out that would not work with Hitman and putting stuff in that's really cool and works with Lara Croft. So in terms of mechanics, to be more kind of concrete, there's some mechanics like enemies that we're trying to reestablish and bring back. Behaviors, I guess, not the type of enemies, but in terms of other mechanics, we have a lot of cool things that you might expect from a big Tomb Raider or Lara Croft game, such as traps and kind of mechanisms and puzzle kind of things. So we're really focusing on that, making it feel like a true Lara Croft experience.
So it definitely is more like puzzle versus combat.
I think it has. Obviously we're trying to show the whole palette of everything that you would expect from a game like this, and also puzzle is kind of like a combat. Sorry, is kind of like a puzzle mechanic, so to speak. So there's no kind of shooting as in a real-time shooter you would expect. But yeah, just bringing that whole palette over to mobile, that's what we're trying to do. So here we can see, actually, Genevieve is playing this live. This is one of the very first levels, exactly the first level. You see a little bit of a map there, so we get a bit of a context of what's going on.
Oh, I love that.
What is the actual input? How do we make her move?
So that's the cool thing about it is also about Hitman Go, since we're really building this from the ground up. We can have a control scheme that works really well on mobile, as opposed, I guess, to making a port of a complicated control scheme. And so you see these spots with the lines in there between. So we're calling them nodes internally, but they're basically just like in a board game. They're like these spots where you can put a character on, and so every time you swipe, the character she just moves to the next spot. So it's this kind of turn-based formula that worked really well with Hitman Go. With the big difference, I guess, this time around is that everything is animated. So every step that you move has an animation and has actually a big set of different animations. So
how do we do the roll just then? Yeah.
Sometimes if you go back and forth, there's a chance. Like we have this really cool system of animations.
Just some flair.
It depends. There's kind of like a dependency. So if you go back 180 degrees from one turn to another, she does these cool things. Even like this, if you've played the old, very first Tomb Raider games, there's this iconic kind of handstand move that she did. We have that in there, so it's really cool. And something it's kind of hard to see now on the screen there, but as you play the game, one big difference also with this one, we're adding this kind of second layer of storytelling and narrative to it. So as Lara progresses through this level, you see something is moving in the background. You'll see that in a second.
So do you feel like a game like this on mobile kind of gives you an opportunity to have more fun with like the Lara Croft IP as opposed to the new Tomb Raider, which is like, we've got to be serious, we've got to be gritty, but you can do those little like nuances and callbacks?
I think it's two completely different things that are both very appealing. I think what we're trying to do here is really making a game that is for the mobile
How do we
space.
get that glowing thing down there?
Too late.
How could we have gotten it?
There's this kind of system with these vases that you can tap on. Maybe Genevieve, you can see. Maybe let's keep that for later.
Okay.
We'll show that at a later point. But there's this system of collectibles and unlocks that you can get in the game that are basically hidden through the environment. But to just, I guess, come back to the question.
Yeah, I'm so sorry to interrupt.
That's good. I like the enthusiasm.
You were talking about some story, something that we'll see coming through the scenes.
Again, I think having a big kind of AAA Tomb Raider experience on console makes a lot of sense because that's what you can do and it's the kind of experience you can get. But on mobile, I think this is what we're trying to do with it, more of a kind of a bite-sized approach. So I think this is really bringing out the whole all different flavors of kind of the same brand that you can do. Maybe you can show that again. Actually, here's a cool mechanic, again turn-based. With this cracked floor, if you step on it once, but if you step on it again, also a classic, I guess, from Tomb Raider games and Lara Croft games, it cracks and it falls. So you have to pay attention to that. But then later, also in the game, you can start mixing and matching. You make puzzles with more complex kind of setups. Obviously, we start mixing and matching the different mechanics that you see here now. So it's really cool.
So we can't go back down the way we came?
This one, again, you can go there once. The second time it collapses, and then now she could not go back up again.
So is there a situation that you can get in where you lose your opportunity to move in a certain position and you just have to restart?
So I guess like the very nature of kind of these puzzle games where it's a setup and you kind of got to figure out your way, it can happen that you get into a kind of a locked situation and you got to restart the level, or there's this enemy left that you didn't take out and he's going to kill you. But there's kind of a big variety in situations like that also.
Her character model seems like she's based off of the first game, like that version of Lara Croft. Is that intentional? Is that like the one that you sought to make?
So the way it works is basically we're, as I guess as Square Enix, there's two main branches for the Tomb Raider and Lara Croft franchise. So the Tomb Raider is the reboot and everything that you've seen with Rise of the Tomb Raider, everything being announced here. And Lara Croft are all the games that are basically more towards the the nostalgic kind of touch on Lara. They're like Temple of Osiris, Relic Run, and all these games that have been coming out lately. And we're in that category as well with this game. That's also why it's called Lara Croft Go. And so that's where this kind of classic look is coming from, and that's what we decided to go for with this one.
We've had some questions from chat because Hitman Go is more that like plastic board game character. Was the desire to have her move more fluidly, did that influence her character design that you didn't go with that plastic similar board game appearance?
Yeah, I mean, the idea for us was really to have something that is working on a very kind of broad and holistic level. And so obviously it worked super well with Hitman because a little figurine that moves like a chess piece, that was kind of a nice thing to have. But actually, interestingly enough, we also thought a little bit about what if Lara was a board game piece, but that didn't really fit the kind of style and the character because she's very athletic and she moves around, this very dynamic character. And so obviously having this fully animated world and everything around it just made a lot of sense. And so that's why we then kind of discovered and explored that direction.
Is this on all mobile platforms?
Right now what we announced is that it's phones and tablet. Obviously we're demoing on iOS, but we don't want to commit right now to devices. But
sure. But it looks really good.
Well, again, that is something that we pride ourselves upon.
Yeah.
Square Enix Montreal, the products that we'll do should always be Editor's Choice candidate, Game of the Year candidate. We're going for high-end, high-quality experiences. We believe there's so many mobile gamers out there that want to have deep quality experiences, and this is what we focus on.
Yeah, I really like Monument Valley, and I'm sure you guys have maybe gotten some comparisons. I'm in. When is this out, and how much is it?
At this point, we said this year, and it's going to be premium.
Okay.
The game's not done. We still have a little work to do, but we're almost done. But we need more stuff to announce in the next few weeks.
When you say premium, does that mean I just buy it and then the whole game is there?
Yes. Yes.
Why don't you just stuff it with stupid microtransactions?
Well,
if you want that. No, I think for us, it's also with the Hitman Go, we kind of went with that route because we felt that was a good transition also from the game coming from a console kind of experience. But I think also importantly, with this one, since we have this kind of story, fini tableau. With this kind of, I had to put some French in there to get some instructions. So this kind of, the structure and the story and the exploration that you get, we feel that's more like a full experience. We don't want to slice it up and charge people so we want to make something that really fits that.
And as with Hitman Go, if we have microtransaction, it's service to the player. It's not forced upon. There's no in your face. In Hitman Go, it was hints. Some people were actually happy to buy hints for the whole game.
Yeah.
It's actually we put it just for fun, but a lot of people use that. They wanted to complete the whole experience. They needed the hints. Please.
Is there a chance that maybe you'd release like a level pack in the future?
At this point, it's way too
early to know.
No, we're still trying to craft this perfect experience, finish it, make it as what we want to create. Great loving game. It's a brand we love. All right, so we need to treat it with super high quality products.
In Lara Croft Go, how does a hint work?
So still work in progress, I guess, but we're probably possibly looking at a similar kind of setup as we had in Hitman. So kind of like, if you're stuck, then you get a kind of a hint on how to finish the level, because we want to, as Patrick said, I guess we want to have also an experience that is not just like frustrating. Oh, I can't finish it. I'm like stuck forever. So.
That's very cool. Do we have one last question?
Has anything changed? I mean, technology changes rather quickly, but is there anything that you can do now that you maybe weren't able to do with Hitman Go, or that you've learned since making Hitman Go?
Yeah, we're better with at least 1 year better.
Yeah, I think we've learned a lot of stuff. Also, the interesting thing is we're still, I guess, a pretty young studio. The team that made Hitman Go and then now is making this game. This is the second game, so we're learning a lot from this. I think also, adding that layer of story and all these new mechanics that we're adding in this game is going to be super fun for us to see like how that's going to be perceived by the people, and adding that extra layer on it.
Is the story all communicated non-verbally?
Yes.
Very cool.
That's kind of like what we're trying to do with Hitman. So in Hitman, I don't know if you remember that they had these little figurines to kind of, in a board game or in a diorama, you have figurines that are freeze frame pose, doing a little kind of setup. And in this one, everything is basically told through the environment and what you go through. So it's our style.
What I've seen of this has compelled me to now get Hitman Go. Get it.
That's why I'm here.
Copy. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you so much.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Oh yeah, thank
Cool.
you. Yeah, thank you for coming.
And we're going to switch right back to Ian Cam. There he is.
Hey, welcome back to Ian Cam. The exciting and wonderful booth continues to be awesome. We've got Brad and they've switched places now.
That's right.
Are you both getting Hitman Go on your phones right now?
We're downloading it as we speak.
Yeah, I downloaded it a little bit ago, actually. I've never played it. It looks pretty cool. This game looks really cool. I think not having microtransactions and being more animated and stuff looks really cool. The puzzles look really neat. I'm into it. I'm really into games like this. We have another demo coming up in a second from Square Enix. Oh yeah, we keep forgetting to ask them.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Somebody go ask.
I will. Or I'll tell Kyle ask him.
Yeah, we'll ask on the air too.
Here we go. He's got headphones on.
You putting on headphones? Yeah. We should ask if it's Square Enix or Square Enix. We forgot.
Okay.
Don't forget.
I just found out what happens if you get the vase. This is very important to me. I had to ask that. It's like an artifact. That's your collectibles, and you get those to like get other unlocks outside of the individual levels.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. How are
I'm
you,
into that.
Why is Brad being such a creep behind you?
Just hanging out.
He's
Drinking
just
my coffee.
hanging out, drinking his
Okay.
coffee, man, making the booth smell
Sorry?
nice.
I don't know if they want two people on the stage sometimes, man.
What?
If they want two people on the stage, man, just like last time.
Yeah, sometimes there's multiple people on
More
that
than one, bro.
stage.
I'm just filling space.
I didn't realize I was still on Bosman. Sometimes when you're switching, your fingers don't push the buttons you want them to push. Brad, let's get you up there and fill that seat.
Right.
Brad's coming up to fill that seat. All right, looks like we've got Life is Strange here. Coming on up. You ready, Kyle?
I'm ready. Bring us back on in.
All right, here we are.
Hi, everybody. We're back. We're with Michelle from Don't Nod, correct?
Yes.
Cool. And we're talking about Life is Strange. What episode are we on?
And episode 3 was released the last month, and so episode 4 is due to release somewhere soon.
Cool.
Like around 8 weeks after episode 3.
Elyse over here is a huge fan of Life is Strange.
Cool, thanks.
How can we discuss this game without ruining things for Elyse?
You can't. I found it impossible to really like discuss the true nature of this game without, because it's so, the story is so amazing and so important.
Thank you. Yes, it's not easy to speak, of course, about episode 2 and 3 without spoiling everything, but so yes, Life is Strange is a modern, episodic narrative adventure game who tells the story of Max Caulfield, an high school student who just came back after spending 5 years in Seattle. She came back to her hometown of Arcadia Bay in Oregon. And quite soon she will be reunited with her former childhood friend Chloe Price, which has changed a lot during those 5 years of absence. And the two girls will be trying to rekindle their friendship, and they will be investigating on the disappearance of a fellow student, Rachel Amber, which was a friend of Chloe. And everyone in the city of Arcadia Bay thinks that Rachel just ran away to have a better life in another city. But Chloe really thinks that there is more and there is a mystery behind this. So this is some sort of the core of the story. But there's a twist. In the beginning of the game, Max discovers that she has the unique ability to rewind time. So she can, at any moment, rewind for a few minutes at any time. And with this new power, she will discover that it will have a lot of repercussions and butterfly effect in her life.
And that mechanic is so important because for me, this is what sets Life is Strange, aside from other point-and-click adventure games. What came first, the story concept or the time travel mechanic? Like, was it that you knew that you wanted to make a story about coming of age or?
That's really a good question. Actually, we built everything together because we knew in our previous game, in Remember Me, a game that was published by Capcom, we had those sequences in the game we were called the memory remixes, where we were starting just to tackle this idea of choice and consequences and butterfly effect. And we really wanted to have this in a whole game, in an adventure game, in a game with a slower pacing, where the player could really take his time and enjoy the story and the characters. So we started by thinking about this rewind mechanism, but at the same time we were working on the story, the characters, the setting, really trying to find the best balance to have everything really cohesive. And building this bricks by bricks, we decided to have this story taking place in a high school setting. I think we chose that because when you're dealing with, we have a game we did with choice and consequences, and we really thought that high school was a good period of time where everyone, I think even myself or you might think back in your past and think, oh, what would have happened if I did another choice, in my other studies, if I had other friends, or if I dated another guy or another girl at this point. So it was a good period of your life to have this coming of age story and this choice and consequences tale.
It's also very interesting to go from a game about action and fighting and
science
then
fiction.
Yeah, and then
to
here
fiction.
where it's a story of personal interactions.
Yes, Remember Me was our previous game. It was a different team. I was working on it, and I'm the co-game director of Life is Strange, and the other co-game director, Raoul Barbet, was also working on Remember Me as he was working on the cutscenes and all the narrative aspect with the cinematics. And I was the art director on Remember Me, but we are not directing the game. And when we had the opportunity at Dontnod to start to create a new game, we thought really what kind of game do we want to make. And
you personally?
Myself and Raoul.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we in Remember Me, I really loved the environmental storytelling, where you can tell a lot of story just by the environment. We can put the way the objects are located in a space. It can really tell the story about the people that live in one space. And that's something we enjoyed working on the environment on Remember Me, but we would really like to have a game where we could have a really slower pacing, when we could just enjoy the environment, take your time, look at the drawings, read a newspaper, just maybe sit on a fountain and enjoy the environment, sit on your bed, take your guitar and play the guitar, just listening to music. And an adventure game, a kind of point-and-click game, was really for us a good type of game to have this, to really be able to build characters, to build a story, and to really let the player enjoy this kind of really slow pacing game when he can just be inside a bubble and taking his time.
Oh yeah, and there are so many different ways to interact with this game, ones that you don't even see as you're playing it, and then you get to the end and you see all the different things that you could have, or people that you could have helped or interacted with. Like it's such a bigger game than you might think.
Yes, maybe. I think there is no good or wrong way to play the game.
Yeah.
You can play it just by going forward and go to advance the story with a critical pass and stuff like this. But you can also really take your time, and there is a lot of details. We really love the attention of detail. So you can look around and see. Really, you can read. We have message board on the high school, so you can read some message at a point, and in the next episode you can read a new message that's related to one of the message in the first episode. And it's really optional and not needed at all. But I think that's really what we really love, that attention to details can make a great game, because you can just really go deep into the universe and learn about the characters, of course with cutscenes, with dialogues, but also with everything in the environments. There is one example, for example, Chloe's house. In episode 1, you can see that the facade is half painted. And it's just because 5 years ago, when Chloe's father died, and he was painting the house, and nobody took time to just paint it more. We never explain this, but if the player take time to look at this, he can understand that.
Oh yeah, there's such side touches, like in Zoe on Chloe's wall, where it shows her monitoring her height, and then her dad passed away, and that's where it stops. Such sad personal touches. When you get to the final screen after every episode that shows player choices and decisions, are you ever surprised by, this many players stole from the handicap collection fund, and you're like, what? Who are these people?
Yeah, it's really interesting, because I think that in Life is Strange we're dealing with themes that are really close to reality. That was one of our major idea, and what we really wanted to tell with this game is we have this layer of teen drama when you start the game, but we are really adding much more. We are talking about quite serious themes like social media bullying, domestic violence, everything that's close to the characters, and that's something we wanted to have in this game. And when we look at the choices, it's interesting, because those are choices that a lot of people can relate to. So the percentage are really interesting, because it's almost like a social study on some kind of level.
Yeah, I've noticed that you do have an outreach for kids and younger people that are playing this game and see the bullying and things like that. Have you gotten a big response on that level?
Yes. I won't spoil episode 2, but we have really darker themes in episode 2 and episode 3, and it was. Yes, we with Square Enix we created this page, this web page, when you can go if you feel connected to some of the issue we are talking in the game, so you can just talk to other people and get help, because that's something we saw, that when you're dealing with bullying, we are sure that players that will play the game would have experienced bullying at a point, and we really tried our best to deal with this in a sensible way, to not trivialize that or speak to this subject in a bad way, but just to be sure, we created this web page so the player can go there if they feel connected. And we've been reading really great articles, like some teenagers who said that the game actually helped them to to overcome some of their personal issues because they understand that other people are experiencing the same thing as they do, and it was really touching, I think, to read that. And we're receiving a lot of emails of fans of the game at work who say that your game really helped me with my life, and that's quite weird to read that, but also really strong because that I think that we managed to talk in a good way of those subjects.
Oh yeah, and there are so few. I mean, not so few. I mean, there are lots of games that have like fantastic female characters with a lot of depth, but I don't know many that have a female friendship in them that has a ton of depth. Was that something that was really important?
Yes, it came really early in the process of creating the story. We really wanted to have this coming of age tale and also talking about friendship, really a strong friendship between two teenage or almost young adults female characters. That was a theme that was really, really important for us, but we didn't start in the game, creating the game by thinking, okay, let's do a game about a female character. When we worked on everything, we tried to, when we started to work on the story, we even tried at the beginning to have, we had a male character, we tried to work on different characters that could be the good lead for this game. And quite quickly, when we created Max, we saw that she was the good character for this because she was this shy, introvert student that has issue to take decisions in her life. And when you give her the power to rewind, it works really well because she has even more difficult for her because she can rewind everything. So it's even more harder to take what she can think is a good decision.
Yeah, I think it lets her kind of come out of her shell a little and be a little bit more like ballsy or aggressive because she knows that she can do something. I won't spoil anything. But she knows she can do something that's kind of horrendous that she wouldn't do. Yeah. And then I'll just rewind it. I can say whatever to this person because I know that I can take it back.
Yeah, I think that's something all of us might have thought, if only I could erase this or not say that or just go back a few moments in time. So I think that's really cool to give this power to the player and to give it to Max in the story.
I had a theory when I played the first episode because I kept seeing posters for the Halloween dance everywhere. And I thought, I wonder if the releases will time out, that the last episode will come out around Halloween and it will be a big Halloween theme. And I thought that would be awesome. But the episodes are on kind of a faster release track than I thought they would be, which is amazing. And I'm happy about. But maybe after you could answer a question for me. Maybe it's too spoilery. You shouldn't tell me. Don't tell
Maybe
me.
Not. I shouldn't.
But do you have an exact date for the next episode, Dark Room?
No, there is no exact date. We are trying to keep the schedule around 8 weeks between each episode, but we're still, of course, it will be released around this time frame, but we're not sure exactly of the date, and Square Enix will announce it as soon as it's really set in stone.
Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm monopolizing this.
I just have one. I have a question I'm very curious about. Is like you have a story you want to tell, and then how do you go about dividing it? You know what I mean? Obviously, narrative adventure games as episodic episodes, like is a proven concept. It works. We've seen on The Walking Dead and everything.
Really cool.
But like, how do you, when you have a whole story, decide, okay, this one's chapter 4?
Right from the beginning, we wanted to make the game episodic. So we've been writing the story in an episodic way, using what's working, of course, for TV shows. So we didn't write the story as a whole and divided it. We did write episode 1, episode 2, episode 3, 4, and 5, all of them together at the beginning, but really having in mind when the episode will finish. And that's something that's really great with episodic because, we know that one episode take around 3 hours for one player. So that's something you can do in one playthrough, in one session.
Yeah.
And we can really control the rhythm. We know when the player starts the game. We know where he ends the game. So we can have this cliffhanger at the ending. We can really think about the rhythm in one episode, and we can have those slower moments, slower pacing when you just take your time in the beginning. Then we can have a peak of rhythm, then another slower moment, and that's really great with this episodic format. When you're working on a full game for 15 or 20 hours, you never know when the player will decide to stop the game, and he might sometimes stop the game in a very slow moment and just might not want to come back to the game, or he might just stop the game right before a peak, and all the crescendo to this peak will be erased, because when he starts playing again the tomorrow or the day after, it's just at this peak, and it didn't have this build up and this tension.
Right. You lose the momentum as a storyteller. I get that.
Exactly.
That makes sense to me.
And we really worked with the episodic format in mind, and I think that's something that's really great for telling a story. And also the weeks between each episode, we've seen on the forum that it's a great way for the players to talk about the game, to make theories, to think, okay, what will be next, and it creates a community around the game during the waiting. That's the same thing with TV shows. Between each episode, you have all those tweets and social networks talking about this episode and what will be coming next.
So you're reading the forums in between episodes. Yeah. Does anything do you ever see like, oh, that's actually a good idea, I should do that?
I don't think since the story was written from the beginning, we are still sticking to our main story arc and main beats, but we are looking to the let's play, to the feedback from the players, and when we are seeing, for example, that one character is really loved by the community, we might sometimes try to add another dialogue with this character, to add a bit more line to the character, or we are tweaking, tinkering a bit with the detail, with the story, while we are still keeping our main story arc. But it's really cool to have the feedback from the player, and we can really adjust a bit between each episode.
Very cool. I don't think we've taken a question from chat yet, have we?
Oh, are there any plans for physical release? Or is it too soon to...
We'd love to, and that's something that will need to be seen again with Square Enix. I guess we are sticking, and right now we are working hard on episode 4 and 5, and we are really focusing on finishing the digital release, but maybe that would be cool.
Is this a game that we could ever maybe see on the Vita?
That's a good question. That's again maybe up to the publisher to answer that.
Can I ask another question?
Sure.
Yes, please.
And you don't have to answer if you don't want to seem biased, but are you Team Warren or Team Chloe?
Oh, I might not answer that. And it's really cool to read all those fans speaking about that. But again, it's mostly a coming of age story and a friendship story, and it's up to the player to really see how the player wants Max to be and how he wants Max to evolve in the game. So yeah.
I feel kind of bad for Warren, because I feel like Warren so desperately likes
it's
Max.
Cool. He's,
but I sometimes ignore him.
Really?
Yeah.
You friend zoned him every time?
He'll ask me to meet him in the science lab, and then I forget.
Poor Warren.
Sorry, Warren.
Poor Warren.
Really poor Warren.
But yeah,
I have another question. Yeah. It's about how, to me, it's very interesting. Square Enix had their press conference yesterday, and Life is Strange is featured pretty heavily in it. Do you know what I mean? Like, we
are really happy with that.
Yeah, what's that like? What is the relationship with Square Enix like?
It's really good, and it's when we started working on the game, we worked on an independent studio, and when we had a prototype, we went to publisher to show the game, and Square Enix was the only publisher who really accepted the game as it was. They didn't have to change the characters, to add more action, to add QTE, or they really accepted the game as it was created.
I'm sorry to stop you. Somebody said add action to this?
Yeah, we had.
And so you had someone who finally didn't say change anything.
Yes,
you found someone who's like, this is good.
Yes, they've been really, really supportive. They love the game. All the team we're working with mostly on Square London and Square in USA, they are loving the game, and they're really supportive. And when we see like you said, how heavily we were represented in the conference, when we have nothing new to show, we are between two episodes, there is no big release, big announcement about the game, and just seeing that they are talking about the game in the big E3 conference is really great for us, and it's great for the teams for all the team working on the project.
Oh, like it just makes them all feel more inspired.
Yes, because it's, to be honest, it's hard. Working on the episodic game is quite a lot of work. It's like releasing 5 games in a very short schedule, so having this good feedback from the public and from Square Enix, it really motivates us and all the team to work hard to finish the game in the best way possible.
Yeah, it's cool because you're making a different kind of game. Do you know what I mean? You're making a game that's not just people shooting people. Yeah. Which is kind of cool, and it's cool to see support for that.
Yes, it is, and I love all sorts of games, and I don't think that there should be only this kind of game. It's just that it's really nice to see that we are in an era when you can have heavily narrative storytelling games, and you can have shooters, and you can have indie games. That there's a lot of great games on the indie scene that are talking about really hard subject matter. Some games like Papers, Please, or other games like that. It's really cool to see where the video games industry is going, where we can really start to talk about more important subject matters and something that might be more related to social issues, to the news, and so yes, it's great.
That is great. Elyse, looks like we have time for one more question.
I should ask chat with a question. I've been asking all my own questions.
So hold on, you've been looking at your laptop and then just pretending to read a question?
Oh, okay.
I'm looking at chat, but this is from Controller in Hand. When trying to sell games, when trying to sell that games are art to non-gamers, I feel like Life is Strange is the perfect game to attract them. When making this game, I want to make an engaging narrative at the front of your mind. Like story is the central focus.
Yes, we really wanted. Yes, story is the central focus, and talking about those themes, those real issues was what's the most important stuff for us. And you're right that we've been hearing great stories. Like there is a friend of us that is an art director in another studio just said to us that it was the first time that both his wives and his kids played the game, and they were having dinner at night, and all of them were talking about the game and the choice they made. And his wife never really wanted to play by herself any game before. And we've heard this kind of story a lot of times from other people, like, oh, this is the first time that my girlfriend asked me to create me an Xbox account so I can just play my own, she can play her own playthrough of Life is Strange. So that's really cool to hear that, and it's really, it strengthens us and make us want to work hard on this game. Yeah.
Can I ask one more thing?
Okay. Yes.
Did you ever feel like trying to make a game about like American teenagers? Did you ever worry like, oh, are we making this seem like a caricature? You know, did you ever worry that because it's not the culture that you're living in?
Yeah, of course. That's something we really did our best to avoid that, because of course we're French, we're 30 years old male, and we're making a game about an American teenager in Oregon. So yeah, we are the perfect guys to do that. But we've done a lot of researches. We've been traveling in the Washington area, and we are working with an American writer. So his name is Christian Devine, and he's the guy writing every dialogue and text and everything you see in the game. He's writing it. We worked on the story at the studio, but he's the guy working on that. And he's also looking at the game and saying when we make mistakes. Like just a quick example, we had this parking lot at the beginning, and we had the spot were too tiny, and he said those are not American parking spots, so we made them bigger. And this is like that for the whole game. We are really working hard to be sure that we are documented. We are looking at Facebook or blogs, on Tumblr, on newspaper from Oregon, and to be sure we are really well documented.
That's great.
That's very cool.
Do you want to let them know where they can get Life is Strange? Right
Them
now?
is that one camera in the middle.
Yeah, the chat. Sorry.
That's they. They is right there.
Hi. And sorry.
Where's it available?
To buy it.
Oh, okay, of course. So it's available on every platform, on PC, on Steam, on PS4, PS3, Xbox 360, and Xbox One, and it's a digital release. And also you can go on lifeisstrange.com for more information about the game.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Happy E3.
Thanks. Thank you.
And we should switch right on back to Ian Cam.
Hey, Ian Cam, very exciting. Ian Cam. I really like this game. I played a bit of the first episode, and then I had other things, but I want to finish it. It looks really cool. I know Elyse spoiled it all for me, though, because I had to shoot all of the Just Plays that we did about it, so I know everything that happens. Oh, well. Yeah, I got Don back here. Don, you ever played Life is Strange?
I haven't played it yet.
He hasn't played it yet, he says.
Spoiled for me, though.
He's got a lot of it spoiled, too. That's the danger of working in this business, huh? We get everything spoiled for us before we get to play it. Coming up now, we've got Deus Ex: Mankind Divided. Looks like they're just about ready. As soon as someone double clicks on that, double click on it. Don, you want to go help them do that? Double click on the video and it goes full screen. If they have trouble. We got Elyse in here. Elyse, how you feeling about that interview?
My back's killing me.
Your back is killing you?
Too much excitement.
Too much excitement. Elyse is a very big fan of Life is Strange, whatever that game's
I
called.
am, and I guess I feel about a lot of other games. I think it's just because there aren't many other games that reach this kind of narrative quality for me.
Yeah. The narrative was of a high quality.
It is.
From what I've experienced.
Yeah, I was pretty excited. I also, Kyle kind of handled a lot of Just Cause and Hitman, so I thought
Yeah.
that
Get a little chibby wheezy in there. All right, it looks like we're about ready to go. You about ready to go, Bossy?
Is Elyse out? Is she going?
She's right here. Elyse, are you going back up there?
No, I'm
She's good.
Okay, cool. So
All
yeah,
right.
bring it right on back to us.
All right, here you come.
Hi, everybody. We are now joined by JF, who is the creative director of Deus Ex: Mankind Divided. This is very, very exciting. This game. Yes. What do you want to communicate to us about why this game is good?
Why this game is good.
Yeah, I start with the hard questions.
Yes, exactly. Well, it's the follow-up to Human Revolution. So if you're the kind of player that loves like deep stories with a lot of choices and a lot of moral dilemmas and everything, and getting into the heart of like more like mature themes, I think the SX is a game for you. On top of the fact that there are really nice augmentations, and this time around. We really beefed up the experience to make also the combat experience to be as good as the stealth, because we have 4 gameplay pillars: combat, stealth, hacking, and social.
Okay.
Eh?
You rattled me off your pillars really quickly.
Damn.
So combat, stealth,
hacking
and social. Okay.
Yeah. So last time on Human Revolution, the combat was not maybe unnecessarily on par with the stealth, and this time around we wanted to beef it up, and we also redesigned the control scheme to have a better experience with augmentation, so you can go on the fly and be quick and at using your preferred powers and whatnot. So we work in that sense to make a very, very good Deus Ex game.
Cool. Can I tell you one of my favorite things that I did in Human Revolution? I was in Detroit. I upgraded like the weird things first. I upgraded my jump first.
Yes.
And then so I got on the top of a gas station, and then I was able to get into the gas station from the top.
Yep.
And things like that. Or do you still have like upgrades that are strictly for like accessing new areas of the environment?
Absolutely. It's one of the key point of Deus Ex is that we want you to play the way you want, and multipath and multi-solution is always at the heart of the options you have and how you play. So the augmentations you decide to get will open paths, close other paths. It's really, really up to you, and we make sure that all the levels have plenty of content that you might never see, or if you play a second time, you try something different, and you'll discover something new.
You said something interesting. You said close other paths. What kind of augmentations will close paths for me?
Well, to me, it's a way of speaking in the sense that, let's say, like you were saying, you don't have the jump, then maybe you cannot go on this higher ground, and you never see what's there, and you'll never discover anything. So you're just going to be staying on the ground and going through another option.
Yeah, that kind of thing kills me as someone who likes to explore, and so I do the one where I can pick up things too.
Yeah.
What sort of things what sort of upgrades should I have? Is it explore? Should I do jump and lift? Are there any other things for like traversal?
Oh, there's plenty more. Today we're not going into all the augmentations we have, but you have a Icarus dash that we call, that allows you like to give a boost from going from A to B like super quickly and a certain distance. So maybe if there's a big gap or whatsoever and you want to go on the other side, you'll be able to do that. There's the jump, there's the punch through wall. There are plenty of options like that will make you see or not see some of the stuff we built.
Cool. And you call that the Icarus dash? What is my body doing when I do the Icarus dash?
Jensen is charging himself, and then he just unleashed the energy, and he moves fast from A to B.
Cool. Huge question here. Are there still lots of drawers for me to open?
Of course.
Okay.
And a lot of emails to read.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. It's super important.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know what?
One of my favorite jokes from Human Revolution was about the broken mirror. Do you know what I mean? And
Yes.
you don't find that unless you're reading emails.
Yes.
So more things like that, is that still a part of what this game's about?
We always try to include as many little details like that, because one of the things that we say, especially when the art director talks about the artistic direction, he says it's all about details and clutter. But it's not just visual for us, it's all about the experience. All the little details are there to really create this strong experience, and we want every players to be able to have their own adventure within the main adventure. So that's super important.
A question I see a lot is about the boss fights.
Yeah.
And we have these options throughout the game. Are we going to have options with our boss fights in this game?
Yes. It's this time around you'll be able to stealth around the bosses if you want, or you'll be able to totally avoid confrontation and or totally go into it. So no more forced to fight this time around.
So when you say avoid confrontation, does that mean I'm on my fourth pillar, my social pillar? Is that like that kind of thing?
Or something else? I don't know.
Okay. It's very ambiguous.
Very ambiguous.
Yeah.
On purpose.
What does it mean? What does it mean to upgrade social? How is that your fourth pillar? What does that mean?
For the social, the augmentations, it's more about making the helping the players to read the other character, like knowing your kind of psychological background, and if we're having this argument, knowing if I'm scoring points with you or not, or like sensing when the character would be more sensible to a certain approach or not, and you have all this information on screen that help you to make a better social choice.
Yeah, what's so funny is, I mean, most of the stuff we see is like the cool guns opening up and all these like cool chops and blades coming out.
Yeah.
But some of my favorite things are just like coming to a desk and talking to this a person and saying like talking my way into getting into a building.
Yes.
Like I love that this game allows me to do that as well.
It's for me, it's very important that we always have a non-violent option to go through the game, whether it's through stealth, whether it's through talking your way with some people when it makes sense, because sometimes you're in scenarios where trying to talk to someone, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't
just in real life. It doesn't always work.
It doesn't always work.
Yep.
So, but as far as I'm concerned, it's really important that you can play the game from start to finish without killing anyone. Because yes, we have guns, but it's not necessarily a game just about guns.
Absolutely not. Yeah.
I had a question for chat.
Yep.
They were wondering if the multiple endings or different endings from Deus Ex Human Revolution would come into this one.
Right.
Like, was there a specific ending that you guys went with, canon over another one?
Yeah. To be honest, when we did the Human Revolution, we were so busy with that, and there was a lot of pressure and a lot of stress that if we survive this game, maybe we'll make another one.
You survived!
Yeah, you did it.
You did it! You survived! Success!
And so to be honest, we were not planning necessarily the future at that point in time. And all that to say that because we didn't plan it out from the ground up, Mankind Divided is not going to take into account necessarily directly those endings. But the thing is, like, there were 4 endings, and there are a lot of truths in there, and a lot of rumors or things that have been said, or the truth that has been twisted, like in real life when an event happened and when it goes through the medias.
Yeah.
In the end, you don't know exactly what really happened or what didn't happen. So all the endings for the players who played Human Revolution and finished it, there's no bad ending. Like, all of them had some truth in them, and that will be reflected in the next game.
Well, my ending was really cool. I just drowned us all. Including myself.
And that's canon.
I blew us all up.
And that's canon.
That's the canon one?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was all right. That was cool. I think part of the story that was stressed yesterday is that everyone's freaked out by people who have augmentations now in this world.
Yeah.
So when I'm just walking in a crowded street, do people react to me like that?
We want that. Is that the way we see it is Adam Jensen is always a stranger in a strange land, whether he's in the city streets or is into the ghetto where a lot of augmented people are put in. And when he's in the streets, like, there's prejudice and people like being they fear him, and some will pass like bad comments or things like that. And when he's in the ghetto, is all bright and shiny, and like it doesn't look like the same. It doesn't look like he has the same difficulty as the people that are in those places, and therefore they look at him like with a suspicion eye as well. So whether he's in the normal world or in the ghetto world, it doesn't necessarily blend super well.
And so like how does that impact like the actual like what happens when I'm walking through a world?
For us, the way we see it, it's not about there will be people that you can bribe or not, you can be harassed, so it will play in the gameplay. But what is really important for us is to make the player feel that experience, and they get their own views of what it means to be on a certain side of a subject, and when they go through the end of the game, like make them think about that, and when it's time for the choices, like what did you get out of it, and what do you think should be the right call to make, or something like that.
Sorry, did you have another question?
Yeah, we had a question.
Cool.
We want to know if this would be, if they could just jump into this game if they have not played any of the previous Deus Ex.
Yes, that is super important to me, because the way we're tackling this is that we don't want you to feel, oh my God, I didn't play the other one, and then there's no, for me, I won't play this one because I'm going to be lost. So we're building the beginning of the game to make that world make sense by itself. And we're also going to have other incentive, like when you start the game, you'll decide if you want a sum up of the last game, and you're going to have a sum up, like kind of a video that retells the story of human revolution, so to get in. But even if that is, you don't use it, or even if we were to cut it because we don't have the time to finish it, the game by itself should be standalone, and that's how I approach it. So.
The way you said cut it if we don't have time to finish it. Are you like on the latter half of your development? Are you getting near the end?
We're pretty advanced in development, so yes.
So earlier you said when finishing the game, you felt like, oh man, if we survive through this, we're not thinking forward. Are you thinking forward this time? Are you thinking like, well, maybe we should hold back with our ending, just save stuff for a sequel, or are you just going all in again?
We go all in again, but now knowing that there might be something more in the future, because now we know that we have a franchise and we want to take care of it on the long term. I don't know if there will be something after or not, but now that we know that we established something, we're thinking more globally instead of just thinking about the game.
Cool.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm sorry. What does that mean globally? You're thinking globally.
Globally for the franchise.
Yeah, actually. So, could you explain some of those things to me? Because I see at the end of the trailer that there's some expanded things beyond the game in the Deus Ex universe. Like what else is there?
You're talking about universe specifically?
Yeah.
Well, for us at this point, we're not ready to go into details, but when I say globally, is that we want to take care of the franchise on the long run, and we want to explore, now we're in the AAA environment, like the new game Mankind Divided, but we might want to explore other transmedia initiatives that will make sense with all the other products we have and everything. But today we're not going into more details than that because we're not ready.
Okay, so for now the universe is just Mankind Divided. Okay,
yeah,
absolutely. Brad, did you have another question you just pulled?
Yeah. So I wanted to know if the stealth bar will decrease as quickly as in the previous one.
That's a complainer.
The energy system, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's gone now. I lost it.
But I guess it's that.
The batteries? Is that what that person means? Like the battery chunks? Okay.
Well, I guess I could ask in another way. It was like, from things you've learned about doing the first Deus Ex, what have you learned from it? And
a lot.
Yeah.
A lot. Actually, when we talk about the energy system, it's one of the interesting topics in the sense that you're the Man 2.0, and in the last game, it was the way we balanced the game. It was really, really hardcore, and for some people, I'm this Man 2.0, but I always have to find my chocolate bars to be able to use my augmentations because my batteries are always empty. So now we changed the system a little bit. We're not finished with that. We're not going yet in the details, but we change it to allow you to use your augmentations more often, but you will still have an economy to manage stuff. Another thing also, other than the boss fights that we got into account, is when we were giving experience points to the players for their playing style, whether they were playing stealthy or combat, we were giving more points to stealthy player than combat ones.
As you should, yes.
But our logic, and
Yeah.
you're right, our logic was like, it demands more patience, it demands more efforts to play stealthy than combat, so that therefore we're going to give more XP points. But what it ended up doing, a lot of players are trying to find the best way to play the game to maximize their options, and therefore the fact that when they saw, oh, there's more points for being stealthy than playing combat style, they thought, oh, this game is meant to be played stealthy.
Right, and it kind of removes the choice.
Exactly.
Okay.
And that's not what we wanted to do. So now this time around, we're going to rebalance it to make sure that we don't have a bias for stealth or combat. We really want the players to go, okay, how am I going to approach this game? And let's do it.
There's no wrong pillar to focus on.
Exactly.
Let's actually talk about hacking. What's hacking like in this game?
Hacking, the hacking of the last game is coming back, but more beefed up. We have more advanced systems to defeat. They have booby traps, etc., or they have even kind of a fog of war defense system in which you don't see the grid at all and you have to go by yourself. And on top of it, and we have more softwares to defeat those systems. And we also added the remote hacking. Now we're able to remotely hack certain devices and shut them off or turn them to your own advantage, things like that.
Things like what? What are some things I can remotely
Well,
hack?
you can have a flying drone going around, and you can like hack it, and then it turns into a friendly drone, and he's going to attack the other enemies, and you have nothing else to do.
Oh my goodness! I just remembered like how much fun it was to turn the security onto my side. That's still implemented.
It's still there.
Yes,
yes.
I love things like that.
Yeah.
You said there's more things in the hacking game, or no, I don't want to call it hacking. We'll call it a pillar. We'll remain a pillar in the hacking pillar.
Yeah.
So does that mean there's more branches to upgrade? Does that mean like I should spend more points into hacking?
It's going to be quite similar in that sense in terms of the augmentations to help you with hacking, but you're going to have more softwares to discover in the world as you play to help you with certain of the hacking challenges, because let's say you have booby trap A, you need software A, and if you don't have software A, it might be more challenging, it might be hard to beat it, to defeat it. So it's going to play like that. So you'll have your augmentations, and on top of that, all these softwares that are going to support the experience.
Very cool. Brad, it looks like you pulled another question.
No, I'm trying to find them. They're going too fast.
The racing. Everyone is just a little too stoked.
Chat has started making Brad into video game names. It's hilarious.
Oh, okay.
It's pretty rad.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, absolutely, John Michael. What's your question?
Big Deus Ex fan here. 2 questions. Is there a new game plus mode?
Would you love it?
Oh my God, would I love it. My entire dream, even though I know it's purposely set in the game that you can't get every single upgrade, which I love. I don't want to be a powerhouse.
Yeah.
But after I beat the game, I totally want to go back through the first level and just demolish everything. I want to be Terminator on steroids. That's what I want to be.
I hear you.
Okay.
Yes.
And then my second question is, as far as weapon customization or any kind of customization, is there anything, any kind of upgrades as far as?
Yeah, for weapons?
Yes.
Yes, you will have different attachments that you can equip your guns with to change a little bit, modify their behavior or give you some more bigger advantages. But now also we have different type of ammos. We have the normal ammo, we have the armor piercing ammo, and the MP ammo. So it's going to, all those bullets will work against anything, but some are more efficient than others, depending what kind of challenge you have in front of you. So if you want to manage your bullets, you need to be wise about which one you use when.
So cool, thank you.
That was a great guest questions. I like that. When is this game coming out?
Soon, in 2016.
Soon in 2016. Okay.
That gives me a range because 2016 is kind of soon, but so if it's kind of soon, it's probably like early 2016. I just want to know. So like, there was a DLC chapter for Human Revolution,
Yep.
and it actually took place in the middle of the story.
Yep.
Can you foresee something like that happening with this, or do you have a DLC plan now that you're discussing?
We'll see in due time.
Okay. I understand. I know. Yeah, there's like some things you gotta. Yeah. We can't talk too much about that. So personally, what are you most excited about that you can communicate today? Like, this is a sequel, and like, what are you so most pumped to be able to put into this game?
I think in terms of the gameplay flow with the augmentations and the way we redesigned the control experience, I'm really, really happy with that because the game feels much more natural and more fluid than ever before. So imagine all the richness of Deus Ex, all the options, the choice and consequences, but now like you're even like more potent at doing what you do. And it's quicker and it's, I would say, punchier than it was before.
Quicker and punchier.
Yeah.
Can you define that?
Well, to me, what it means is that, like in the last game, you were going to select an augmentation and then you were activating it. It was doing what it was doing. You were going again and shutting it off and continuing to play. It was breaking the flow. Now the way we're redesigning the controls is that you can map on certain button your augmentations and just go, move, do your thing, like take cover or you don't take cover and you shoot and then bam, you click a button that where you map your augmentation that you wanted to use the more often on a easy to reach button and boom. You use your augmentation and boom, you shut it off right away, etc. So for me, it's all about that kind of a controller experience, interfacing with the game. It's much more natural and much more easy and less like by steps as it was before. And also on top of it, like when you're in the game, like if you're using the cover system, now you can move not just laterally, but you can go forward. You can now do the takedowns from cover. You don't have to pull out of the cover and then do the takedowns. So everything blends more naturally together and everything to create a smoother or whatever what I said. Punchier experience.
Punchier,
yeah. That's it.
No, yeah, I like going into the long drawn out explanation. I'm cool with that, because you know those are things that you focus on from a design standpoint.
Absolutely.
And so I like when we go in depth. I'm cool with that. Areas, where are we going that we can talk about?
Going in Golem City, as you've seen in the E3 demo. We already communicated that we'll go in Prague, and we didn't communicate much more than that, I think.
Okay, so
keep some secrets.
Got to keep some things close to your chest. But I mean, so like, let's say we're going to Prague. Where are we going? What are we doing in there?
We're doing some sort of investigation. Now we're 2 years after the events of Human Revolution, and with all the tension between the naturals and augmented people, there's way more terrorism. There's way more, I would say, paranoia, and the player is put into the middle of this, and he has to investigate some of those terrorist attacks and get to the real culprits behind that. So.
Cool. Okay. So, Brad, did you have at least one question from chat? We got to take one question from somebody.
Let's get one more,
because this is going to be our last question about Deus Ex.
Puns are still coming.
Okay, we got to stop with the puns so we can
Still
get
coming.
one question in. I might steal it. I'll steal the last one if we don't have anybody. Okay, so basically, if you're creative director on a game, I imagine you have a message that you want to communicate.
Yeah.
Are you open with telling us what message you want to communicate with this game?
The message, it's not that I want to communicate something specific as much as I want players to think about certain subjects. We're into a world where there's a lot of strong opinions and a lot of people judging everything how I say, radically and everything. And I want to create something in which you can think about that the world is not as black or white as sometimes people can make it look. And we want to bring a little bit of nuance and more, I would say, reasoning behind people's actions. And when you look into the eyes of someone, you can understand something that if you just stay in the outside, you're going, oh, blah, 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 and I'm judging you like super rapidly. But when I know where you come from, what you're living, then okay, now I have more perspective on whatever you do, on whatever you think. So that's the kind of thing that I hope this game is able to dig into, those kind of subjects in which that is kind of an analogy to a lot of things that is happening in the world.
So you're not trying to give people a message. You're trying to just get them to think.
I'm trying
Consider
to
other things.
I'm trying to have a theme on the table, like with
Yeah.
Human Revolution, what it means to be human, and how far can we go or not, and is it a good thing to upgrade ourselves or not, and putting the players in the middle of this and having them to make their own judgment about these things, and not us being preachy and say, oh, this is good, this is bad. I'm not smart enough to answer those things for people.
Jean-Francois, you're very smart. I believe that you are. I have to tell you that we're now joined by Michael Huber.
It's an honor.
Cheers, man.
I'm like shaking right now. I tuned in on the Twitch on the way home. I started just accelerating.
Okay. So I know we said that was our last question, but we have to give Huber at least one question.
I have two questions.
He has two
Just
questions.
biggest
I
fan
think
you'll
we have.
find.
All right. Well, okay. We can do it. Let's
First
do it.
is a quick one.
Okay.
The economy.
Yes.
Have you talked about it at all?
We've not talked about the economy.
What goes into balancing the economy? How important is money? Because that's something from the very original Deus Ex and Human Revolution that has a big impact on the world, and it always felt really balanced how you made money, and it had an impact with certain side quests.
So your question is how we're balancing it?
Yeah.
Well,
or what is the thought going into that? Is that a pillar? Is that important to you guys?
It's important to a certain degree, otherwise going around and collecting money would be useless. So our goal with that is to balance it in such a way that if you're really the kind of player that goes around and tries to get everything, of course you're going to have way more options to play with because you have more money. But if you're more the kind of like the guy that just wants to go from mission to mission and get through the story on the critical path and not exploring around, we were calculating it in such a way that you can have at least a certain amount of fun with that, and we're saying, okay, let's say we have a roster of X amount of things, and on the critical path we should give, let's say, 60% of it for those players, but the players that are fully exploring every little places, then they will get the other 40%. So I'm not saying that my numbers today are right, but it's the kind of logic that goes behind it.
Cool. And then last, the conversations with certain characters and bosses. I can remember getting, I forget who he is, but I remember there was a part in Human Revolution where you get to him, he's pretty early on, and he reacts to the way that you cleared an area prior to getting to him.
Yeah.
Will they react differently if you use non-lethal takedowns versus not taking anyone down at all versus obviously killing people? Because I would love it if you were non-lethal and they kind of say that, because I remember I think I was non-lethal, but they still were like, "Oh, you attacked people."
Yes.
I was like, "Well, I didn't kill anyone."
Yeah, we're tracking this, whether you kill or you don't kill, whether you're seen or you're not seen, and some of the characters will react to these things, whether they're surprised you're there because they didn't hear about you, or like you went to a mission and you kill a lot of people and like, well, did you have to do that kind of thing? So it's really important that the game answers back to your own actions, so it makes you feel that you're in that world and what you do matters, instead of just being kind of ghosts in that environment and nobody cares about what you do. And like in the last game on Human Revolution, one of the little detail that we did is that one of the first mission on the Serif manufacturer, when you were getting at the end of it and clearing it from the terrorist, you just had to go in the veto and go for the next mission. But if you were actually going back in the level, because you could go back in the level, and now all the police that were holding back before you did what you had to do, now they were all inside and they were taking pictures and notes and everything. And like there's 1% of the players who saw that, but it was this kind of attention to the detail that it was telling the story. They were holding back before you were coming in. You did your thing, you got out, now they could get in. And now, if you were going in the level, back in the level, then they were there and they were doing what they had to do. And the guy that was that killed himself, like the remote hacking thing, and there's a police officer with his camera and is taking pictures and stuff like that. So it's all those details that makes the difference.
Consistent world.
That's it.
Yeah, it's
as
a
much
world.
as possible.
Yeah.
As much as we can.
JF, thank you so much for sticking around for 2 extra bonus
Awesome.
questions.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Deus Ex Mankind Divided coming to you soon in 2016. Is that right?
It's right. When it's done.
Okay, cool. We'll switch back to Ian Cam.
Hi.
Cool.
I really think that game looks rad. I wanna.
It's rad too, Ian.
Yeah, that game does look rad. I want to do it completely stealth, no kills. That looks cool to me. You're gonna just gun everyone down? Kill everyone? Much like in real life.
Catelyn Stark, we will kill them
Catelyn
all.
Stark. Yeah. So now I think. Oh wait. Tell him to. Wait. How do you say Enix? Did we ask how to say Enix or Enix?
Is it Square Enix or Square Enix? How do you pronounce it?
I'm French Canadian, so that doesn't.
In the office, it's split.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I say Enix. Some people say Enix.
Okay.
I like the Enix.
So you heard it there first. Both are acceptable. As we thought, both Enix and Enix are acceptable. Enix, Brad Enix. These Brad game names are hilarious. You guys are hilarious. Whoa, Yu Suzuki just tweeted the Huber hype. Cool. Here comes Bosman. Bossy and I are gonna hold down the fort. Everybody else is getting lunch.
Holding down the fort. It's actually dinner time, believe it or not, Ian.
Bo!
Yeah.
I don't know what noise that was. I just made a noise.
Bo!
Bo! Dinner!
Oh my gosh, that was
rad.
That was 5 back-to-back interviews. I wish that was this whole day.
That would have been cool.
That was so fun.
That was a lot of fun. Dude, all those games look sweet to me.
Yeah, that was a good lineup.
Yeah.
That was a very good lineup.
Here comes Elyse.
That was great.
Yeah.
I almost thought I was gonna pass out during Just Cause.
Because you're losing your just mind.
It's not for a lack of enthusiasm. I don't know what it was, but like, I felt like I was gonna blink and I was gonna be gone. We've been doing
Stay
this.
hydrated. Keep drinking water. You gotta stay hydrated. You gotta
Wear
stay
your
hydrated.
headphones.
We've been doing this since 9 a.m.
Drink water. Put your headphones on.
Well, the thing is, we haven't been doing this since 9 a.m. We've been like playing Gears of War and like stupid things for most of the day.
We've been stalling.
And then suddenly, like, you have interesting people popping in for only 15 minutes at a time. Though I gotta admit, I think Brad did a pretty bad job reading the comments.
Oh, come now. To be fair to
Most
Brad,
of the comments were about Brad.
Yeah, to be fair to Brad, the comments were going a mile a minute of doing like Bradvania's Symphony of Huber and
Yeah.
stuff like that. I'm not sure how it started.
Chat thinks I had low Brad sugar.
Oh my gosh.
God.
Well, you
That's
do have low
amazing.
blood sugar. Did you eat? Did
Yeah,
you eat
I
dinner?
went after Life is Strange. I went and I had dinner because
okay,
I
that
was
was a
like,
good
I
call.
don't
I'm
know.
gonna go fix that TV. Hang on.
Okay.
Brad didn't do the worst. You guys are being really hard on Brad because they're like, oh, Brad didn't do a great job. Brad's exhausted. He has the farthest commute of anybody. But it's also, the onus isn't on Brad here. I guess the onus is on us.
It's on me. Yeah.
Yeah.
I did okay. I think I did okay.
You did outstanding.
Yeah. It was. Those are fun people to interview. Yeah, and you definitely helped me out with Michelle from Don't Nod.
I mean, that's when kind of I was like, I can make it through this.
Yeah.
Without passing out.
Yeah.
That game is so different. It's so unlike anything that's out there.
Yeah. That is a very cool. Ian, what is that? Why do you do this?
I don't know. I was just doing that. Sorry.
Okay.
Can we talk about something for a second here?
Yeah. What's wrong?
I go on Facebook, and I see pictures of Jeff Keighley hobnobbing with Kanye West.
Hobnobbing. He's a hobnobber.
Keels is in with the West now.
He is Slick Rick Prime. He is the original Slick Rick.
He's Alpha Slick Rick.
Alpha.
His hands, his palms are lined
covered in
with
so
Crisco.
greased.
Yep.
Just
Keep a grip
Crisco
on
and butter on these palms. And
It's like old train grease from the 1800s. It's like grease.
I feel like I'm gonna see a
Prime
picture
Grease.
of Bloodworth with Kanye West. I'm
Yeah,
gonna be
just
so
like-
pissed
That's not
off.
gonna. Yeah. I do have to take leave immediately now
Yeah,
that
yeah,
Brad
yeah.
has joined us.
No
we should get
problem.
Michael Huber.
You gonna go do some
Why is
research?
Huber
He's probably
here?
eating. He's probably getting food in his
They
belly.
probably want to go eat. Like, we're not allowed to do.
If you
So on the schedule, this is actually meant to talk about those games we just talked about. So a Square Enix recap.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
A recap.
I mean, Just Cause 3.
That looked so fun.
It looks. It's like, to me, it's almost like GTA meets zombie game. Not Left 4 Dead, not Dead
Rising?
Island, Dead Rising.
Okay.
It's almost not, I mean, not as ridiculous as Dead Rising,
Right.
but there's the potential there, and I guess introducing like mods or whatnot. But Just Cause looks cool.
So good.
It'd be nice to see like a larger area with a little bit more
Right, yeah.
environmental diversity.
I mean, that area is super large. There's probably a lot they're not showing us. I hope.
Yeah.
It looks beautiful though too.
Look pretty.
Stunning.
Yeah, look cool. Just Cause 3, is that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, that game looks rad.
So fun.
Would this be more appealing to you, Ian, than like a GTA?
Yes.
Why?
Because it doesn't, like, GTA has such a weird mixture of not taking itself taking itself really seriously, expecting you to take it seriously, but then also having like jokes and not taking itself seriously. The tone is really inconsistent to me. This is just like, yeah, have fun, do it. The wingsuit looks really fun.
Oh yeah. That seamless transition between parachute and
Yeah.
wingsuit is really really cool. Tanuki Nico.
It reminded me
Oh,
of
Tanuki Rico.
the cape from Super Mario World.
Yeah. And actually, Unhurious says.
Did we leave a badge in here?
A badge?
Hang on, we have a mystery of a missing
Sorry, guys.
Mystery.
Let me help you look for it.
Yeah.
Brad, you gotta hold this down. Read those
Taking
Brad.
5.
Read those Brad
Oh my
puns.
god, so
Brad.
many. I was so impressed by those.
Those are hilarious. I'm gonna accentuate the fact that Brad's up here by himself.
Yeah, dude. Well, I'm here with you, Ian.
What was your
I'm
favorite? I really liked Bradvania Symphony of the Huber.
I didn't
no,
see that one.
It was Hubervania Symphony of the Brad.
That's
what it was.
awesome. I saw Bradborn.
Bradborn was good.
Really good. That one really.
God of Brad.
That's how you get me.
Brad of War.
Brad Ward, the Brad of us. Brad Man.
The Brad of us. Brad's Gate Shadow of Ian. Yeah, I don't like GTA. It's fine. Brad
Something wrong.
Ventures, Ian of Elyse Drive. Brad Out 4. South Park.
Did you guys find it?
Yeah, John might find it. Sorry, guys.
John's a
But yeah,
thief.
Unhurious had a comment
stole
that
it.
Just Cause almost looks more ridiculous than Saints Row at this point.
Yeah.
Do you think that that's like a
think
decision that's influenced by like mods that developers feel like we got to put like weird, crazy stuff
I
in our
think a
games?
lot of decisions in Just Cause 3 was picked from mods, pretty much. A lot of things they're talking about. I wonder
Yeah.
if they haven't said anything about multiplayer, right? Like they didn't say like something huge, like 100 people or anything like that.
No, but he did mention that would kind of be a decision influenced by the community, whether the community like actively develops that.
Okay.
But he didn't seem closed to the possibility, or that's not something that they would, like to see happen. And then after Just Cause, we had Hitman, which actually looks really cool, and I've never been super into that franchise, but.
Right.
What is this game that's B-rolling behind you right now? Sorry.
This is Dishonored.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it looks rad.
Oh yeah, super pumped on that.
So it's a lady main character now?
There's 2. You can be.
Oh.
Did you play the first one, Ian?
Nope.
Okay.
Look kind of neat though.
It is neat.
Got distracted by Dishonored
Anyway,
too.
sorry. Yep.
Oh, yeah, tell me
Continue
about
speaking.
Tell me about Hitman. I missed a lot of that.
You
never
You
played
weren't
one?
here, no.
Okay.
But I think this will be the gateway Hitman for me. Though I am gonna get Hitman Go.
Yeah, you're
I
into
got
that.
it earlier.
You did? How much is it?
$4.99
$4.99, well spent. I
on
think.
the Android store. I don't know if it's the same on the Apple Store.
Hitman, if it looks as like expansive as that suggests, and I do think that like starting with a designated number of missions, and then it seems like they're gonna have rollouts.
Yeah.
Is a really smart way to do it and to keep people interested. Titanfall was kind of one of those games that I thought that they maybe could have benefited from like weekly challenges and rollouts, and I think that that's something to keep people interested. Are you a Hitman fan?
I played one of them. I'm trying to think of what it was called. Maybe
Yeah, I
it was
played one a long
it was
time ago.
Contracts or Blood Money. I can't remember which one. I played it at Mike's house.
Oh.
And
Have they ever done a game called Hitmen?
Hitmen?
That seems like a no-brainer sequel
I
to this game.
I don't think so.
Hitman. Or Hitmans with an S, and the S is a dollar sign. Like aliens.
Keep going, Ian.
Doom?
If I was gonna add like a different dimension to a Hitman game, I would create another character that you play as.
Mhm.
That like kind of you recruit Hitman.
Oh, okay.
And then you like kind of designate the missions for them.
Oh, okay. So, okay, go on this mission for me, plan it out for them.
Yeah. Do you plan on you would say like this is how you're gonna do the mission. So you would say this is how you're gonna do the mission. Looking at all the variables that are in place and what you have at your disposal, looking at maps and stuff. And then when you, as the Hitman character, go into that environment, if you don't execute your mission as you had planned it, then you fail or you like get a C grade as opposed to an A grade.
Right.
That's what I would add to a Hitman game. I don't know if that's bad or it makes any sense. I mean, this is from the team that conceived of Waluigi Sneak in Love. So
award-winning
You mean
game.
the classic amazing romance game that changed a generation?
Stealth romance.
Stealth romance matchmaker.
The chat doesn't even care what we're talking about. They're just making Brad.
Keep it coming.
Breaking
Love
Brad.
It. Love it.
Oh God, Ahab GT says the other character should be a grief counselor who works with the family of the recently departed.
That's what I was gonna say. Like a character that is like an EMT or something that goes in after these elaborate hits and tries to save people, collateral damage or something.
Oh my goodness.
See, we need Mike Huber for this because he's a big Hitman fan also.
Totally.
Mike Huber's too concerned with eating.
Is he actually eating?
I don't know. Where is he?
I don't know.
I'm sure there will be like a Just Played of Huber talking
Oh
about
my God.
Hitman.
Yeah.
So you can stay tuned for that.
We do a lot of Just Playeds around here.
We do.
We do.
What is this game behind you? It's like a fake
This
Pokemon
is-
or something?
This is Earthbound.
Fake
yeah,
Pokemon.
This is Earthbound Beginnings.
Damn it, Ian.
Following.
I never played Earthbound. It looks cool. I've heard good things.
Talk to me
Looks
about Life
cool.
is Strange. I didn't know much about that game, but I'm kind of sold on that now. I kind of want to play that now.
So in Hurius, this grade would be dependent on how well you execute the plan that you yourself planned for you.
What
not
is this?
in my Hitman edition.
What? You just
I'm
aren't
just I'm
responding
looking
to
at
that
chat.
question.
Yeah.
Do you realize Brad was talking
Yeah, I was
to
talking
you?
to you.
Sorry,
I was talking about Life is
I thought you were
Strange.
talking to Ian.
Holy
I'm sorry.
Christ.
I'm sorry. It's been a
long week.
It's been a long day, a long week. Sorry, Brad. What?
I was just talking to you about Life is Strange
Or
because
Brad is strange, as the chat would call it, or Life is Brad.
Life is Brad.
Sorry, Brad. What did you say?
Okay. So you're a big Life is Strange fan. I didn't really
It's
know
all
much
right.
about it. It's all right. You were like, you were so into that interview. I loved it.
This game is just so different than like anything that's out there, and you could say there are like point and click, adventure games that are narrative driven, but the story to me is just super real and relatable in this, and it's doing different things. It's like taking risks and just the time travel the time rewind mechanic
Mhm.
just adds an entirely new dimension, because it is great to play these point and click games that give you choice, or sometimes like the illusion of choice, and even if we maybe don't have that fully in Life is Strange, it just kind of feels more fun to play because of that. And it's so interesting to me that a French studio is developing this like inherently American game.
Yeah,
It's all about the
girls in
American,
Oregon, I guess.
American Northwest, and it is they have admittedly said like it's a team of men.
Yeah.
The older men that are trying to like get inside the psyche of teenage girls, and they're being completely honest that they're scared and hope that they're doing that accurately. I just hope that this game gets like a little bit more attention. And I feel bad for so many people in the office, because often when we, have to work on a narrative-driven story like this, we have to be spoilerific.
Yeah.
Like Ian, as he mentioned earlier, it's been ruined for him. Are you still there, Ian?
Yeah.
Would you have played this game otherwise if I hadn't ruined it for you?
Yeah. There's one other thing that deterred me a little bit, but I wanted to play it. It looks good.
You don't like girls with blue hair.
Depends. I like her just fine, by the way.
But yeah, the what I was hinting at that Michelle, I didn't want him to answer, was that I thought the game was going to like culminate in Halloween. Like I thought, there'd be a big event involving the Vortex Club and like a party or a dance at the school that would end on Halloween, and the game would get like kind of freaky in a sense. not necessarily like horror or even scary, but that we just see that. I don't know if that's going to happen now, but I think it's kind of unusual that the school had, Halloween posters in the first episode, and
maybe he was just pulling your leg.
Maybe Life is Strange just throwing a curveball. They threw a big curveball in the last episode. I missed Deus Ex because I went to go grab some dinner. But what are kind of your reactions? Like, I know Huber's a big Deus Ex fan. Are you?
Yeah, I played Human Revolution. I liked it. I'm definitely not as big a fan as Mike, but it seemed really cool. Everything he was telling me seemed super awesome. Like, how would I describe that game for myself? Like, when I play Deus Ex, I usually, like, some people go, like, all stealth or all, like, guns or something like that. I just kind of play on the fly. I'm really curious to see how they, like, integrate that. Like, I usually don't min-max one way in that game. I'm really not concerned at all. I'm just really interested in how they're balancing and what they're going to do with the story. And he said there was no, like, when they finished Deus Ex Human Revolution, they weren't sure if there's going to be a sequel. So I'm curious to see what they're going to do or how this new game starts after the last one with all the different endings.
I just remember that game being, like, super popular, that it seemed like a sequel was a no-brainer. But a lot of time has passed.
Yeah,
it's been
a while.
It's been how many years since Human Revolution? When was Human Revolution?
Why don't you get up here? You're a huge Deus Ex fan. Get up here, man. Why don't you talk about it? Yeah, talk about it.
So John Michael joining us here.
John Michael.
Yes. Let's see when Human Revolution
Celebrity
came
guest.
out. Human Revolution was 2011, so it's been 4 years.
Wow, 4 years.
And then it comes out next year, so it'll have been 5 years since the last game.
I will say that game looked amazing.
Yeah.
It looks.
You were like salivating.
Oh
right
my
there.
gosh. The entire time, just looking at the weapon customization, even for like the 3 frames that it was on there, there's like six upgradable parts for the pistol, then the ammo's upgradable, and then like, all your specials are upgradable. I mean, I just see points going everywhere in that game, literally everywhere. And obviously, like, it would be cool if you could get it would be cool if you could get all the perks, but that's not going to happen because that's the way the game is designed. It's designed for you to pick and choose. Yeah, which ones of your abilities are actually going to be your mainstay, essentially.
New Game Plus, though.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, that was all but confirmation based.
Yeah, that's pretty much
that was
confirmed.
very clever of him. Yeah.
He's like, do you want it? Of course I want it. What fan doesn't want New Game Plus mode where you're pretty much invincible?
Was it weird to you that Huber was so focused on like economy in his question? I couldn't tell if that was because it's a big aspect of Deus Ex or because he's so into economies in games.
It is. There's an episode of Huber Hype where he just talks about economies.
Yeah.
And Deus Ex was one of them. What was so funny is after he asked the question, the guy was like, "Why do you like economies so much?" Yeah, it was really funny.
Yeah.
It plays a big part. I mean, because it affects the story. The entire story is based on the economy. There's this whole like upper class, upper class people not getting all these kinds of modifications, and then you have the sort of lower class that needs this money to heal themselves because they're sick or whatever. Like I feel that the way the credits and stuff work in the game is pretty much a balance. There's no money that you really need to buy. There's nothing really like that to me. I do feel like, surprisingly, that the art style of the game is still essentially the same. Like, they still have that orange overtone, which is still pretty good. I like it. Some people don't.
It seemed less black and gold almost a little.
It did. I feel like people were complaining that it wasn't gold enough. And I was like, that's kind of weird.
I do. I love the look of it. I like the look. It's weird that game has a distinct look.
Yeah.
I can't define it, but I'm into it.
Yeah, it's futuristic. I mean, it's everywhere.
I never talked about the shield, the cool angular shield that like covers your entire body. Never asked about it. That's on me.
You blew it.
Well, Brad, you blew it.
I'm so sorry to interrupt this discussion, but someone has made concept art for
Oh, yes.
Waluigi Sneak and Love.
I just saw it.
Can you
It's
full screen it?
amazing.
I'll get over there. I'll get over
Get
the
over
laptop.
there.
My goodness.
Okay, we got concept
He
art.
tweeted it at all
Tweeted
of us.
it at all of
That's
us. I'm gonna
outstanding.
retweet it right now. Good
Me too.
lord, this is fantastic.
It looks
Sorry
like-
to interrupt ASX.
No,
It looks like the
It's so
cover of the
good.
game.
What is this full screen?
Huh?
Can you put this full screen? What is this game?
It's
it's just whatever.
full
is
screen.
playing.
No,
Oh,
I dig this. What are
the
we looking at
B-roll?
here?
Yeah.
Oh, check the trailer name.
Cool.
Well, I made it full screen, and now you
The
made it
Bread
in
Pub
Windows.
Brawlers is what
The
it's
Bread Pub Brawlers?
called. Yeah.
This is what interests you.
This is what
This is why we made a whole game out of trying to guess what this idiot knows.
Yeah, you're kind of like seeing that. Elise, where do I go?
Twitter.
Your Twitter.
Okay.
I mean, if you don't mind doing that.
Oh, he minds.
High security right here.
Right.
Yeah, go to Ian. Go to Ian Cam.
It's all over the TVs. Oh yeah, I
Go to
suppose.
Ian Cam.
Hi.
Yeah.
There we go.
This is the Bosman password security camera.
We're in.
We're in.
Ooh.
Oh wow.
Whoa.
Oh, it's BarrelBot.
Man, we thought we had
BarrelBot.
a lot of time.
What's
Wow.
BarrelBot?
Very clutch BarrelBot.
That is
Wow.
Oh, that's
sick.
the user.
Yeah.
Let's give a standing applause for that.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Thank you.
Let it be noted that none of them stood.
Kyle Bosman.
I didn't see you standing either.
Kyle
I
Bosman
wasn't party to this.
originated the concept for Waluigi Sneak in Love on an episode of Mandatory Update Nights, the most recent one, I believe.
And then we made it better.
It's since been elaborated on. Brandon Jones is here!
He's back.
Brandon, we got some amazing art for Waluigi Sneak in Love, the fake Nintendo game we've made up.
I'm not gonna lie, Elyse Willems. I'm not gonna lie at all. I had my fingers crossed.
Look at
That
this.
definitely crossed my mind when that happened. I was like, please.
Look at
BarrelBot made
it.
this.
Gaze upon it.
All right, let's take a look here.
Right there, man.
It's pretty good.
Pretty good.
I mean, pretty amazing.
Okay, pretty amazing. Can we also talk about something that's pretty amazing?
Dark Souls 3?
Dark Souls 3 is pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Whoever drew that Shenmue picture, like what?
Oh, yeah.
Nuts.
Super classic.
This is a mystery. Sherlock Holmes, you need to solve this mystery, Miss Willems.
That's a Japanese speaker.
Yeah, it,
Look at that kind of
Hi, everybody.
It's just a Japanese speaker.
E3 2015.
Get on mic.
Sorry, I gotta read the order.
I went.
He's
I did it.
showering
I
up.
did E3.
how was
did
it,
it.
Brandon? Did you see Kanye West?
I did not see Kanye West. I didn't see Jeff Keighley. I usually bump into the Keighley.
Jeff was with Kanye.
You know who I did see? Nick Plessis.
No way.
Oh, Plessis
No way.
effect.
Bumped into the Plessis effect on my way out. Rohan Rivas was also a fun celebrity that I saw that I was happy to bump into. Yeah, I went to E3, and I don't mean to intrude on the conversation.
No,
what were we
please
chatting
do.
about?
We were talking about Waluigi Sneak in Love.
Yeah, please.
So please do.
Who's on B-roll? Who's rolling stuff right now?
What do you need?
Do
Whatever.
you need to save anything for a Just Plate, or are you just cool to...
The Just Plates, we're waiting on Ben Moore. Ben
Okay.
Moore is MIA. Ben Moore is
Cool.
hopefully on his way back.
gone
Mike
rogue.
Huber, as you have seen clearly,
Yeah.
came in right in the nick of time.
Yeah.
How was Square?
Fantastic.
As a whole,
Tons of games.
no way I could have watched it because I was on my way back.
Fantastic.
But they seem to stick around for a long time. I don't know if we necessarily,
They all showed
Every
up.
interview I've done so far is a battle between the PR person and the game designer. The game designers want to talk. They want to talk to you about your game because you're engaged, you like it, and you want to
You're
learn more
excited
about
about it.
Yeah.
I like the word battle.
Yeah, and then the PR people like, hey, come on,
yeah,
I gotta get out of here. I got so many other interviews to do today. So it's a battle. It's a nonstop battle, and I always feel bad. How do you? You just said whatever. What did you want for B-roll? Anything we bring up?
Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm going to start with.
We got an exclusive on Just Cause.
I'm curious.
What's the exclusive we got?
Ian tweeted about it. Exclusive airstrikes.
Oh, Ian, don't tweet that. No. He didn't tweet that. He didn't say that on purpose. All right. We got that exclusive.
Ian's digging. I can't even see Ian. Did Ian leave?
Is he gone?
Oh, Ian left. We got
Ian's
Don.
out.
Let's go to Don Cam.
Brandon.
What?
That
Don
demo
Juan.
got me hyped.
What, for Dark Souls?
No.
Just Cause.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got me hyped.
Brandon,
the Kyle's question was the best. That
Did
got
we
me
see
super
new stuff?
hyped.
They
Which
brought.
one?
Did they bring B-roll? What?
They
what?
did
Face
bring
to the
B-roll,
butt.
yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
That was
You can
amazing.
They took the B-roll.
Oh, dang. It was actually like interactive B-roll was the
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, we like pick what we want to do.
Yeah, so it would get to a spot and it was just like, what do you want to do? And you had like 3 options that all have funny names. Brandon,
I miss Just Cause 3. I miss Sony.
Yeah.
I'm doing this wrong. I
The
don't know
moment-
what happened.
the moment I saw in this B-roll where you're gliding and then you just shoot your grappling hook and pull on it and then glide more.
Yep.
I was
Uh-huh.
enraptured.
Yeah.
And to me, it doesn't make sense why that's not in trailers. You know what I mean? Trailers are all explosions. It's like if you just put that one simple moment.
It's not just explosions. The gameplay reveal for Just Cause 3. Now that we're talking about trailers.
Yeah, let's talk trailers.
Well, we're going to talk about trailers tomorrow. It's
Yeah,
coming.
yeah. We're gonna analyze
specifically trailers. The cuts were so fast, you know, and they had the drums going, and so it's like it's tempting, you know, to just make stuff like, you know,
This is
flip
what we're
by.
watching right now. Yeah.
This is it.
But like just this fast-paced, super serious. It's also really serious, you know. And again, like when they revealed, you know, the gameplay at Judges Week, they were not serious.
So what's his name again?
The director?
Yeah.
Oh, you got me.
You had it yesterday though. You knew it, and I was like, man, it's cool. He knows that name.
I met so many. I've had names. There's lots.
Roland
Roland.
Lesterlin.
Yeah.
He's the director.
He gave us
Very
that
nice guy.
candidness. You're right. He turned on something at Square Enix yesterday, but he
Right.
turned it off for our
Yeah.
stream, and it was great.
Yeah, I think the Square press conference turned it off.
Yeah.
I think it was.
Yeah, and-
Whatever he has was turned off.
And I think like
Then
with
he turned it back on.
we were criticizing the kind of the dry VO over that trailer, but I think almost with like you were saying with those fast cuts, you kind of needed that. Otherwise, it was just a compilation of like a ton of random weird shots. Whereas what we saw was like really just complete.
Yeah, it bums me out.
Demonstrating.
It needed that kind of E3 demo that's like one congruous mission.
And
you know
can't,
what I mean?
yeah, and
That's what it needed.
And you can't hear it, but like at the end of this trailer, it's like Just Cause 3. You're like,
Yeah,
what?
yeah,
No,
yeah,
what?
yeah. Like Resident Evil. Yeah, it's
like,
so
I
weird.
don't- That's not. Should be.
We got to talk to their marketing team. You have such a great game and you're not marketing it right. That's what bums me out.
So I want to talk. I'm actually curious, Kyle, because you
Okay.
a lot of the times I'll mention something and I'll just kind of get on the edge there, you know, of stuff maybe I shouldn't talk about, being the editor in chief of GameTrailers.com. So I'm curious what you think about this.
Okay, here we go. Ethics. Let's talk about ethics.
I've been employed by GameTrailers.com for 13 years.
Yes.
I've never been a judge at E3. I mean, this is the first time I've like gone through this experience. I get
Yeah.
one more day of it to check out stuff.
Okay.
It's just fascinating, and I'm curious, like, if I should talk about that. I don't know.
Talk about
It
what?
seemed- just judge it. Just being a judge. Just kind of like not the stuff that I'm seeing, because I was told today like you can't talk about this if you're seeing this, but just that fact that's an interesting
You
psychological
should absolutely
thing.
talk about that. It's weird if you don't.
Okay,
Let's
cool.
do it. Before we do Just Played, like talk about
Even going like now that we know all of these games that everybody's announced,
Yeah.
like how they were packaged, it was interesting. Like going like I just want to start with Warner Brothers. Like Warner Brothers was one of my favorite appointments because it was Lego Dimensions, Mad Max, and Batman, and they were all playable. And so it was just really neat. EA surprisingly like made a lot of announcements. Like Old Republic, like oh it's cool, not playable. Need for Speed, like that's neat, couldn't play it. Like and then Unravel was there. You know, it was like such a weird surprise, like Plants vs Zombies and like Minions. So it was like all kind of peppy, and it was interesting.
Minions. They had Minions at Judges Week.
Oh, you bet.
So yeah, but like all these embargoes have lifted. But Warner Bros. Is really fun because you could play everything, and it's just fascinating today to get access to something and get to play it. And it's like I can't, it's so much fun to go to E3 and come back and talk about this stuff. And there's numerous things today I can't talk about. It's killing me. I can't talk about it all. Exactly that face right there. And that's being a judge. But at the same time, it's awesome because I played some cool stuff.
You're judging things you
can
can't
lord
talk
over
about.
us.
They have you come in and judge something, and you're like, "But don't talk about this thing you're judging."
Right.
Which is interesting. Can you talk about them at some point?
Which is interesting. Well, I don't know. Probably not. Probably not for a long time.
What?
What is the point? Do they want to win awards? They're not even eligible for awards.
They are eligible for the E3 awards, for the official E3, like not us hacks who like to do our own awards, but like the actual, judge of a couple dozen people who like all vote officially, anonymously, and then they're like that's what everybody voted for. That was the family game of the show. That was the shooter of the show.
But it's something we haven't seen yet.
It's mixed. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it's something that you saw but didn't get to play. So they like
I
really
get what
want to
you're saying.
demonstrate
Yeah,
that
yeah,
they're
yeah.
like that you can play this. I just want to show you that like there's no smoke and mirrors. You can come up. You can test it. which is funny because I imagine do you really need to test that? Do you really need to okay, I'll move the analog stick. Fine.
It's real.
It's I believe you,
Brandon. The idea that these games are being judged by secret criteria makes me so mad.
But I'm nervous just talking about it. But it's crazy. It's a really interesting.
Chats are really into it. They're really into
Everyone
this behind.
We like the behind the scenes.
We get in so much trouble.
Like it, yeah.
I mean, I guess the one thing I'm not nervous about at all is talking about anything specific.
Sure.
Because it's so specific, like all those things. Like it's not just like, oh, what's this? It's like, oh, that. Nothing was announced. It was just like of the offerings that you're seeing at E3, I got to play some of that a lot of people didn't.
Got it.
And that was very cool. But getting back to Judges Week, I'm trying to think of other big announcements. Yeah, no Nintendo at Judges Week. Didn't get access to a lot of that stuff.
They know they're not going to win anything.
Did you see the puppets?
Where are those? Okay, so I'm going there tomorrow morning.
Andrea post a
Thank you for getting to the
herself.
good stuff.
I saw Andrea post a picture of herself with the puppets, and I was like, where are they?
So they must be in their booth. They must be in the press.
Black Nerd took a picture there too. It's like, what? How?
Confirmed Jim Henson. Confirmed.
Oh, it is confirmed?
Brandon knew it. He could spot it.
It was the camera guy. Well, the other person was that was a Muppet. I mean, the secretary with the Beetlejuice long face.
Oh, the stage manager. Yeah.
That was a Muppet. No question. That's so great. That's so awesome. It's like Disney and Star Wars. Like, I can get down with that. Like Nintendo and the Henson Company. Like,
yeah,
let's
that
do
seems
that.
right. That
More.
feels good.
Let's do it. Let's get Trennan.
Yeah.
Who else do we need? Who else do we got?
That guy, the muscular guy, I forget his name, but he's from Treehouse, and he's built.
Oh yeah, he's been there a long time.
Yeah, I think his name is Nate something. Chad will know his name.
And the thing is, I've researched this, everybody, because I'm into puppets.
Yep.
I say like 10 grand a pop, maybe. It's like 30 grand for those three.
That's a pittance.
Come on.
That's nothing.
I mean, it's not, but it is when you think about your Nintendo. You're one of the big three, and you're going to E3. So yeah, I want a lot of people. How many people cycle through the Treehouse? Because that's interesting to stop by.
Many. Actually, many.
They have a bunch of little plush chairs, and everybody can just chill and watch the Treehouse.
Yeah.
You can't hear anything, but so yeah, I wonder if are there any celebrities in the Treehouse?
Yeah, it's that guy. It's Nate.
Nate. I looked him up. Nate Bildorf.
Yes, he's the celeb. He's the dreamboat.
So, but we need to talk about games. What have you been talking about, Kyle? Maybe we just bring me up to speed.
Okay,
What happened today?
So today we began talking about press conferences a lot. We wrapped up a lot of press conference stuff. We have very little to talk about the press conferences that we haven't already. I think we can put that one to bed. Boom.
Lock it up.
Lock it up. We came up with a cool song for Coming to the Desk. What is it? Get Up on the Desk?
Get up on the desk. Go ahead. Get up on the desk.
Oh no, I have so much catching up to
We
do.
sang Craig happy birthday, Stuttering Craig.
Yes,
Craig's
he was
name.
on here.
Yeah,
He was great.
He was. He made people angry, but the good way.
Yeah, Craig DeGaff.
Yeah.
He's not.
Yeah.
And people at first said, oh, this guy, but they called you a bully. They said Brandon Jones is a bully, and Craig is like the non-Brandon Jones bully.
And they had no idea.
But then it became that both you and Craig were bullies.
We unleashed Craig. We unleashed him. He started looking at the camera and swearing at the viewers.
For some reason, every time, because I would chime in today in chat, I'd be in line for something, and I'm just like, hey, I'm gonna go check it.
I hated that, by the way. Hey, I'm gonna go play Dark Souls 3. Bye, everybody.
You don't like updates?
No,
that honestly is not the intention at all.
The
Like
chat
I figured,
one.
I'm like I'm about to go because we talked
Yeah.
about Uncharted and
Yeah.
I can talk about that now. Like I saw that cool awesome thing that that
Excellent.
last bit the
Yeah.
Huber trailer that we got where he's
Yeah.
just like we gotta like put music under that.
Yeah. What?
Uncharted. Yeah.
We're into it.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's bonkers. And we can maybe get into that. But
This is my
that
favorite
was
shot,
cool.
by the way. Elevator shot. There it is. Full screen that. Oh, it's gone.
What is this?
Horizon.
That's Horizon.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, I sorry. I meant to
And
Don.
spoiler alert,
for the stream.
Huber saw that today, so we're gonna be talking about that soon.
He got to see. That's
Yeah.
the thing you can see.
Like
Oh,
a
that's
demo
cool.
or extended gameplay?
This is the shot I love, big time. This is so good.
But yeah, Craig brought a lot of
That city.
rationale to the No Man's Sky discussion.
I'll bring some rationale too right now.
Whoa.
You ready for it?
'Cause this is-
Study
You ready
up.
for it?
This is
Study up.
controversial.
You ready for me to just cleanse the palate of the No Man's Sky
I think
conversation?
that's where the bully thing came from.
Yeah.
I totally messed up because the whole conversation was based on the assumption that I needed the game to give me a purpose for me to play it, and that was not it. I'm so down for that game. Like ever since I first saw that. Because the concept of the game hit me so fully and completely, and like my whole brain process, it took like 4 days, after
Yeah.
like that first
Yeah.
announcement. I was just like, okay, I think I can wrap my head around this game. I've been wanting the specifics, which is why I brought up that word, So, because again, it's just GameTrailers.com. Like my whole obsession is just like, how do you tell us about this? You know, when we sit down and have a conversation, what are those conversations up until this launch? And I just think you should start talking about different stuff.
I forgot.
But I assaulted Ben with that.
Yeah, I think
No.
the conversation needs to stop being the universe is so big and more what does this big universe have, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Brandon, there were hard feelings.
You know how guys on the press conferences, they'll have like little screenshot transitions while they're like on stage and like the thing about Need for Speed, and then you have like the things like dissolving between each other. Have little like 30-second vignettes of the game and show me just a tiny slice of like, like don't do a thing with gameplay, like actually explain like what I'm looking at and what happened, what was the story that led up to this moment, so I can kind of like, okay, like piece together what I want to do.
Yeah,
I just want to talk about advertising. I just want to make it better. And I also pointed out too in the conversation that the reason why I care is because damn that game, like I'm so excited. I had a 20-minute break before I saw Uncharted, and I ran over to where I knew they were, and like the door was closed and it was locked. I'm just like.
They locked the door.
That's really funny.
I think I had the right door. It might have been. I thought it was in West Hall. They might be in South Hall, but
you don't have to apologize for last. I love last night's Just Play.
But I guess when you're talking about Uncharted, I can just kind of comb through and see. I saw a demo of Gigantic, which I was kind of about, and like it's. Xbox is definitely the way. Is it only Xbox or is it
Xbox and PC?
Okay. Xbox. I think I didn't know. Until recently that was happening, and I think I could be
That's a controller
be
game?
hip on that game. Lots of rules though, really kind of like a rigid rule set as far as like how you quote unquote win that game.
I love rules.
But I want to start, unless there's anything we need to do, I want to start my E3 conversation with a different game.
Okay.
I haven't talked about it at all.
Today's recap, we also did talk to Platinum this morning. I think his name is Saito, the director of Metal Gear Revengeance, is directing this game as well. And I had like
Kyle had like a
10
fanboy
minutes.
little like I remember when they said, "Oh yeah, he's the director of Revenge," and then you kind of went, huh. Like you kind of had a little like audible like.
We gotta chronicle these moments.
It was nervousness.
Like
Honestly, it was nervousness because it was like, because just before that, talking about the battle between the game designers and the PR people. Just before that, they looked at the PR person. I forget her name as well. It's probably for the best, but she was just like, I was like, how much time do we have? And she said, well, it could be 3 minutes, but if they want to talk about the game, we could go to 10. And I said, okay, would 20 be cool? And she said, we need to get to the show. And so I'm like, oh, okay.
But they were really great, and they gave us. They were gonna leave, and then they said, no, we'll give you guys another 5 minutes.
Because Robert, the guy from Activision, absolutely wanted to talk more. Yeah. And so, gosh, that was funny. And they were like, we had to look at the PR lady first to make sure it was okay. That game, I'm hyped for that game. That game, you transform into a truck mid-combo as you're fighting something.
Yeah.
That's so good. And also, half transform, which I also think is cool what Transformers do.
It looks great. It rides that line between Infinity. Got it in already.
Yeah, that's one count. Count one Infinity mention.
Where it's like on one end you have a kid playing Hannah Montana game, and on the other end you have a dad playing Dark Souls, and it's like right in the middle. It's like the dad can totally dig that Transformers game, and the kid can be like, yeah, this is legit.
Did you play that at Judges Week?
Infinity?
Transformers.
No.
Okay, that's number 2 for Infinity. Did you play Transformers?
You said that, fool. And that was the last thing I was talking about. I didn't want to point that out.
Also, recapping our day, in case you want to go back and watch the archive, we played a little bit of the new characters in Smash Brothers, and we played the Gears of War beta.
Definitely, those 2 moments are not what I would call highlights of the stream, but
I think that's cool.
I think that's really smart. Darkest moments. Of
none of us are good at Smash Bros, especially Brad.
To be honest, I'll go out and say I think if there's any PR people watching this right now.
Oh, okay.
Unlikely, but
sure.
I think that's really cool to give out. You have these people. You have Giant Bomb. You have these guys with all their YouTube and Twitch channels that are streaming all of this conversation throughout the week about E3. Give them your product. So it's we kind of have a schedule where we have people coming in to actual appointments and stuff like that. But if you really love Gears, just stream that. Like crazy. Just keep going and going and going.
Yeah.
And so you can really monopolize the conversation and get your game out there and have people playing it if you can do that. But I mean, it's Gears, so it's I think it works if it's Gears.
Yeah, we took a tour through the ID at Xbox catalog.
Oh, that was fun.
That was really fun.
We got a new game.
Yeah, if Kyle's into the trailer or not, or the
Oh,
game.
yeah.
So we would dry watch a trailer. That's they're all 40-second trailers for indie games, and by the end we would determine whether I like it or not.
We'd all vote.
And so everyone would vote on whether I like the game.
We all guess if he likes it.
Yeah, he'd be stone-faced, and he wouldn't give us any indication of how he was feeling about it.
Yeah.
So we'd just be guessing off what we know about Kyle's proclivities towards games.
Yeah. And they were surprisingly accurate.
Everyone, I think,
I
has
missed
me pretty
one.
figured out.
I missed one, I think.
Yeah.
Out of like 7.
Yep. I think it was that weird brawler. It was that cool, like...
No, I got that one right.
Oh, okay.
I forgot. No, I got
that brawler right. Yeah, that was today, Brandon. Then all those back-to-back Square Enix interviews, which were a blast. That was my highlight.
Yeah,
That
mine
was great.
too, I think. Oh, and Craig was great too.
Craig was really
I
fun.
think those 2 things were my...
Yeah.
It's close.
What was that?
I almost
site
had it. I'm sorry.
That he uses, that tracks the stats or whatever.
It was like spear strats.
It's Social Blade.
Social
I don't know
Blade.
how many
Social
times
Blade.
I have to tell
Spear
you guys. Conspiracy theory.
So our Social Blade score, Brandon, is a B-.
Not bad.
No, B+.
B+.
We're
It was a
B+.
B+.
Screw Attack, A-. We're creeping up on them.
Yeah, watch out.
What is it? What?
Well, Social Blade, you can kind of monitor your own like social progress online and then compare it to other people's. Like you can see if they're like decreasing in clout and stuff like that, and if you're rising.
Is this at
And
socialblade.com?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Craig came in here all like, oh
Sneaky,
my,
yeah.
you know, let's,
2 million subscribers.
Let's take a look. But we were only like 1 point apart, which
Yeah.
is nothing.
Yeah, we're
watch
creeping
out,
up.
Craig.
We're taking Screw Attack down.
Yeah.
We're gonna have our own convention in
Yeah.
Texas.
In Texas, specifically.
Yeah, we're going to Texas. Yep.
Going all the way to Texas for our own convention. I'm gonna book whatever is across the street from where SGC happens.
And so I think that is a pretty fair recap. Oh, and we aired my interview with Guild Wars 2.
Right. You're in chat right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm curious to ask chat if they think that is worth a day of streaming.
Guild Wars 2?
Just everything that we did today. Oh, you also saw Guild Wars 2 and was Platinum live, or did you do
Platinum
that?
was live, baby.
Yeah. Sweet.
Yeah.
From what I've seen from chat, people are saying to us like they don't know they're gonna do after we're done, like live streaming.
Go back
all
to
day.
normal life?
Well,
Back to normal life.
well, you know, we'll talk about that.
Yeah, and
Okay.
and like
Talk about that.
we've been trying to emphasize people to people
God.
we've been trying to emphasize that like we stream every day.
Yeah.
So if you want to watch
You're
us on a
damn
daily
right.
basis,
Hey, Ian,
Hi.
what's up, man? How are you guys doing?
Let's get that Ian cam.
We're
holding up?
great.
Who's
Yeah?
that behind you?
That's Don.
You're well fed. You're hydrated.
Feeling good.
I went to the first game I want to talk about, Star Wars Battlefront. I was walking into the appointment, and I was at the end of the day, and she's like, "Oh, we only got a half an hour left before doors close." She's like, "You have a lot of energy." I'm like, "It's E3. I'm about to play Battlefront. Like, what are you? What?"
Brandon, that is so refreshing. Do you know who she deals with for the rest of the day? It's just like, hi, what am I looking
Like, we
at
finished, and the
now?
guy's just like, he's like, "Wow, we did that really well." It's every time I talk to people about Battlefront, they're like, "Oh, I played the survival mode." They're like, "I beat the survival mode," and they said no one else had, and I'm like, 4 other people have told me that. And then I thought I don't know if they were playing a game with me, but when we finished it in 7 minutes and 10 seconds. And the guy looked at it and he's like, "How long was that other one?" And the guy's like, 7:46, and he was like, "Hey, 7:10." He's like, "I think it's the second best time." He's like, "I've at least
Don't let
I've
him
seen
puff
today."
you up like that.
Yeah. I was like,
Don't let him do it. Yeah.
It's all
Don't fall for
lies.
that.
Yeah.
All of it. Everything I saw today was lies, but they're fun lies.
I remember I was testing a game at PAX once. I wasn't testing it. I was just playing this dumb game about like a robot rabbit that has a guitar in his hand. And I was like playing it.
There's some dev out there that's like,
Yeah. Well, the devs came up to me and they were just like,
"Tear the game up."
"Hey man, do you like work in game design? I'm just noticing by the way you play." It's just like, oh, come on.
Now that the doors are closed, if there's any chance that like the 8 people that saw me and were like, "Hey, Brandon, game trailers."
Yeah.
Hi, thanks for if you're watching right now. That was
Hey,
awesome.
8 people?
Yeah.
Did they take pictures or were you like,
there
no,
have
I'm
been plenty of
very
E3s
busy."
I've gone to where it was just like ninja style, like nobody,
Yeah.
But yeah, that was fun.
Cool.
E3's good times.
Yeah.
E3's really good times. We should all we all need to be here and eat at
I
E3
know.
and sleeping and eating at the same time somehow.
Oh, and going to those
We
dumb
gotta figure out how to
parties.
do that.
Those dumb
Yeah.
parties.
I'm so happy to be here instead of parties. I think, what is it, tonight's Pactors party? I don't know. We're missing Pactors party.
Not invited.
I think
so-
that's tonight. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The
Yeah,
Harmonix
yeah.
party was last night.
There's
That's
a
really good.
Psychonauts anniversary party tonight.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and I'm 8-Bit's opening, too.
You can't. You can't stay up that late. You can't do it.
Brandon, I almost thought I was gonna pass out during the Just Cause interview.
Yesterday was about like 1:30 in the afternoon where I was like, whoa, okay.
Yeah.
It's like, it wasn't bad, but it was there. It was like, the fatigue, the fear.
Yeah.
Just a reminder to everyone at home, I'm really stressing this. Stay hydrated. Get up and walk.
Which is why, Kyle, everybody. Just you don't have to join in. This is just me.
Okay.
This is just me giving everybody. Well, Elyse can apply for.
I'm gonna applaud too.
my
He'll
pal.
rub himself.
Oh no.
Awesome. I mean, we've talked about E3 a lot, but I went to the show today and had back-to-back appointments, so like I was not really in communication much today, and you guys did a day-long show. That's awesome. So
everybody's working
good
super
job.
hard. Matt Blair, that's not on the show, but he's like making
You don't
sure
even know.
his site's
You guys
running.
don't even know. Like we've done E3 before with like 4 people doing the job that Matt Blair's doing right now by
Yeah.
himself.
And Dawn.
And the system he uses to update the website is not fun.
Yep.
Defy Media is not going to be mad that I said that because it's Viacom's.
Dawn also like he's just been the sole editor, and he's like
killing it.
He's
We
crushing
normally
it.
have 30 editors
Oh!
working 24 hours a day.
Oh, Ben Moore.
Also, shout out to John Michael for keeping all this running.
Yeah, John Michael.
Keeping it real.
Unsung hero.
It's like when you listen to the radio and they just like say the cast for some reason, like you listen to the news and they're like,
This
"Our
show
news
is
headlines are
directed
written
by-
by
Yeah,
The people that you've
Susie
been waiting
Ortega."
for have just showed up.
Are we doing Just Plays now? Let's do it.
Let's
wait,
officially
I'm
do
waiting.
Just
On,
Plays.
hold on a second.
Okay, all right.
Calm down, everybody.
Okay.
I saw stuff today that we're not doing Just Plays on. I just wanted to like add to some Just Plays, supplement some Just Plays before. I'm waiting on a master document, a master scroll from
Bloodworth.
From Blood Dolph.
So maybe that'll start at 8,
tell
so we
him to
can just
get-
talk about
get
grab
it
bag.
going.
Yeah.
I'm ready. I'm here. I'm wearing a suit for Christ's sake.
You should wear the headphones.
Oh my gosh.
Then we can communicate effectively.
Who's
Hi, Brandon.
Whose giant noggin was
What
one
I-
of these before?
One thing I
Some
love about our
Frenchman.
stream is I have no idea who's in charge. I
We're
have no
all in
idea.
charge. That's
just
the
kinda
beauty
go
of
for
game
it.
trailers.
Yeah, we
We're
just
all
all
in charge.
yell
We're
at
an
each other. We all
agrarian
yell at each other. It's the
society.
best.
I mean, no, Ian's in charge right now. I mean, Ian's.
No, because then you
This
could.
is Ian's. This is an Ian Hinck joint.
You could, if you wanted to, say no. I'm not wearing the headphones, and then that would be fine. You know what I mean?
That's
but this is
true, I
better.
suppose.
Yeah.
It is 2 totally different things.
Okay.
When we do GT time for an hour,
Yeah.
and we take the headphones off every time, that's weird. It's fun weird, but
Yeah.
it's a very, very weird thing to hear what the room sounds like from very specific audio sources, and then just like, oh yeah, being a human. Whoa, like.
I
it's
like
fun.
it because you can hear me and you can also self-monitor.
Self-monitor.
And we've
our
talked about
sound
this
a
on
little-
GT time before, but like I don't know if you can pick this up on the stream, but like it's very noisy, and that TriCaster makes a lot. Yep, that right there.
Yeah.
So like you can hear that creeping, you know. So it's just like Ian like sneaking, like what? Oh.
I like
There's Ian, he's gonna say
headphones
something.
because I like pretending I'm in the SNL Sweaty Balls sketch.
There you go.
My
Oh my
sweaty
God.
balls.
Oh yes, these are some
Very
very tasty balls.
Yeah.
It's funny.
I love your sweaty balls.
It's a hard impression to do without a microphone, without
Yeah,
that effect.
exactly.
You pretty much need the microphone
Yeah.
to do the sweaty balls.
Anyway, E3.
I'm Casey Kasem.
So we got.
Fish Americas.
So let's go to the
Top 40.
couch. We got Ben Moore and Mike Huber, who have spent all day. We have Daniel Bloodworth, who spent all day, who's going to come in and give us our list of the things that we're going to talk about, the specific Just Plays that we're going to do. But there's stuff that I saw that I want to talk about immediately. I believe both of those were Mr. Michael Huber pickups from yesterday. Battlefront played survival mode. I know this kind of goes without saying. This might be cliche, but I mean, we've been streaming for like 40 hours, so I might as well just throw it out there.
Throw it out there.
I cannot stress the difference. Like seeing those press conferences was so damn exciting. It's like a drug every year. Now we got like 3 days of it. You know, just like this huge. Like the big lesson I learned was like we should start a Sunday morning. You know, we really should have gone through Nintendo World Championships like that.
God, no, that is not the lesson. No.
Yes, that's the lesson.
Yes.
And prepare for next year.
Stream every day,
That's right,
20
yeah.
hours.
But the difference between seeing a game at one of these press conferences and like doesn't matter how excited you get, like sitting down on a couch and actually playing it. Battlefront is so unbelievably gorgeous. I can't even stress just like how like the pace that it runs at, like how perfect that is, how awesome the controls are, like how just the music, the sound effects are immaculate. Like, it's just the lighting. It's nuts. It's really crazy.
Tell us about the setup you played it in.
I played it in a very dark room that had no ceiling, which is fun. So you like look up and it's just like, you know, it's like
E3 sky.
Yeah, it's probably like 40 feet up, and then you got all like the lights up above.
Yeah.
So it's like right next to where you play Battlefront. Don't like bomb this door or something, but it's like one of the, you know, it's like right in that EA booth. And there were 2 couches like this, and then 2 TVs back to back in the middle, and then 2 people on each couch because co-op. And then depending on the appointment, they had 2 people that hadn't played it before play together, or they had one of the EA people sit down and they would guide them through it and point stuff out. Beat it in 7 minutes and 10 seconds. Wasn't you said it was tough?
Again.
You said it was like like tricky. I'm sorry if that's coming out. I really don't.
So
mean that.
smug.
I can react to
So
smug Brandon.
Yeah, it's because I didn't have Brad Ellis or Ben Moore or you or Bosman backing me up. It was this guy that kept dying. We got through it.
Okay, no, there you go.
And I died once. He died like 4 times. But
we got our answer. That's what happened. So yeah, so Huber and me doing the it's really really great. And I mean, even just the sound effect of like lasers hitting the shield when you're inside of it is just great. Like,
describe
it was
the
like
sound.
it was like rain. I'm not gonna do that. But
Okay.
I mean, think about Phantom Menace. Think about the shield the Gungans put up. Sorry to bring up Gungans, everybody, but like,
love Gungans.
When the tanks, they're like, boop, 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 they're kind of like echoey because they're in a bubble, and so it's like the sound's kind of ricocheting. You know, almost like if you like had a helmet on and a bullet hit it, but it didn't, like crack the helmet, just kind of like reverberated inside. But I like should have run out and like shot at the ATST, but I was just like sitting inside of it, like that sounds cool because of course I had headphones on.
No,
which
Brandon,
I mean, do any of us actually play games with headphones ever?
Yes.
Nope.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
you?
Yes.
Ian, no.
No, never.
John, all the time.
I am headphones exclusive.
I rarely do it.
Yeah,
but,
unless I absolutely have to.
It's pretty good.
Brandon,
Yeah, you gotta
I'm
do
curious,
it.
I'm curious if chat is gonna rake me over the coals.
Brandon,
like,
for me, it's because I've got that 12-foot projection, so everything's way behind.
7
me.
minutes, 10 seconds.
It's hard to do.
Kyle's got to listen to his podcasts.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Sorry, Kyle.
So yeah, played that. I'm gonna do Hoth or High Water tomorrow.
Do we need to change this?
What is this? What is going on up here? This is outlawed.
That's not supposed to be in the mix.
This video is not allowed.
This video is not supposed to be in the mix.
Forbidden.
It is a forbidden video.
Thank you so much. Oof.
Crisis averted.
Yeah.
Crisis
You
averted.
should do a trailer score on it. I'm assuming it's a good trailer.
You're just gonna walk out.
Yeah, I'll walk out.
Maybe we'll end with that. That'll be the last one we score.
Cool.
And you
The-
can step
the
out.
10.
Michael Huber, would you like to step in to score the Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain trailer?
Media blackout.
He's
Can't do
media
it.
blackout too. The whole staff is
Yeah.
media blackout.
I'm out. I'm out. Sorry.
I'll watch it.
I'll watch it
I've
with
watched
you.
it. I'm not kidding. I've watched that trailer 31
And you
times.
played it. So yeah,
31
okay.
times.
I haven't counted.
Nice. All right, so you got to get Ben to rate it too.
See
Then.
it at all. I
Yeah.
want to see it.
So yeah, other games I'll go through my schedule really quick. I mentioned Gigantic, Uncharted. We got that like Huber trailer yesterday where he like took us through the whole thing. It was like if they made a movie of it, like you literally like would see me in the theater just like oh my. And they had like chairs up on risers, so they had like rows of people, and then off to the right had like a little higher area and had 3 leather, like really farty, sinky leather chairs.
Wait, farty sinky?
So he's thinking it's like
yeah.
like leather chairs.
No, I'm glad you described that.
These
Thank
guys
you.
fart. You can't really
Yeah,
hear
yeah,
it while we're on the stream if we're talking, but
Yeah.
when you first get into it, just like.
Farty sinky. Yep.
And I'm like, I'm gonna pick the one on the left, right by the demo stage, and Druckmann demoed it, and then like sat right in front of me when he played it. And I was
Nice.
like, yes.
Nice.
Shook his hand when it was over. I was just like, that was rad. But the whole time, if you made a movie of it, I'm sitting here watching this, and it's literally Huber's voice like echoing in my head, like Field of Dreams, just kind of like. And then he goes up this hill and gets covered in mud, and I'm like, yep, there they get, that the motorcycle part's coming up. But there's something, it just seems unreal. Like it seems so much less like I'm actually watching like, oh yeah, this sequence, Rise to Honor, classic example. Not to go all the way back to the PS2, but I mean, you look back at kind of like the old concept of like doing a video game action sequence. It was always fun to kind of be thrown into a crazy situation, but like you could still kind of look at it and realize like, I'm going down a hallway and these guys are popping out of these crates. And it's like, I'm watching a car and a tank chasing it, like smash around a city, like, and like the bit that they do, because this thing comes back and they take it out in the end when they're like riding on the motorcycle. It's just like, I can't, there's no way my brain can process all of the things that are exploding and flying around, and it's just they move so fast, and it's just it's like you just check out. It's like you bring in your little list, and it's just like these are all the things that might potentially impress me about your gameplay demo, and you're just like, yep. It's like writing, awesome. VO performance is awesome. Like, plot details, yep. It's like doing something. It's funny because you were like, I don't know why they didn't show that behind closed doors, but like that moment when he hits that, like that's the moment. That's literally like the card where like it just the whole second part of that is a totally different game. Is the proof that like Uncharted 4 is wow.
Whoa.
So I don't know. This is the conversation that they want to create, I guess. Like that they want for us to just talk about it and for you to just dream about it.
Yeah,
Kyle.
I am, and I'm dreaming about it. I am absolutely, man.
I'm sorry, I'm being smug.
No, that part's not smug.
Okay.
Gladly, you can talk about Uncharted. Here's a question I have about Uncharted 4.
Yes.
Can I stop the car and get out?
I saw somebody on Twitter said that you can. He was in some interview with someone.
Whoa.
And he mentioned that. I don't think it sounded like there will be moments in the game where you will, because I'm assuming that's not the only vehicle sequence in the game. So I think he's like, we did have stages, but totally. I don't know if he did it intentionally, but totally did it a different way.
Yeah.
And like every time he zigged, he zagged instead when he did the demo. And saw Last Guardian, and damn it, is that a cute game?
Cute.
Yes.
Cute's not the word I wanted, Brandon.
That's what I want.
Okay.
I want to keep you companion. I have a question about the Uncharted demo.
Okay.
So it's a continuation of what we saw during the press conference.
Yeah.
So that final shot.
Well, it's the whole thing. You start at the same point that the press conference did, but it just goes all the way to the end.
Okay, so that final shot where Drake is swinging and then he presumed he smashes into that pillar.
Mm-hmm.
How does that play into the rest of what you saw? Do you remember? Like, does he smash into the pillar and then come around, or does
he
does he not hit it?
So he's like hanging onto a big chain, and the chain is in the water, and when he hits it, he slips, and so he goes all the way down into the water. So he's like running on the waves, and then a boat's coming at him, so he climbs up it. And I don't know if you have to climb up it, or if that's just like, there were a lot of things where they were like, that thing that you saw, that one bit, like that was playable, like that was actually them playing it.
Cool.
And so you have to climb up to get over the boat, and all the guys in the boat duck, when it goes up over it, and then he like slams into the mud, and then it pulls him up, and then like even him just like sliding in the mud, like hanging onto this thing, and he's totally prone, so he's like, like just completely getting covered in mud, and then pulls himself all the way up, like onto his feet, so he's kind of skiing for a second, and then like climbs up onto the truck, and just the whole way that animated was like, that's a guy doing that. There's no, and not to throw like another random game under the bus, but like Tomb Raider is a little wobbly, it's when she moves, like it's granted she was like shivering like a lot of the time, but like, and a game like For Honor, it's just like there's something about the way they just run around the environment that's just completely bonkers, just in its realism, and that's something that that's huge with Naughty Dog in the Uncharted series, is like just to make everything like seem like the characters were scripted to do that, but you're actually playing the game. And Last Guardian, which I think my favorite thing about Last Guardian, which was interesting, like one of the guys, I heard somebody say like, what if it's like the worst escort quest of all time? It's basically the game. Because they like seem to play up. They're like, this thing may not do what you want it to. Like that's the trick.
Yeah.
And I think one of my favorite moments is when you actually, because like we didn't really see a lot of sound effects. Like there was heavy music in both of the trailers that we saw. And so when like you're in an enclosed space with this thing and it's walking around and like slamming its feet down, like it is a feral beast. Like it is this big, huge thing. And when you're like confronted with the weight of it, it's really cool. Compared to like a lot of the adorable moments where you're like doing a platforming thing and like, or like a puzzle thing, and you're really far away from it, calling to it, and it's like adorable because it's like, looking at you and calling at you and stuff like that, or trying to figure out a puzzle or something. But if you get really close to it, or it like jumps, it's like all of a sudden it becomes really, kind of scary, because it's just like, oh yeah, that's right. This is a huge dog, bird, beast thing.
Were you able to get like access to it, or are there huge lines that we're going to be waiting in to see Last Guardian tomorrow?
I had an appointment, so I don't know. I didn't see it anywhere else on the floor.
Must be nice.
Wait, I have a
Must be nice.
quick question about.
I think every tweet I made today ended in "must be nice." Sorry.
Quick question about Last Guardian. Did you encounter any enemies in it?
No, it was the same. No, it was the same thing as before.
Like
it was the same thing that Huber described.
Okay, I didn't know if he saw any like enemies in it.
Nope. It was a little bit beginning with the with him meeting. It was the opposite of Uncharted. It was like more at the front of it.
Yeah,
where
which
he
is
just
the
like
worst
meets
thing to
the
do,
thing and
actually,
tries to figure out how to get out into the open. And the second he gets out into the open, into the sunlight, it's the demo that they showed at the PS4. Yeah, that's stuff that I saw.
It looks like we're ready to start Just Blades.
Yes, Just Blades.
Oh, and I also just I went by and I played Inside Out play style.
Number 3.
But I'm gonna go to. Oh, here's number 4. I'm gonna go to the booth tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. and I'm interviewing John Vignacchi, and I'm grilling him about all sorts of stuff.
Grill him, man.
And then hopefully somebody can cut that. Don's gonna be on TriCaster tomorrow, but hopefully somebody can throw that together later on. We can get that up tomorrow.
I have a hype headache.
Oh, hi.
Oh, no.
No, dude.
Oh, you're in, bud?
So much hype that
man.
my head is just like...
It's hot. No, really, like that's what happens. I'm not even kidding. Like whenever, like every day after E3, when I try to sum everything up, it's like I can't even. How crazy is it that we did something like today? How crazy is it that we did something like earlier in a press conference? We brought that up when we were watching the press conferences, where it was like, I remember that demo, and you were like, that was in this press conferences that we're watching right now. Like, there's just so much to take in.
Is this what we're doing? We're doing headphones?
Yes, please.
All right.
Yes, please.
Mine's
So we
kinda
can
loud,
have Ian
but,
on
you
all
know.
the JPs as well.
You don't have to.
What's
We
up,
want
dude?
to.
What's up, dude?
Brandon.
See, look, just we're friends. See,
We're friends.
Yeah, see everybody.
Hey,
We're fine.
we're
Great.
friends. Was there
I'm
any
gonna
doubt?
last night, real quick.
Only friends
Uh-oh.
could have the kind of conversation that we
Brandon.
had with No Man's Sky.
They were giving away Darth Maul Disney Infinity figures.
Yeah, man, I'm not leaving there tomorrow without like. I want to like be worried what I'm gonna do with it, and be like, I can't put this in my backpack. This is way too much stuff. One of the guys in the chat like won a contest or something and got to go to E3 or like somehow figured out something to that Disney like sent him and he got a bunch of swag. So I'm just like, okay, if you're getting swag and I don't, then we're gonna have a problem.
Wow.
Yeah.
Swag.
Power trip.
Where's
Yeah,
that one,
power
Brandon?
entitlement.
What do you want to go with?
Must be nice.
Must
What
be
do we want to go
nice.
with? Well, you seem to have an opinion yesterday about the stuff. This is 9 Just Blades we're about to do.
Jeez.
That's as much as we can fit in.
All right.
The max.
Settle in.
I just wanna pre-hype this, I suppose. I didn't think E3 could get better than it did yesterday, and then it did.
This is a good E3. Before you came in, Ben, I was talking about how unbelievably effing gorgeous so many games are that are at this show. Specifically Battlefront I brought up, which is just like until you actually like sit down on TV and watch that thing. Put some headphones on, get a nice sound system.
Yeah, that's the thing. Seeing it online and seeing it in person are very different.
It's like my Xbox One and PS4 have been in beta for a couple of years, and like finally coming out of beta. It's nice.
So I'm gonna start off a little light. All right, we ready?
Sure.
Ian, are you ready?
You gotta say what it is so you can cue up the B-roll. No
Aw.
surprises. Sorry.
Oh, no surprises. Let's do Beyond Eyes first, because I'm actually really curious about that.
Dude, Elyse Willems.
Hold on.
Beyond Eyes.
Elyse Willems. Getting
Elyse
called
Willems
out.
and Ian Hinck's favorite game.
I've already. Yeah, I saw
Incoming.
I played it.
Start again. Start again.
So Beyond Eyes has that like Cuphead factor, where if you put it in a montage at like an Xbox or a PS4 press conference, like everyone's like, "Ooh, what was that?" And like you look at this, it's like, what watercolor blind girl? What's happening? Mike Huber, you checked this game out and you
Yes.
dug it. I'm glad we can talk about it.
I am not going to say some things that I saw because spoilers. This game needs to be experienced, Kyle Bosman.
Is it too much to ask for to not shout? Like I thought Beyond Eyes might be the one.
No.
It's like okay,
No.
that was the point. I'm like,
This-
let's start with Beyond Eyes, so then we can get to Deus Ex, and then we can. Scream.
This was the most refreshing game I've seen in years. This blew me away. I had so much emotions during this presentation. The developer, it started as a one-person developer. She worked on it for 3.5 years. Passion project. Eventually got picked up by the team that makes Worms. Ironically, yeah, and Xbox, and so they really pushed for this game. Her
Oh
team-
yeah, Team 17. they're the
Team
ones doing it,
17,
yeah.
exactly. So she has a team now, and she like moved across countries. She lived in Norway. Now she lives in England to see this game through. It begins with a girl that loses her sight due to a tragic accident. I'm gonna try to avoid spoilers because
Out of respect.
there was I'm not even playing this game. There was a moment during the demonstration where I just got chills down my entire body, and like just thought to myself, "Whoa!" It's like Journey style moments. I kept going back to Journey, just that emotional impact. So when she approaches different areas. In the beginning, she's home, okay, and she befriends a cat. It's her first friend. She goes blind and she goes into seclusion for years. She just loses all confidence, gets super depressed, only plays in the backyard, and it's a familiar place. So every time she's in the backyard, she's comfortable. When you walk closer to something, her sound and feel of the ground kind of fill in what it is. And they play on that significantly later in the game. An example that isn't too spoilery, she hears water. In the beginning of the game, there's a fountain in her house. So when you're walking towards the sound of water, it's the fountain, but when she gets closer, it turns into a drainage sewer pipe. That's actually what it is. So
Huh.
it's just playing on these expectations and the sense of discovery of, the farther she gets away from home, the more foreign and the more intense. Like there you see a huge cloud of smoke, because she's never been that far away from home. She has no idea what to expect.
Did she ever interact with anything, or was it just constantly moving forward?
Yes. So there are no objectives. The game evolved from being very gamey. That's what it was originally. There was a lot of gamey stuff, and she said it just wasn't working, so they took it all out, and now it's kind of like a No Man's Sky. Like I kept thinking about that too.
Well, you know what? It's the thing that it's struck me because at first I was very much just thinking about like, okay, what does Beyond Eyes mean, whatever. But like looking at it in a way, it reminds me of Unfinished Swan.
Mm-hmm. I thought of that too. Unfinished Swan, absolutely. And she just kept saying it's she wanted a fairy tale vibe, a magical vibe of this girl struggling to live in this world that befriends this cat. It's her only friend, and now it's the search for this cat.
You know what you're making me realize is that with video games, we can inhabit the role of anyone.
Anything.
Anything.
That's why it was so incredible. It was just unlike anything I'd ever seen. I could compare it to No Man's Sky and Unfinished Swan and Journey, but I was just, after seeing so many demos of, shoot people in face with gun.
Yeah.
This was the end of my day, and I was blown away. And she was so passionate about this game.
The person we usually take control of is generally male, generally white.
Yes.
Probably with a short haircut, maybe bald, and is violent.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like 90% of the things. That's not an exaggeration.
Yeah.
And this is incredible. This is the type of thing that only games can do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just thinking that, like, if you watch, I've seen like some pretty dramatic movies, like, like you and I love the horror genre, it's like you watch some terrible things happen on television and film. You can still just kind of sit back and eat popcorn and watch it happen. But like, I remember Brothers, like there's a, again, no spoilers, but there's a scene in Brothers where they basically make you do something, and it's not like a gruesome, like, oh, I'm chopping this guy's head off. But it's just like, I don't want to do that, like it was just, and then you actively had to do it.
Yeah.
And so it's like only games can do that. And it doesn't happen that often. There are a lot of really great independent games out there that have really interesting systems, but to have something like a Gone Home, like just this like, revelatory moment. And it sounds like this is just begging for stuff like this, where like if you have some kind of cloud or like antagonistic force or like sounds appearing in the distance and stuff, like.
And it's just, it's coming from a place of passion. The developer actually lost her cat when she was young, and she's putting that into the game. And there were other references to her life that were more personal that I will not air on this. But it was so refreshing and inspirational to see. I mean, this makes me hopeful for the future, and it's just pure creativity.
And how cool is it that only she could make this game, right?
Exactly.
This came from her experience.
Mind, yes.
Anybody can make a multiplayer game where you have to control objective points, right? But only she can make for Beyond Eyes. And I think that makes it especially appealing.
This is one of a kind. This is a gem.
I have a concern. I have one concern, that it's super short. That would suck. How long would you, Ben? How long would you prefer this game be?
However long it needs to be. That sounds like such a smug jerk answer.
I get it.
But
no, that's
like,
a very Ben Moore answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you.
I mean, Journey's 2-3 hours, and that's
something
say, I'll never forget.
I was going to say 2-3 is nice.
I was thinking.
An evening.
Yeah, I was thinking.
It'd be nice to have an evening with this game.
Sure,
like,
I think that's fair.
I think Brothers was the same thing. I think it ended up being like 2 evenings. It's like
I think
a Saturday afternoon into the evening. But
man,
and then there were things when it was like right there. It's raining, so she loses her way more easily. Everything that she's kind of taken in fades away, and it makes her more disoriented because of the way sound and feel, guide her through her path. So it progressively ramps up.
And because it's attached to something like ID, do they have a release date? Like, does it have a locked schedule or
summer?
Okay, cool.
Coming up.
Cool.
Yeah.
It's summer.
It's summer.
That's cool.
very
That's cool.
close, yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, I think this one's gonna hit right in the gut. I think they're setting up
Yeah.
for some brutality
It was
to
emotional.
to our hearts.
You know, Brandon Jones, I'm actually super happy that you keep bringing up Brothers because every single time you do, I'm reminded how much I love that game. Like
Yeah.
everybody should check out Brothers. There are some
And
moments
Brothers
in
is one of
there.
those games that like Ryan Stevens, would be like, you have to play this game, and I was like, okay, and then played it, and like, yep, he was right. Well, thank you for checking it out. It sounds like you'll either review it or play it again at a later date. And let us know.
Cool.
Thanks, Hugh. Get this from
That
me.
was a good one. That was good.
You're ready for it, Ian. You and Elise. 10 out of 10.
Wrap it
Yeah,
up.
I had the opportunity to play it at GDC. I really liked it a lot.
Yeah.
I liked it a lot.
I want Ian's review to just be more emotional than The Last of Us.
I wish I hadn't seen some
Feelings.
things because I wasn't even playing and it was out of context.
Oh yeah.
And when they happened, it was just, oh my gosh.
You know, it is an honor and a privilege to be able to come to E3 to check out these games
Yeah.
well before they release and to
Yeah.
have these developers
Yeah.
like pour out their hearts to you. But there have been, I think, 2 times today where it's like, I wish I was in a dark room by myself playing this.
Yeah.
Like I can't fully appreciate what you're trying to show me because there's too much going on.
So, bad news, guys. I don't think we can have any arguments. Looking at this,
We can.
I don't know if I can get.
Blood
I don't know if I
will
can
be
really get the
shed.
blood boiling with any of these because these are all pretty effing cool. I think we're all
That's
in agreement.
that was my goal.
I'm gonna swing it over
when
to
I
Mr.
scheduled this
Yeah.
E3.
Bloodworth.
I'm gonna
Holding
s-
it down.
I'm gonna swing it over to Mr. Daniel Bloodworth now.
Nice.
And I want to talk about some Morpheus.
Yeah, man.
Because I'm super curious, and that's something that like we really have. I mean, considering how long we've been on here talking, haven't really talked about a whole heck of a lot.
Well, it's
VR
hard.
coming at you. You ready?
Yeah, I mean, I actually did get some clips for him, but yeah, it's a hard thing because it's like how much can you show, really, But
so wait,
what's that?
Hold.
Wait for the B-roll.
Wait for the B-roll. Okay. Morpheus.
Dude.
Dude.
B-roll.
Morpheus.
There we go.
Yes.
There I am.
That's blood roll right there.
No. That's going to be used in multiple
Yeah, you'll see that over and over.
Over and over for years.
I'm
to
looking
come.
forward to the Morpheus episode of Mandatory Update. Whenever we get that in, and
God.
like,
It's just us puking for 20 minutes.
but like we all wear them to work. Like we all have just everything. We have like whole.
And we're all in
meetings
like
where
some
we all,
nightmare
have
where we're
Morpheus.
like, everyone's got Morpheus. What's happening?
Before we start this, if you had to guess, what do you think Blood is experiencing right now? What world is he in?
We saw it.
Yeah, you see it.
Some kind of
Oh,
cube.
I
Some kind of.
So yeah, so this is my first experience with any of the VR really, other than the Virtual Boy and the stuff in the old arcades. So it was definitely. I was very curious about how's this going to work with my glasses? I'm just like I got to get in this sweet spot, and that was kind of a tricky thing because sometimes it would like slip out of place a little bit, and then I was like readjust.
Because you had your glasses on.
Yeah.
And the contact's not happening.
No, probably
Not worth
gonna
it for
do-
Morpheus?
No. But I did try it without glasses on. It's like okay, this is more comfortable and it's tighter to my face. But I think it's like partly just like one of those things of like being in a demo environment and having to do everything really quickly. Like eventually I was able to like get that more solid as I went through more demos because I went through like 5 different demos. We have footage I think of 3 or 4 of them. But yeah, so this first one I did was Super Hypercube.
Is that what we were seeing before?
Yeah. So it's the best way I can describe it is like Tetris from above.
Kyle Bosman.
So you have a block and you're moving towards a wall with a hole in it, and you have to like tilt your head around to see like what the shape of the hole is, and then there are like little tricks like the thing could move or whatever, and then you've got to like flip the block around to like match the shape. It's a really simple kind of concept, but you have to move around to actually be able to get the right view of it, and then the
blood roll.
Well, I might as well go with this one. Well, no. I'll wait, because there's a loop a few times. The next one I played Dude Huber.
Dude Huber? That sounds like a cool game.
Whoa.
I
never hear Daniel like this. What is up? You getting me ready?
Okay, so this is Capcom. Yeah, we can keep that rolling. I don't have this thing.
Resident
Yeah,
VR.
we weren't allowed to do anything. So
REVR.
it was just called The Kitchen. So you put the thing on, and you are like you're sitting in a chair, but the character is also like tied to a chair, and you're looking around, and you're just like you're there. You're in this place. It's a grody looking kitchen. There's a guy lying on the floor. What's going on? And you're looking around. You're hearing stuff. And then the guy like gets up and he's like got a knife and then this is where things got a little weird because it's like it raises like these arms up like your arms are bound, but it's like I'm not raising my arms right now.
Right.
But like he's trying to cut you free, like he's frantic, he's trying to do it.
Yeah.
And then there's like this like crazy woman coming out from the back and she starts attacking him and she's stabbing him and you're just stuck to this chair and you can't do anything. And like she gets right in your face. And dude, like you know me, like you guys get freaked out about PT and all this stuff. And I'm just like, yeah, well, yeah, that's cool. And this is just like she is in my face and I'm like, can you not be right here right now? Okay.
What did she look like?
Excuse me.
She just like had like this like long strangly hair and I don't know, it was like she was either crazy or like a zombie or something. Like something was up with her. And I was like, what is that guy's name at Capcom? Jun Takeda, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the guy that did this thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, and Omar got to try it out too. Really, really cool. Freaky stuff.
But that sounds dope to me because you're like rooted in a chair and you are in a chair. You know? So it's like I don't know. That seems like
that's really cool.
You can it can just get like really really far back into your brain where like you really are convinced for a second. Like I need to, like you were saying, like I need to take because that's how PT made me feel. We're like playing it alone's like I can't do this.
There's an Oculus game where you have to lie down and you're in a coffin. It's like get out of the coffin.
So
claustrophobic.
I'm gonna keep going because we got a lot to
Sure.
cover. There's like 5 in this one. So the next one was actually surprisingly cool and fun. It was just Playroom VR, and you looked around and like you know how you had like little white Playroom Android things, and like you just start off in a room, and you're looking around, there's a TV. This is actually multiplayer. So Omar and 3 other people were controlling these little characters, and I was like a giant Godzilla monster chasing them. And the only way I could attack was with my head. So I had to like smash my head like this.
Oh, these sound so fun.
All over the place, like to hit helicopters and buildings and just cause destruction.
How's the control on that? Does it feel nice?
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah. It's just you have to like put that effort in. Like you have to like move a lot.
Yeah.
And then the second part, they turned the tables, and so they like got into like little Power Ranger outfits, and they just started like chucking stuff at you, and so you had to dodge like all these like oil barrels and like hot dog carts and stuff like that they were throwing. And so it's like, you know, whoever gets to the end 4v1, you know, it's like the cute Evolve.
That's the first time I've ever thought of that. Multiple people in the same room with VR. That is.
But no, they weren't with VR. They were just with normal. Yeah, so everybody was playing on the same PlayStation.
Okay.
And then there were 2 that I didn't get to try. One had a gun, and it looked like it might have been done by Naughty Dog because there's like a Naughty Dog guy sitting there. I didn't get to do that though because it just like the way like it was just sort of like a free for all once you got into that room, and it's like you wait your turn, and then I had to go to the next appointment before I got to do that. And then there's another crazy thing with a bike, and it was like it was like a horse with wings. It was like really weird.
It's crazy. The guy had rigged up.
Get over to the boom.
Okay.
Get over to the boom. Let's get Omar in here. Oh, that'll work.
So the guys rigged up a bicycle with a meter on the back tire so they could tell how fast you were pedaling. Also, your steering wheel changed your direction. So they're developing like a bunch of different games that let you exercise in your room with VR.
Oh,
the game they had there is you were a horse or like a Pegasus because you could fly. So you would running, chasing things down. The faster you would pedal, the more speed you would get, and you would take off and start flying through the air and stuff like that.
So cool.
Yeah,
incentive to exercise.
Exactly, and they were talking about they're going to do ones with like tanks because you can do like tank controls and move around with the VR and the thing.
But if you could like bike around Los Santos, that would be nuts.
Yeah, so, it's all PlayStation.
That would be
so
such a mind. That would be such a trip. Because that game's trippy alone. Because I live in Los Angeles, whereas like actually being in that game, like my brain would split.
Right. The 4th one I tried was it London Heist? I think that's right.
Yes, I've seen this game. This one has me the most hyped.
This was the one where
get out of here.
So the others, I was still very kind of aware that like there were people around me or whatever. This one, like I was just because it was like I was involved in gameplay. Like I totally forgot about the real world. I'm like, I'm just playing this game right now.
Here we go. There's videos of this online.
It used 2 Move controllers, And so like first it just starts off, you're like in the passenger seat of a car, and like you can like, okay, open the glove compartment, like pick up the drink, throw it out the window, like stuff like that. Open the car door, and you're just like using the triggers on the move controllers. But then like these guys start coming up alongside of you on like motorcycles and cars and stuff. And so the guy gives you a gun, and you got to shoot the other cars, like take their wheels out and that kind of thing. And then you've got to like use your other hand to like grab clips and like put them in. And like I just kept bumping the move controllers into each other because I was just like whatever, all right, we're doing this. So yeah, and they called that portion of the game the getaway. I guess there's another part they had shown before.
There was a video online of it where they're in the jewelry store. The guy cracks the safe open with the controls. He's in the game, cracks them open, opens the safe, picks up the diamond, like puts it in his pocket, ducking down. He has a shootout in the jewelry store. It looks really cool.
Yeah. And then the most developed one, the craziest one that we saw, me and Omar both played, is called Rigs. I think they spent more time trying to explain how to play the game than we actually got in the match. But it's a multiplayer match, and you're in these huge mechs, right? And so like you're just using a normal PS4 controller, but like you've got like trigger for each arm, and then you can switch between like damage, speed, and recovery. As far as like your different like abilities, so that like you're tuned to different situations. But it's weird because it's 3-on-3, and we were playing 3-on-3 multiplayer in Morpheus. But your goal is not just to like get kills. What you do is you pick up these orbs, and they're orbs that are scattered around the map, or you can get orbs from killing guys. And
Just in linebacker position.
Oh man, Omar set up the shot. I had nothing to do with that.
Put the tripod down because I want to go get in my own.
So
commentary.
Anyways, hopefully she moved away eventually. But there we go. So you pick up the orbs, and once you have enough orbs, you go into overdrive, and then you become, basically they say you become the ball. So there's a big hoop at the top of the map, and you've got to jump into the hoop before anyone kills you. So it was pretty crazy. So you're like, yeah, so you go into speed mode, you try to get there as fast as you can, and then what's pretty cool too is like if you get shot, then you just like end up ejecting up into the air, and then you've got to look around and find like your next like spawn point. But what's crazy about Rigs is you don't aim with the control stick. You aim by looking where you're shooting.
Huh. Yeah, it's just another thing you got to get good at. Like none of us are good at that.
No.
How
we're
responsive
all starting
is
the
it?
same spot.
How good did that feel aiming at someone? Is it like as good as a mouse?
I mean, I think it felt good. Like I was getting used to it. You know, it's Omar got a bunch of kills before. Yeah, his kind of
Omar's
died
getting
off
things
on him.
done. Finishing moves in Mirror's Edge.
So
this bike thing.
So was that your favorite? You think of the bunch because it was the most developed?
I mean, it's an actual game. You know, I mean, I think London Heist was really cool, but it was still very much like, okay, this is a quick section of something, and you know how that plays out over the long term, I'm not sure. But this was, yeah, I mean, and I think again, this is something that suits sitting down. You know, or that one with the gun that I didn't get to play, like the guy was like having to stand up and kind of look, you know, walk around, you know, turn behind him and shoot behind him and that kind of thing. And I could, like, even though I didn't get to try that, like, I'm not sure I want to do that, you know. But it's still, yeah, Rigs felt like it all made sense because it's like, okay, you move and then you kind of have like the delay of the robot moving and all of that, and it all fits into what's going on.
Can you imagine a scenario in 10 years where you're watching Twitch, you're watching some esports championship, and it's just a bunch of kids with these giant things strapped to their heads, and they're just like freaking out?
Yes, I can.
Pro gamers.
Yeah. So yeah, that sounds like a lot of stuff. We haven't seen a lot of this stuff before because Morpheus has definitely been demoed at PSX and different events.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's interesting to see them making new stuff. Do you think they make the stuff just to develop and learn, or do you think they make the stuff to demo at shows?
I think it's
Both?
both for sure. I mean, there's a lot of different developers there. I mean, the Super Happy Cube is like a small team, and then like I said, I'm pretty sure there was a Naughty Dog guy in that room, and they're messing around with it. Everyone's kind of playing around with this stuff. What else was? Oh, Trackmania apparently has a VR demo somewhere.
Whoa.
That
Oculus.
Vomit.
Yeah.
Flipping into the air.
Is VR the future, Bloodworth?
I don't think it's the whole future, but it's going to be pretty cool if it's affordable. Yeah.
Nice.
In the affordable future.
Affordable future.
And yeah, like next year, probably 2016, Morpheus.
I think so. Yeah.
So
Shenmue 3.
yeah,
Full
well, let's not get into
VR
that. Let's not get into
support.
this. We'll
Don't do
probably
this
see
to me.
more soon.
Don't do this to me.
Thanks, bud.
Yeah.
Good. That was like 12, 13. That's good.
It felt longer than that. Okay.
Carry some water.
Yeah. Can you get me a water? Give me a glass of water.
If you look at me, I'll give you the
Can you take
standard
the cup?
times. Like
Can you?
Mr.
I could
he's
use
getting
one
it.
as well.
Just throw it in the trash.
we have those water bottles over there. Yeah.
Hey,
Oh,
Kyle.
oh, look at that.
Bosman.
Kai
Bro,
boss.
I didn't even know we had water bottles.
Take it.
Stay hydrated.
Water bottle, water bottle.
All right.
How are you enjoying this behind the scenes view of game trailers, viewers?
What was the
Thank
horror
you
one
so
called,
much,
Blood?
Kyle.
That sounds amazing.
It was just called The Kitchen.
The Kitchen.
Yeah.
The Kitchen is on my radar.
I still think I want to play London Heist the most.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, The
Yeah.
Kitchen was almost more of an interactive movie,
Mhm.
but it was just crazy because, like, you can look all in every
The kitchen,
direction.
hands down.
Yeah.
Like, I really want to. And that was a private thing. Can you think I could like stroll up and like?
You might be able to.
That'd be cool.
I can tell you the booth number. Yeah.
What are we doing next? What are
Is
we
it on
doing
the short
next?
floor too?
Next, we are doing XCOM 2.
This is a good one, Brandon.
All of yours seem good. I'm actually
they
picking
were
the one
good.
I thought would be the least good.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Because
to me, it is the least good.
I think
of
we
the
should talk
three.
about that last.
Save the first one for last.
Yeah.
We got some bombs.
Yeah. And then No Man's Sky Part 2 at the end. No, I'm kidding. You ready to go, Ian?
Ready when you are.
XCOM 2 announced. Just XCOM 2. Do you think they're going to take the 2 off and put like another subtitle on there?
No, they
And
don't need
sneak it
to.
in? They don't need to?
They don't need to.
Why do they need to?
XCOM. I think XCOM Enemy Unknown did better than they thought it would. I think they had high expectations. They put a lot of work into it, but it won a lot of the Game of Year awards. It sold really, really, really well. I think just having XCOM 2 is as much of a presence as that game needs.
So, under what circumstances did you get access to XCOM 2?
The
today,
circumstances under which I got access to XCOM 2, I cordially entered the 2K booth and I said, "Madam, please take me to the XCOM 2 demo." And she said, "Right this way, sir." And I went inside a theater with a bunch of other
Must be nice.
lovely gentlemen and ladies, and we sat down for a theater presentation. It was lovely.
Yeah, I played. Actually, XCOM was the first game that I demoed when we made the move to the Defy offices, and we had that week of streaming like from our desks. I was like, oh, I should play XCOM, and that's not a quick game. You really have to be cautious of absolutely every single thing you do, and despite your best efforts, it will go bad. A lot of the time. But it looked like a game I wanted to put a lot more time into, and so lo and behold, I got to play another game as well.
Yeah,
it looks pretty cool. Sounds pretty cool.
Brandon, XCOM 2 is what I wish every video game sequel could be. This is okay. I just want to say, for all of my Just Playeds, there's going to be a lot of statements that you could construe as exaggerated, but I really feel this way.
Somebody's going to establish the timeline and find all the contradictions.
Contradictions.
How many best games ever? Where you're just like, this was the best.
I mean, sometimes you just get excited and you repeat statements, but it happens. No, the reason why I say that is I feel like a lot of sequels, especially sequels for strategy games, are iterative in very predictable ways. And that's not always bad, right? They can be really good expansions or sequels if they just add new units or just have more maps or just tweak the mechanics slightly. That's not what XCOM 2 is doing. It's taking an alternate what-if scenario from the first XCOM game and making that the central plot. You lost. The aliens won. You are subservient to them. The demo that we saw, you were trying to, as this rebellious XCOM force, trying to go into this parade, essentially, where they were showing off a new statue of your alien overlord, and your objective was to destroy the statue
Bring him
to
down.
let them know.
You know what game also had a plot like that and was also a very good game?
Yeah.
Wolfenstein: The New Order.
Yes. Yes. Actually, I didn't think of it until now, but you're absolutely right. It has
And
the same
Deus
sort of
Ex, I get it. I get that vibe.
same sort of
You
style.
know, where like the threat is so ingrained into the society that it's just like you don't really know where to strike.
Yeah, and I don't know, maybe some people won't like this, but I feel like in XCOM Enemy Unknown, the way they sort of established how menacing the aliens were is just getting into battle and you dying a lot to them, and that they felt like a mysterious, powerful force. But they're being a lot more overt here. They're talking a lot more. They're giving more context to everything that you're doing, and I really appreciate that. It seems like they don't want you to just walk away from XCOM 2 saying, you know, the stories that you told in Enemy Unknown, where it's like, I had this character named Michael Huber, and he died in the heat of battle, but he went out gloriously by throwing a frag grenade.
Yes.
They also want to have an actual plot as well. So I think that's cool.
Does it look like this? Does this look good? Does it look as good as
it does not look. It does not look as good as this.
As the video that we're watching.
Yes. No, not even close.
Because I was, I didn't think obviously that this was gameplay, but I was wondering if it was based on some kind of rendering of the engine. Compared to the first game, how does it look? Is that something
much better.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Appreciable? Like, did it make your experience better playing this XCOM game? The
I
graphical
didn't.
tweaks.
I didn't play it, but I saw a
right.
hands-off demo. What I noticed is the animation seemed better as well. Like even the guys running to cover and snapping into cover, the way they oriented the camera, how quickly they got up into their actions. Like I feel like in a lot of strategy games, you sort of get this like, okay, I select this space and then my character turns and he runs. Everything in XCOM 2 was very fluid, right? It felt like each of your units was an actual human being moving in a convincing way, which was super cool.
Now we got this cool XCOM expansion. I think it just got one expansion, Enemy Within, that where you could like bond with some alien DNA or like do some
and you
gene
had psionic powers,
gene
basically,
splicing
yeah.
and stuff. They talk about that at all?
No, but they did talk about, they showed rather, you have a ranger unit. And initially the ranger unit acted pretty predictably. She was a female and she got behind cover and she shot with her assault rifle. But then, after you defeated the first wave of enemies, there was this vehicle and the doors bust open. And probably the coolest moment of the demo, they call it the Viper. And it's this giant snake that will wrap around one of your units and just like fling it across the map. And it is the quickest unit that I've seen in an XCOM game. It's just like, it's on top of you.
Yeah.
And it slithers out of the truck. And the ranger's like, I gotta take this thing down. Hops over the wall, pulls out a sword, gets in its face, and just slashes it. And they said melee combat is going to have a presence, like a significant presence in this game.
Cool.
And the way that they showed it off, they even kind of did like a almost behind the back shot when the character slashed the Viper. I thought was really neat.
How is the pace? Is it similar to the first one, the pace of battle?
Yeah, so it's similar in the sense that, you have your turn and you move all your units before the enemy can act, unless they're under Overwatch, and they'll trigger when you enter their space. But in terms of, I guess I don't know how to answer it other than that. It seemed like another thing that they want to accomplish in XCOM 2, and they didn't explicitly say this, is that the missions themselves are more complicated, right? So you may go to a mission and you have one objective, let's say it's to eliminate all enemies. Something will happen in the mission that makes that more complicated, and so you'll have to deal with the spontaneous situation before you can deal with the situation that you set out to do.
I have a question. What does Bloodworth think?
Actually, I had a question, and that was, had they talked at all about your base building?
No.
Because I would think that being an underground resistance is a lot different than being
we need a mobile game.
a huge than being like a huge part of the government. You know, it's like, okay, you can't build this huge underground silo or whatever you had going on before.
I mean, they show that at the end of the trailer. That's pretty much, you go back to base, right?
Yeah, well, we didn't, in the gameplay demo that we saw, and it was all gameplay outside of the like sort of initial introduction. I didn't see any base building whatsoever, so I can't answer that question. I wish I could. I think it's an excellent question.
It's probably like one last place that humankind has, the kind of thing.
The other thing is, I mean, you're still XCOM, you know.
Right.
So, who's to say that you don't still have access to the same facilities? Because XCOM is
I
a
would think
global
it would
effort.
just make sense though for it to be impacted significantly in some way.
So it's crazy. One thing, just to wrap things up, that I was kind of marveling at the other day is it seems like I'm really enjoying this revitalization of so many franchises, because it's something that it was kind of like stagnant, I think, at the beginning of the century when we got into 3D. We could really, like, I think last gen when like it wasn't just PS2 graphics, but Xbox, but like you could actually make like really impressive games. And so there was like, the Prince of Persia kind of didn't know what to do for a couple years. Like a lot of franchises were like, should we reboot or what are we doing?
It still doesn't know what to do. It disappeared after the
right.
last
No,
one.
I'm not. Yeah, I don't remember Prince of Persia. But it's just like, you look at like Tomb Raider, Hitman. Like there's all these great, franchises that are just starting Need for Speed. Like they're just like, I think it's time for us to make a full investment and like really not just, think of the whole story, kind of like what Disney's doing with Star Wars. It's like, let's just wipe the slate clean, start over. Not in the interest of like, making a quick buck on one thing, but like really having a new, especially if it's a new developer, like a new team that's like, we're in on this, let's do it for a long time. So, XCOM 2, XCOM 3, it's cool. It'd be really cool if this is like a big blockbuster franchise in games.
It would be, especially because, I feel like a lot of the other games that you mentioned, and not that there's anything wrong with that, they're trying to appeal to as many people as possible. And XCOM is brutal. No matter how you play it, it's a super difficult game that you will probably completely fail your first time. And to have a strategy game reach the level of success and how complex it is, I think it's really an achievement.
And when is the next time you think you're going to get to play it?
I bet they'll have a strong showing at Gamescom. They also really hyped up Firaxicon, which is in September.
All right.
And I hope and I think it will have a big showing there.
GT presence at Firaxicon? Where's that?
So we talked about that,
I don't
and
know.
they said you're invited. So
Yes.
Okay.
yeah,
Firaxicon confirmed. Thanks, Ben.
yeah.
10 minutes exactly.
Nice.
The release date is in that trailer. It's like November.
So you gave me 8 there?
I gave you 8, and then it switched to 9 by the
Okay.
time you mentioned me or noticed me.
All right. Going back to Huber.
Huber, which one are we doing then?
Let's do Deus Ex.
Deus
Ex. In case you weren't tuning in. Couple hours
that was
ago.
a good
Yeah, just
interview.
get those second two, or the bottom two.
Deus Ex. Is a
So I know
game
they
Huber
didn't
wants
talk
to
about
play.
one big part, so I'll mostly talk about that.
Okay.
Cool.
I
Cool
love
story,
that
bro.
You can stealth the whole thing. Jazzed.
Kaboom.
Yeah, I mean, you could do that on the last one except for the boss fights, right?
Yeah, he said this time you can totally do it.
Sweet.
All right. Go for it.
So we know you're running out of games to be like super excited about at this E3,
This
man.
is
I got to be honest.
insane,
like I think
Brandon
is anybody having a better
Jones.
E3 than Huber? I mean, really?
God.
So actually, when we're recording this is fresh off of Square Enix coming to our stage and demoing Deus Ex, and you got to see a part of Deus Ex
Yeah.
today. Today is a big happy Deus Ex day for Michael Huber.
Yes.
What more? What did it add? What did it bring? You went in with one concept of what this game could be. You walked out with another. Where are you at now?
It is. My expectations were high, extremely high, and it met them. So the part that wasn't discussed when they were here was the beginning. Jensen gets off this train. He's pulling into a train station, and he gets off, and he's sent by the task force. Let me open this.
And you didn't play this. This was a demonstration.
Yeah, it's a theater demo.
Heavy information.
How amazing is it that you're on the stage talking about the next Deus Ex?
I can't even handle it. It's too intense. So, Task Force 29, right? Jensen works for them, but he has a secret agenda within them. He thinks they are being controlled by the Illuminati. So they send him to, it's like a Paris type area. I forget exactly where it was. They send him to investigate something, and he meets up with a contact, this female like spy person, and they just have this super intimate, attention-grabbing conversation that is so powerful. I was just hooked. I was like in the world when this conversation was taking down. It's like this 3-minute conversation. They're talking about the Illuminati and spies and why he's here. There are so many. It all comes down to the script. It is so well written and well voice acted and well animated that it's. I was thinking of The Witcher writing. It even blows that out of the water. So they're walking through, and everything is so seamless, and there are all these civilians walking by. It doesn't feel like, in Assassin's Creed, if you just stare at someone and they sweep the air with a broom or something, just these kind of lifeless NPCs. Everyone around him felt alive, and they're all walking by, and people dynamically interacted with him. They like would bump in, he's in total control the whole time. People would bump in and say, hey, watch where you're going. So they're going through and they're talking about the plot, like so heavy. It's out of context, so couldn't follow it as much as I wanted to. But all of a sudden, just huge explosion out of nowhere. Screen starts like flickering, fade to black, and then they went into the place that, they jumped ahead, and it was the place where that was discussed a ton. And just going through that demo the way they did with all of the stealth options, it felt like there were 150 ways to go about every single situation. Deus Ex has always been about freedom, but this brought it to a whole nother level. There are so many powers, and the best part about it was that every single thing felt viable. Everything had an impact. It's okay, I can stealth through here. I can blink my way up to these vents and go around there.
Blink? Oh, wait, how does that work?
There's a blink now. It's exactly like Dishonored. You have your little arrow where you're going to go, and you just blink. They call it a dash, but it's basically like a Dishonored blink. Huge vertical maps, emphasizing verticality. So it just felt like there were so many paths they could go through and so many tools at your disposal.
Does it seem like, I know you didn't get to play it, but just kind of watching it, was it kind of like riding a bike where you were like, yep, if you did, the first game, not the first game, but if you played the last game,
100%,
then you just pick up right where you left off.
Yeah.
There was nothing weird or the new systems that they were like, we changed this and wanted to make it more accessible. Because you said there's a lot, and you need to think for somebody that is just so pumped on this for this, like hearing this news now, that's like, okay, well, I didn't play Human Revolution, I don't really have time, so if I jump into Mankind Divided, am I going to be?
It's that best
confused?
feeling of when of a sequel, you just come back to someone and you're like, wow, Jensen, what's up? Like he has evolved. It's 2 years after Human Revolution. So it feels so natural that he is even more intense than he was during his origins.
And more powerful. It's like the Metroid argument, where she just like, they've got to figure out some creative way for her to lose her powers every single time. And so it would be frustrating to start the next one and like he doesn't have, if you want to like lower in level some things, just like start the game out, but like just some base abilities. That's what I liked about Witcher. You started out and like the 5 magic spells you have, got them, and you can like get good at them and know the balancing and know how you can use them in combat, and then you just pick one that you like.
So they did a huge stealth part. They showed some hacking, which is even better now. It's very similar to what it was in Human Revolution. It's more intense. Like when you hack a folder, it just explodes, and when there's a virus, just the siren is like blaring. So you feel more under pressure because it's so intense. And then you did combat. Combat, huge improvement over Human Revolution. Combat. I avoided combat in Human Revolution. I did get into some scuffles during my playthroughs.
But I mean, when you say better, I mean, I'm interested in what you mean by that, because I thought in any Deus Ex, the idea is you are vulnerable. If you get in a room with a bunch of guys in it, you're dead man, because you can't fight 5 guys. So it's interesting.
Yeah, didn't get the chance to ask them how upgraded their character was, but they had the two things I noticed were one, when he used cloak during combat. Traditionally, that burns a lot of your energy. It was very, very slowly diminishing, so that seemed a lot more powerful. And the coolest move is the armor, where the nano, just this crazy black, solid,
polygons,
liquid moving polygon goo is over you, and you're pretty much invulnerable. And again, the energy meter was draining a little slow. I don't know if that was for demo purposes. I know you have to, find consumable items to gain your energy back, which I always loved, but you're definitely stronger.
And I kind of like it. You said you can do whatever you want, and I think I've actually seen some people talking about this lately, like how it's okay maybe for a game to get easy sometimes, or if you'd be able to avoid combat or just move past encounters together if you're just not in the mood. If you're just kind of I just went through a big crazy thing that was fun. I think I'm just gonna not do this. It's kind of like when you do good or bad things, I guess, in a BioWare game.
Yeah.
So it would be fun that you can see a really fun situation when you're there's all these sorts of things I can do to make all these guys play against each other, or I just spent a half an hour doing that. I really want to get to the end of this mission. I want to go to bed. I'm just gonna blink around. I'm just gonna skirt through the area really fast, get the thing, probably miss some rooms and some items I could pick up along the way. But
And just the attention to detail, every little thing. I mean, on screen right now, just the explosions look ridiculous. He goes through upstairs was a cafeteria, and then there were living quarters. You can go through both of these entire areas fully. He got in a shootout in the cafeteria. Food was flying everywhere, debris peeling off. Just intense when things go loud.
So it's good. And it's something where, it's one thing. So you've had a lot of dreams come true at E3.
Yes.
And it's one thing, to hear about an announcement, of a game that you've wanted for a really long time, but the game still doesn't exist. There's still a whole litany of things that could go wrong, leading up to that game's launch.
Yeah.
But this is a game. They did that. You wanted a sequel to Human Revolution, and you got it, and it sounds pretty good.
Everything looked on track, looked good, ran well. Yep.
On track, confirmed. Thanks, Hubert.
When?
Just pumped for the story.
Cool.
Give me that story. JC Denton, where are you? Bridge the gap. Tracer Tong.
What's next?
Les enfants terribles.
Let's talk about Forza.
Oh boy, yeah.
Are you excited to talk about Forza, Ben? Ben Forza. Ben.
People don't know this, but I actually like racing sims. I'm no Daniel Bloodworth,
Okay.
but I like racing sims.
But you also mentioned the other day, I think we were talking about something for Black Ops, and you were like, hey, Ben Moore doesn't want to miss out on the Black Ops stuff.
Yeah.
It's don't.
Yeah.
I'm down.
People don't see me as the Call of Duty guy either, but I really like Call of Duty. A weeaboo at heart, though, I think.
You're a weeaboo at heart?
A weeaboo at heart. It's just a joke. Kind of.
That's the danger of missing a day-long stream. There's all these hidden jokes now, and I'm just like, what? What's happening? What? I feel like you missed out. You missed a day of school, and all your friends are friends with different people. Does that mean we're ready, Ian Ski?
Yeah, we're ready means we're ready.
Ready for Deus Ex.
Sorry. So Forza, not
Yeah.
to just make you do that every single time. Just kind of just put blood on the Forza list. But it is marvelous the space in your brain that race all these racing games. It's nice to have you as a resource, Blood.
I'm a little overwhelmed right now. There's a lot of stuff, but yeah.
But to my recollection, in talking to you about racing games, Forza seems to be one of your favorites. Not like every time, like every single one of those games, but I know Horizon you're definitely a fan of.
Yeah.
But Forza is not a game. I don't know if I think maybe I possibly could have gotten an appointment, but I don't know if I'm gonna actually make time for it. Should I make time for it at E3? Should I sit down and play this?
Well, for one, this is again not a playable.
Bummer.
So they
Weird,
gave a
because
demo.
there was a Forza game that seems like a very playable kind of game to have at the Xbox booth. To have a little racing, a couple sit down.
Well, they've done that in the past, and and it's kind of useless in a way. Because okay, you're gonna have time to drive around a track once, and so what do you actually get out of that? Although actually some of the stuff that they have in here, I mean, it's been the fans' broken record since the first game. It's okay, where's the night racing, where's the rain, and they are actually bringing those two things into the game for the first time.
That's really cool.
And it's a very technical. There's a lot of talk about porosity and different surfaces and things like that. like every car is made out of different materials. There's like 450 cars, and so like different cars are made out of different kinds of materials, and so the water collects on them in different ways.
Jeez.
And the same thing with they said was it 40? I can't remember what I actually wrote down. I think it's either 48 or 148, which is a big gap, but different drivable surfaces. So they were talking about like on a track like Sebring. It's like an old track in Florida where they kind of like you transition from like concrete to asphalt, and then there's like these like like seams in the middle with like the tar or whatever. I'm forgetting the actual words, but even those seams have a different material that reacts to water differently.
I love stuff like that. Like I love when like baseball games, like they're like we really decided to focus on the stadiums this year, and it's cool because it's like cool that'll be the stadium forever. It's like that'll just set the new standard for that thing. And I'm sure like a lot of these courses are just classics. So
well, yeah, and that's actually one of the things he said. It's like, well, in a way, this game's been 10 years in the making, because there is a lot that you kind of build on, and you kind of see that in Gran Turismo as well. It's like they just keep building on and making improvements. Similarly with Night, one of the things that you talked about with Night is like Night isn't necessarily just one thing, because like you can have a track that is it's lit up like a stadium, and there's like all of these lights and all these shadows that are flying around all over the place, and then you have another track that is basically out in the woods, and you have your headlights and you have the guy in front of you with brake lights, and maybe you have the guy behind you shining his lights into your cockpit, and that's it. So those are very different experiences and technical hurdles.
Especially with, we definitely got to that level with last gen, but like with this gen, like, just pure black and shadows and stuff like that, like and lighting when you have a flashlight or headlight.
We're just getting started.
Really good. Really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the main,
I
think,
know.
the main thing, because there's been a lot, rain done in different ways in a lot of different games, and actually at the end they had a Q&A, and I had to ask the question twice. They didn't want to answer my question.
What is the question?
I was like, so is the rain, is it dynamic? Do you have the rain start up and go away naturally or whatever? And at first he like answered me, I don't even remember what he said. It had nothing to do with the question, but eventually I got out of him that like, no, like the rain is like, that's the rain. So unlike Project Cars or F1, like you don't have this dynamic building of rain and stuff, but what you do have is puddles. And the size of the puddle, it's all 3D and everything, and there's like it's taking into account like the amount of grip that you're going to have and you're going to lose. So you get one tire into that puddle, and it's and they've done everything to make that feel as threatening as it does in a real car, from the way the rumble and the sound effects and everything. Cool. So and then like every raindrop on your windshield is like physically simulated. It's like little bits like that. They did talk about some other things. All the cars, all 450 cars, are now like up to that like Forza Vista quality that they like originally started with just a handful of cars like 2 games ago.
And wasn't there a thing where you could like use Kinect or something to like open doors and get close to them? And
yeah, that's same kind of, that's the idea, is that you can open the doors and all that kind of thing. But I just think they've sort of abandoned Kinect at this point for that sort of thing.
Oh, right. Like even if you could do it with a controller, but is that mode still in there where you can examine the cars and check?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay,
yeah.
cool.
And then they talked about the career, and it was a little bit hard to follow, but they were talking about like a bunch of different stories of motorsport. So like you'd have like a story, and then within like that you'd have like a separate career path, and then you'd have like a series within that. So like different disciplines of cars, more or less. So that you could basically play the game the way you wanted to play. Because they say, like, with Forza, especially, that they have a bunch of different types of players. They have people that always just play multiplayer. They have people that never play multiplayer. They have people that will just want to, get in and free drive, whatever car they want on whatever track they want. And so they're trying to cater to all of those different things.
So it takes, how are we doing on your notes?
I got
what's
like,
our percentage?
I got pretty. We're doing pretty good. There's like maybe 2 other things.
Thorough blood.
Gran Turismo takes forever, and Gran Turismo is a beautiful game, and Gran Turismo is a very diverse game. There's lots of different things you can do. It's a very clever racing game franchise. Like you go to the moon and stuff. Like they always do put fun things in GT games, but they take forever. Whereas Forza's at a nice clip now with just kind of like, maybe every other year we get a new Forza. Are you
It's
worried?
not maybe. They've been like,
every year?
like a clock every other year.
Every
Forza
other year.
Motorsport.
Do you like that pace? Do you like these two franchises that they're working with?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's all right. It is a little weird, in a way, because there's no excitement to it. When Forza 7 is coming out.
Can they quote you on that?
you know when Forza 7 is coming out. You know it right now.
That was actually my question. When I played Forza 3, I think that was the biggest leap in the series thus far. Like it felt like it was the perfect Forza game at the time, and they just did so many things. It was overwhelming. It really felt like the next step for that type of racing game. Do you feel excited about Forza now?
I don't feel particularly. It's weird because I do feel like they are the most consistently well-crafted racing games. But there is a sense that I don't really get excited about that in the same way that I got excited about, oh crap, Dirt Rally. This is just out right now. I can play this, and then I haven't got a chance to hardly play it. So yeah, it's interesting. What else did they talk about? One I thought was interesting is there's a new feature called mods, which doesn't mean at all what I thought it would mean. So you know how you can adjust all your different settings to get higher payouts if you go for more difficulty, like if you turn off the driving line or if you turn off rewinding. So they have a thing called mods now, which is basically it's like an extra challenge added onto the race. So there was a mod there that they said, okay, you're going to start at the back of the pack, and you're going to have no rewinds. So you can choose to play with that mod or just the standard way, and you'll get more payouts if you go with the mod.
Cool.
So it's interesting. What's the other thing? I guess it's not that exciting. So it's 3D tire walls. It's so when you hit a tire wall, the tires go flying. So
I'm gonna be ramming
3D
tire walls.
Tire walls.
Yeah.
It's like spin tires.
Hogger style.
But it looks good.
Scream that when he's streaming it, just like to tire wall, blood. Like,
Tire wall count on the stream.
Yep.
I think I think that the thing to me is just you're doing weather, but you're still, I don't know, while it's there, it's gonna be better in some ways, but it still has these caveats of, because in Project Cars, that's where it sort of opened up to me. It's that first time that, okay, I'm all of a sudden this race, it's starting to rain, and I didn't expect that at all, or the rain will clear up, and it just, all of a sudden you go from I can't see anything to it's oh, okay, I got a chance. I can make a comeback now because it's drying up, and I can handle this a little bit easier. But I'm definitely excited to try, running into a puddle and seeing what happens.
Running into a tire wall.
And you, it was played for you, or you did get your hands on it?
I didn't get my hands on it. It was a very point by point kind of demo.
But you dug it overall. Mm-hmm. You're excited for it. You think they're gonna?
Are we getting it? We had that conversation.
Are we getting it this fall?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think it's a good lineup for, not necessarily lineup, but you think it's like a gem on the Xbox One this fall? I think it's something that they're definitely gonna plug. Much like we're talking about Mario Maker with Nintendo.
Right.
Is this something we're gonna see get a big push?
Well, and then you have to wonder with Windows 10 now, how that's gonna affect things. PC players get their hands on it.
I leave it up to you to find out, Blood. Thank you.
11. What's next?
Oh boy, now we're getting really good ones.
The good ones.
Street Fighter 5.
Street Fighter 5.
Oh man, this is something I've been waiting for all day, as well as the other one. Thoughts just swirling in my head about this game.
I've really only one very particular question to ask you. It's simple yes or no when we start.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Wait. Hold.
Wait for it.
Hold. Release.
Ride out with me, Ben.
Ride out.
All right, make it happen.
I think this is the first time I've heard you say that. I
Yep.
love it. I got chills.
I suck at fighting games, but I love them.
No shame.
And I definitely know a paragraph's worth about most fighting game franchises.
And what I always fondly remember from playing a bunch of Street, because I love my Super Nintendo, and I had Street Fighter 2. I went out and purchased it as a game I wanted to play. Never got good at it, despite how much I played it. Guile's my favorite. But it just feels good. Like, is that Street Fighter? Like, is that a good way to describe it? That, like, you know, like there are other franchises that have fun systems and do things differently. But, like, Street Fighter is just the tightest, you know, control scheme. You know, and it's just, there's no question, you know, like what you need to do to get better. I've just never been able to do it. So.
I think this is the perfect way to start off this Just Play, Brandon, because it's a really good question. I am not a master of any game. I'm not. There are games that I'm good at, and there are games that I'm bad at. But I really like competitive games. And the reason Street Fighter has captivated my heart, and I'm not a lifelong Street Fighter player. I've always dabbled with the series, but I really got into it in Street Fighter 4 because I had a friend that kind of showed me the ropes and actually taught me how to play fighting games beyond just mashing buttons. You know, and I play a lot of MOBAs, right? When I'm playing League of Legends, when I'm playing Here's the Storm, even when I'm playing Hearthstone, I sort of reach this point. It's not that I don't have to think. It's not that I don't have to make interesting decisions. But I kind of reach this point where I go through the motions, right? I play Leopard Gnome on turn 1 in Hearthstone, right? I have my loadout for Jinx in League of Legends. I just kind of do it, and it feels comfortable and it feels right. I'm not kidding. Almost every match that I play of Street Fighter, if I'm playing someone of an equal skill, my heart is racing. And I feel like I'm in the moment with that game in a way that I'm not in a lot of other competitive games, because everybody plays differently and the game is so complex. And not only do you have to make difficult decisions, you have to make them in a split second. It is like heart-pounding and intense in a way that just makes me so happy.
Another thing I would describe about Street Fighter is that it's a franchise that is always aiming to refine itself.
Yes.
And it can be tempting for some, like a lot of, I'm getting it right. I'm terrible at fighting games. I'm really proud of myself right now. But you know, you have a lot of fighting game franchises that'll like branch off and I know there's been weird Street Fighter games, but like it seems like they really don't want to rock the boat. You know, like if there's something new, if there's like, you know, the R&D department at Capcom and like on the cutting room floor of all of the gameplay modes they wanted to add, you know, all the ones that are, you know, didn't make the cut are just like it just doesn't, it's not going to make this better. It might be fun like for some people to check out, but like if we're going to add something. And they did add something. So wait, hold on. Let me guess. Counters? There's like a new counter thing you can do?
Sort of.
That's what Bison's doing here with the little purple blast?
Brandon, you're actually doing the perfect setup.
Okay. So I'm literally finished. That's all I got.
We had some conversations when we were doing the most anticipated list. You know, why should Street Fighter be on there? It's just another fighting game. And
Number 3? What was it, 4?
5? You're absolutely right, because every single core Street Fighter, they pretty much redo it in a way. Like, yes, you still have the fireball motion. Ryu still throws Hadoukens, okay? You know, M. Bison can still stomp on your head. But in Street Fighter 3, you had the parry. That gave that game its own identity. In Street Fighter 4, you had the focus attack. That gave its game its own identity. What I love in Street Fighter 5, and what was driven home today in such a beautiful, majestic way, is that they're going beyond that. The new things in Street Fighter 5 are V skills and V triggers. And basically what that is instead of having one thing that kind of wraps around the entire game, each character has their own thing that further establishes them through these two new mechanics. So the V skill you can activate at any time, and Ryu's is, this is the simplest one to describe, is a parry. So just like not just like Street Fighter 3, because in Street Fighter 3 you would push forward whenever they would attack and you would block. Here you have to push medium punch and medium kick, and if you do it at the right time, you'll parry anything. But other characters' V triggers are a little bit more complicated. And Bison's is a counter, so it's like Ryu's parry, but it's slower. However, if you're able to do it, if you're able to perform it well, and it's more complicated, you will hit them in the face with a fireball as a counterattack. Birdie, the character that they announced in E3, is amazing. Depending on which direction you input, in addition to medium punch and medium kick, he will consume a certain item, right? So he'll eat a donut. He'll just slam this donut in his face, chow down, and he'll build some of his... you have a normal like super meter as well. If you push down while you do it, he'll throw a soda can that will do a little bit of projectile damage. Another one is he'll put a banana peel on the ground, and it'll stay there, and you can slip on it. And so you can sort of play these mind games with your opponent. And each character has this thing, and it makes them, like, what I love about Street Fighter is they're already so distinct. There's nothing like Zangief in any other game. Zangief stands alone. You know, it's the same thing, I think, with Guile. It's the same thing with Dhalsim. These V-triggers give the characters even more personality, which I didn't think was possible. And on top of that, you have the V-trigger, which fills up as you get hit, and they modify your character in an extreme way. So with Ryu, when you initiate the V-trigger, when you enter this state, and it looks fantastic as well. As soon as you trigger it, the camera pans kind of, and it zooms in, and these ink swirls go all around you, and it's just glorious.
Man, I'm on the battlefield with you right now.
It's fantastic. It's fantastic.
Reach, Ben. Reach.
And with the V trigger for Ryu is all of his attacks gain electrical damage. Also, you can charge fireballs. The longer you charge it, the faster you'll come out, right? So now you're not just doing a fireball motion, you're getting inside your opponent's head, and you're like, if I hold it for just an extra second, maybe they'll jump early and I can hit them with it. And it's like, already, just with this one character, just with these two things, you've completely changed Ryu.
Are there different V moves for each character? Can you start swapping those out?
No, you can't swap them out. So it's like, so for Cammy, for example, her V trigger is, her animations are a lot quicker. So the startup on Cannon Spike is almost non-existent. When you do Cannon Spike with a V triggered Cammy, it's just boom, instantaneous.
Yeah.
And I feel like with V triggers, they looked outside of Street Fighter. Going back to Marvel vs. Capcom 3, they added X Factor, which you could activate, and their idea for it was a sort of a comeback mechanic. So even if you were getting slaughtered, if you activated X Factor, you could come back because you would do so much more damage, you'd be so much more powerful. The problem with X Factor is that it was too powerful. It was such a huge boost that it could kind of make fights ridiculous. And I feel like V-Trigger sort of takes that idea, kind of letting you get back into the match, giving you a little bit boost, but it's more thought out because it's independent for each character. And what they said, and this might upset some people, the roster's not going to be as big as you're probably used to with Street Fighter 4 at this point. But if all of the characters are that much more complex, it's probably worth it.
And you get more DLC packs down the road and more add-ons.
I just had one quick question. Did you get to destroy a car? Or did they talk about any mini games?
That's an excellent question. No, I did not. Okay. But I do very briefly want to talk about the stages. And it's things like this. Like the reason Street Fighter is the greatest fighting game is not just because it's the most mechanically sound. It's the effort they put into every little detail. And the stage they showed off was London. So you're in I think it's a London train station. And over in this corner, there are these punk rockers just kind of going at it, rocking out, banging their heads. And then kind of close to them, there's this old man in a bowler hat and a cane. And he's just kind of jigging along. And then you have these royal guards, right, with their iconic kind of big furry black hats, and they're like a band, right? This one guy's on drums and the other guy's dancing right next to him. And you have all of these very traditional London things in this stage, and it's so creative. And Street Fighter's always been about world warriors, and you really get that sense in this stage. You know, it has a presence, it has a culture. I was watching somebody else play, and I wasn't even paying attention to what they were doing. Like, it was so cool. There was so much going on in the background that it was just a joy to watch.
It is a joy to watch. It's very distracting. It's a joy to watch all this animation. And they haven't really shown off all the characters yet, I'm assuming, right? What all the characters there? Was the entire roster?
No. I don't think we're even close to that.
We haven't seen Delson Rowe yet.
No.
Delson Rowe.
And
tons to see, tons to learn. You know, it sounds like fun, just grabbing your favorite character and just jumping right into multiplayer and experiencing all the things on the opposite end. You know, so I don't know what all these crazy characters do, and then when that thing pops up in a fight, what a fun surprise! The first time you get to go and encounter all these people. How many extra versions of Street Fighter V are we going to get? Just predicting. Early bet from Ben Moore. 4?
I think 4 is a good bet.
Okay,
I would
4.
say between 3 and 4.
Cool. Thanks, Ben.
Thank you.
10 on the kisser.
Street Fighter 5.
Nice. Street Fighter 5.
You just sold me.
You want me to kiss who, Ian?
10 minutes.
You want me to kiss?
This
You already
Street
you
Fighter
just did. You
5
kissed it.
was
10
the only
minutes.
time today that
10
I had the
minutes. Was it
PR
like-
person
Appropriate.
like drag me. They're like,
What's
I'm sorry.
next?
I understand that you're enjoying yourself, but you need to leave.
You need to leave now.
Here we go. These are pretty fun. This first one, I don't know. I'm kind of curious. You seemed, I don't know. I'm kind of curious to talk with everybody and see what.
I have to take a
What's
brief reprieve. I'm sorry.
Uh-oh. Maybe we can take a break then. I mean, not take a break
I'll
from
be right
streaming,
back.
but take a
It'll be
break
like
from
30
doing
seconds.
Just Blades. 30. Can we get a clock? 30 seconds.
Yeah.
I'm staring at a clock right now, Ben.
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
30 seconds
Ben.
from when he leaves.
30
He's
seconds.
going to the door.
Well, in
Okay,
30
now he's leaving.
seconds, maybe I can talk about the Xbox Elite controller. Played
I
a
checked it
little-
out. I saw it at the Xbox party. Yeah, we talked about it a little
We're
bit.
not recording this though, right?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, it was. They had like a little demo station there, and they had some just like very rudimentary things, so you could just play with like what the different features are. It feels kind of softer in a way.
Yeah.
You know, just
How was the D-pad?
well, the thing was that the demo didn't really use it much, so it's kind of hard to say. Like, okay, that D-pad-y thing is interesting, but I don't know.
Felt okay. Felt like
Yeah.
they were making an effort. Yeah. There's different ones too, so you can put one on that has like shoulders.
Right.
You know, so it's not
Yeah,
just a
I
dumb
was
fit.
I was still hesitant to like try to rip something off of the controller at E3.
It feels weird.
I don't think I would want to. Yeah, I was like, I started playing. Like, maybe I shouldn't do that. But yeah, and then so they had one demo where they showed you like the difference with the trigger locks, and that was so like basically you lock the triggers and they don't push in as far, but they still react, so you can shoot it off more quickly, more or less. Another one that they showed was with having different custom profiles. So basically you can set all of these sensitivities and stuff on the controller,
mappings and stuff.
and so you have like maybe a normal profile and then like a profile for like racing games or shooting games or something like that, and you just like click the switch between each of those profiles. So what they showed there is they had like you're an alien spaceship and there's a guy sleeping in bed, and then you've got to like use your tractor beam to pick up the guy and like take him downstairs and then out the door. And so the first setting was like super sensitive, and you're like smashing the guy into all this stuff, trying to make it happen. And then the second one is like, oh, okay, I can do this. I can guide him through without hitting too much. And then the last thing they showed were the weird paddles underneath.
Yeah.
Which I'm still not. It's like another. Like
There's got to be
my
some
fingers are
game
not
out
ready
there-
for that.
There's got to be some game out there they're perfect for. That's the thing. It's like I sat there, like I checked it out with Trisha Hirschberger, and it was like, she asked me like, what game would it work for it? And I'm like, I don't know.
Well,
I
what you
can't
need
tell
is a
off my head.
game where you're using both analog sticks constantly, so you don't have another thumb to
I
put.
could see it for like a run button or something. Just hold it down well, you know.
Right, but there's like
Something
4
that.
of them
'Cause
there.
in
Yeah.
in Bloodborne or whatever, like so often I would like hold
The
push
claw.
circle with my
Yeah.
middle finger
Oh,
while doing
yeah.
the thing
Oh,
with
totally.
my thumb, you know. The claw.
Yeah, actually, Monster Hunter might be a really good game for that.
But the bottom buttons, they're not extra buttons.
Right,
You
they're just the face
reassign
buttons.
The
But I
face
think
buttons.
I think that would be a really smart thing for Microsoft to do
weird.
to maybe like sell combination. I mean, not sell them, but like sell them advertising, like like make videos where they're like, this would work, like or like find pro gamers and have them be like, what game I like to do it for this, and this is my setup. Not that like people would be able to
there are
program that
people-
exactly, but
You know that there are like pros out there who are just like, oh, that's perfect for this.
Yeah.
Because otherwise they wouldn't have made it like that.
right.
Yeah. I just am not one of those people. I have no idea.
You're not elite.
Elite.
Depends on the situation.
Xbox Elite.
Is Elyse elite?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah, she is.
Loopy blood. It's been
more than 30
like
seconds.
2 minutes, man.
Yeah, it's.
Well, that's
been
actually a
lot longer than
good 30-second thing, though.
Ooh. But we are still rocking some pretty sweet numbers. Thank you everybody for tuning in.
Oh yeah,
We have
I
so
haven't
much
been
more
able to
talk
keep up
about.
on numbers.
But
E3.
thank you, John, for rolling in B-roll. John's just chilling on the couch, absorbing all of the gaming
What
knowledge.
other little things?
Hyped
John,
on
what are you-
Deus
John,
Ex
what are
over
you-
there.
Yeah. What are you hyped on, man? Like, what are you feeling from E3?
All right, okay. First of all, meeting those guys from Deus Ex was like a dream come true for me. I've loved Deus Ex since the PC back when I could not run it. I'm serious. I love Deus Ex. Another thing I'm super excited about is definitely Horizon. Cannot wait to hear your Just Play for that.
Yeah, coming up.
I'm hoping it is as amazing as I think it is.
Yes.
Not this
That
one,
is
but the one after
exactly
that.
what
We're gonna
I'm
do Star
thinking
Fox
about.
next, and then we're talking about Horizon,
Right.
and then we're talking about another game.
And I will say the more I look at Star Fox and take away my disappointment from it, the more I'm like, okay, it doesn't. I can play it. I can play it. It's not terrible. It's just it's different. It's different, and I gotta accept it and accept that you can turn into a little bird jet or whatever that is.
But that to me is very interesting because it's like a callback. But yeah, we'll get into that a little bit more. It's a callback to people that really know the franchise.
That looks pretty cool right there. That looked decent actually.
Ben's getting in a pickup game of Hearthstone.
Yeah, the
or
visual.
something.
Oh man, I
what's
bet.
happening,
Oh
man?
god, I bet.
Tavern Brawls came out.
Hey, real talk.
Man,
Real
phone
talk. I be dropping Wi-Fi in the bathroom when I try to play Hearthstone. What the hell,
Goes
man?
away?
Yeah.
The Wi-Fi? Really?
Yeah.
What phone do you have?
And then I turned Wi-Fi off, and I had like 3 bars, and it just like it blinks the 3 bars. It's like, nope, sorry,
Weird.
you're out.
Mine works fine in there.
I'm like,
I've
if
been
I can't play
Hearthstoning in
Hearthstone on the toilet, I don't want to live anymore.
I don't want to play
I'm done,
Hearthstone
guys.
at all.
Really, you're fun and all. Like, you're great. I love this job. Long live game trailers. But if that keeps up, I'm out. That's
Hearthstone in the bathroom.
That's the straw.
Yeah.
It's over.
The straw that broke the camel's back.
Hearthstone on the
Do
toilet.
you want to just go without him?
Well, we can do another 30
I
seconds.
wish we could, Ian.
I'll
wish
do.
we could.
It'll be below. I played slightly.
Oh.
Slightly.
It's cool. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like, I played it for a couple of minutes, but then I still have no idea what I'm doing because it's one of those things where either I don't know whether it's the way the game's set up or whether the demo's set up, but it's like you just pick up the controller and it doesn't tell you anything. So like, okay, just start throwing buttons
Seems
around.
like that kind of game.
Yeah. So one thing I thought was interesting when I first started playing is that, like, even though like they start you off like looking at a mountain with a cave, I started going backwards. Doing the whole go left thing. It's like, oh, there's a lot of stairs. You can go a long way. Okay, I don't want to walk all the way back, so I'll just go ahead and do this thing.
Interesting.
But it was interesting because there's like a sort of a fog of war thing going on. So like you're discovering the area as you're going through it.
And it stays revealed once you reveal it?
Once you reveal it, it stays revealed.
Weird. So it's not like a lighting thing, it's a real fog of war.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And and then there's like I was picking up all this stuff and I didn't know what any of it did. It's like, oh, I got charcoal, I got like moss, I got water. I don't know what any of this does. And even the menu didn't tell me what it does. And like,
4 minutes must be nice.
Must be nice.
But
did you win?
You get a game in?
Yeah, did you win?
No games.
No, you can play.
But before we transition back to the Just Played.
Yeah, before we transition, there are new classes in Hearthstone. We need to talk about that. I mean,
the most interesting thing I found about Below is that you bleed.
Oh.
So when an enemy attacks you, even if it takes off a slither of health, you have to stop the bleeding. Otherwise, you're just going to leave a blood trail and puddles and stuff around, and your health is just going to keep going down.
Oh, cool.
So you got to stop the bleeding to keep your health level, and then you use something else to actually raise it back up.
That's cool. All right, let's do this one.
Star Fox. I could, if this was debate class, I could get on both sides of the fence. I could get on one side and be like, hell yeah, Star Fox. Like, of course with the Wii, of course with the all sorts of fun stuff you can do with the tablet controller. Yes, like the right people are working on it. Like, yes, this franchise is relevant. Like, if you're making Falco Amiibo, then we should have a Star Fox game. At the same time, this looks okay. And I mean looks. I'm not talking like looks like it's not fun to play, but really looks kind of bare bones. It reminds me of like Daytona USA. Like, you know what I mean? Like the environment, just in the environment, like it just looks.
It's the modeling.
Daytona
The lighting is good. The modeling is
USA.
not good. Yeah.
But you know what I mean? Like the mountains in the distance, how it's like indistinguishable. You're like, I can totally tell it's a mountain. It's not like it looks so bad that I can't tell what it is. But you're just like flying over. It's just uninspired sounds cruel. It's just like, it's a simple looking game.
You just coined a new criticism. We need a Daytona USA emote immediately.
I can't help it. I played, I played Battlefront. I saw Uncharted. I saw, just some games. We're talking about Horizon later. Just unbelievable looking games that are admirably, running on console. Some of them. So. Yeah, that's like one concern. But again, I can sit on both sides because the other camp would say, who effing cares? Because this could potentially be really fun.
Yeah.
And most people are curious. Control well, ?
Yeah, and well, the visuals are weird because in a way it almost feels like, to a certain extent, it's like it's intentional. But like to be familiar, like I mean, you're talking about games that were made when like you only had a handful of polygons on a model. So it's like, in a way, some of those things seem to like evoke that, keeping that tradition, you know, like how those things looked. But it's also seems like it could be an excuse in certain areas. But getting into playing it, you kind of have to unlearn everything. Like all the stuff is there, but it's not where you expect it. So like your button, like your guns are are on triggers now, and your speeding and braking and barrel rolls are on the right thumbstick, and then you use the face buttons to do the barrel, not the barrel rolls, but you know, the U-turn and that stuff. And then you have the A button you use to turn into a little walker from Star Fox 2. But yeah, what's really cool though is that gyro control, and because one of the things that, you know, when you go back to Star Fox 64 is you always kind of have to balance that, like, okay, I'm shooting at that guy, but when I'm aiming, I'm also turning into that. And so with the gyro, you're separating those two things. It's like you're using the thumbstick to turn, and you're using the gyro to aim. And I think for different people, you know, sort of how like I couldn't understand the paddles on the Xbox Elite. Like some people probably are going to have a hard time with wrapping their head around that. And it's like, I'm doing this to move and all, or to shoot. But I honestly, like after just, you know, half of the stage, I felt like it was really working well. And it's like, this makes sense for Star Fox. Looking at the gamepad is a little like a weird thing. It's like they say you do it for precision or whatever. And so yeah, you do that and you're shooting at something, but then you don't see where you're flying. So you might be like going lower or something like that. But the way I only played the first level, they had I think 2 levels and then like a tutorial mission if you really didn't feel like you could figure it out. But it was very much like a throwback to the first Star Fox 64 level in Corneria, and you've got the water, you've got the hills, you're going under the arches, and so you have kind of that corridor that starts off. And it's very traditional Star Fox and kind of lets you get accustomed to that. Like remembers like, okay, yeah, you charge, lock on, all of that good stuff. And then the second part of that, you go into the all range mode. And that
with the tower, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so that was different because they had these little spider guys coming out, and then that's where you had to use that precision, where it's like, okay, you kind of line up like how you're going to fly into the situation. And then you look at the gamepad to like shoot the weak point in the center of them.
And you're saving your general or commander, the Bloodhound. What's his name? Is he a Bloodhound? What is he?
He's a Bloodhound.
Bloodhound.
General
Pepper.
There
it is. Yep.
Yeah. So
context. So that's a good transition, actually, that level, because that's one of the things I checked. That's what the guy was playing when I walked over to check out Star Fox today. So we got these different modes. So we got in the trailer, you can see like a tank part where you're like strafing and you're like in the, you know, like desert environment. And, like,
and the
big
land
monsters,
monster, yeah.
like, you know, coming up out of the sand. Yeah, boom, right there. And then you got your like chicken walker segments, and then
no, chicken walker you can do anytime.
Right, but there are not segments, not like levels, but like it's if you want and you're in an open area, you can just drop in and start shooting stuff if you feel like it. But then there's some parts where like you have to go inside of a tunnel, and it's like you can't do this in a in a, what are they called?
R-wing?
In an R-wing. Like you have to like go to your
Well,
walker.
and then the third section is actually the interesting part where
really quick before we move on, just remember third section. But specifically the old school, like you mentioned, Corneria, like that old school Star Fox 64s. A lot of the other modes seem like things that we still play today in games that are made today, whether they're like fun independent games or like AAA games. But that on rails, ship up, down, left, right, or in the corners, dodging like the same canned thing coming at you, that Panzer Dragoon.
Mm-hmm.
Is that still fun? Is that something that you think can exist in 2015? Like, is that something that's is that jolly, Huber?
Yeah, we just did the Just Play It on Jamestown, and there's always room for
on rails.
Every type of game ever. That's my philosophy.
Oh, I'm down for any type of game ever. I'm just
Yeah.
talking about, with it almost seems like everything with Nintendo. It's like how
But they're
much
always so
how much
creative
money is this
about
going to make them? How good is it going to do so well that we're going to get another Star Fox after this, or is it just kind of like another weird experiment for Star Fox and then it goes on the shelf for 6 years?
I mean, given the
Sorry, I didn't mean to affect you emotionally.
given the slightly barren Wii U landscape for the rest of the year, I think and hope Star Fox would sell very well. It's coming out holiday this year, so I think it's.
I
all we
just
got.
I can't get over this thought. Like I've wanted a new Star Fox for a long time. I thought it would look better than this.
Mm-hmm.
You know. And I'm not somebody that obsesses over the way a game looks, but there's just this.
It hit you.
It
won't last forever. You'll get over it. You'll expect it. When we actually sit down to play the game, you'll just know, okay, that's what it looks like.
Well, actually, one of the things they said in the direct was it was partly inspired by Thunderbirds, and I've never seen I'm not like a big Thunderbird.
That was
fan
like the franchise, right? Didn't he say the original? Like that's where you got the idea.
Yeah, but do you remember on the Super NES, like they had those like little like doll things, that kind of did look similar to that,
right?
And in a way, like the game looks a little bit more like it's trying to go for that. Like they're not real ships; they're like toy ships shooting each other,
like a Power Rangers episode, just like a real symbol. I got an Earth Defense Force vibe when I saw it for the first time.
Yeah.
Which again is not necessarily a bad thing. Like
Daytona USA situation.
It's one of those things. That's a fun game. You have a good time.
But
that's one game that gets a big reaction from the GT staff.
It is, and I love Earth Defense Force, but Earth Defense Force usually comes out at an appropriate price point from a very small publisher. This is Nintendo reviving a franchise that people have been clamoring for a super long time.
And you can't fly around, and you don't have the game pad support in something like
that's true.
Earth Defense Force,
that's
and
true.
No Slippy.
I don't know if you said it earlier. I think the best word though is barren. Everything that just looks so barren.
More room for the ship combat.
Yeah,
you don't want anything getting in your way.
I'll agree with that with like trees and stuff like that. There's still like little cardboard pop-ups, and that's why I think maybe it is kind of trying to do this toy aesthetic to a degree.
So really quick, the third type or the third thing you were talking about.
The third section was the boss fight, and that's the thing that you see. This kind of like the ship with the little satellite dishes and stuff on it, and so I think that you can just fly around the ship and take it out that way. But there's also like what they showed you. What you can do is you can knock off a section of that ship, and then there's like the hallway that goes in around the ring of it. And so then you fly into that hallway. You go into chicken walker mode, and then you walk into the core, and then you're shooting the core. You're shooting the little rods on the core, and again, that's another point where I felt like, having the gyro and the stick separate is like really helpful because I can dodge these bullets and keep shooting at what I'm shooting, and I took that thing down in no time.
7 minutes 10 seconds. Context: if you watch the live stream, sorry, recording it just played now. You had a very impassioned sigh before I went back
Ben
to
is
Blood.
sad. I'm
I
getting
think we
a
want.
really
I'm not sad.
I'm just more to wrap this up.
Sometimes I'm just trying to process how I feel about something, and I feel like I'm going through that with Star Fox right now because a lot of the things Bloodworth is saying sound good. They sound like super smart decisions. Were there ever times where you were forced to look at the gamepad and that it was being like kind of automated for you on screen, and you
that was with the when you're flying around the outside of that ship, that third part, it's like almost like the plane is a little bit on autopilot. It's weird. It's like a cinematic camera angle, so that like you're seeing the side of the R-wing while you're flying around, and then you look at the gamepad to like focus on like shooting that like little satellite dish on the side.
Just my gut reaction, and I'm not saying it's like this, but I immediately think of Metroid Other M and the moments where you were forced into a first-person perspective, and it just took me out of it. It was jarring, and I hope that Star Fox Zero does not have those moments.
Fingers crossed. And like a lot of the stuff that Nintendo brings to the show every single year, playable. You gotta wait in line, but you can just get up there and check out Star Fox.
So Nintendo has a lot of the nostalgia, has a lot of these properties. Is this a classic Nintendo situation where all of you are just like, Star Fox, I'm going to buy it?
But at the same time, another classic Nintendo situation is you underestimating one of these games, and then you get it, and you're like, oh damn,
Yeah.
it's just really fun. You know,
That's
like,
a good point.
Or they just picked a really simple demo level that they knew people would access that didn't have buildings you'd crash into. You know, that was just kind of this wide open like introduction to the game. But then it just gets bonkers.
Yeah.
We also didn't get a lot of space stuff, right?
Well, I didn't play the other level, so I don't know. It was
But
called
even-
Area
even-
3, so I think it may have been
But even
space.
that was the same thing where there's like a station and you got to protect it. It looked like you were kind of flying around a structure from the gameplay that I've seen. So just that classic while you're in space, like going through
Seriously,
asteroids and
Star
stuff. and
Fox,
flying around, like,
next gen space. I want to be flying through black holes, coming out in the center of the universe. Blasting
we got
other
we got a
ships.
new installment on the Wii U of Mario Kart, and we were all like, "What the hell?" Like it was just like the Wii U blossomed. You know?
And that's
So-
the thing. It's so frustrating because the Wii U is capable of evoking
Right.
those responses.
So we'll see. So we've seen such precious little, I think, of this game, but we did see it, and that was a nice victory for
Yeah.
us at E3. And you paid close eye, Mr. Bloodworth, and I appreciate it. Good job, everyone.
Star Fox.
12. Do you think that they, to me, at first blush, yeah, you're good, John. At first blush, to me, it seemed like they were intentionally going for an N64 aesthetic visually. I wonder.
They nailed it.
Yeah, they got it, man. They got it.
They knocked that out of the park.
Well, one thing I'm curious too is whether what they're going to structure the game like. You know, because Star Fox 64, I mean, you play through a route in an hour or two, right? I mean, it's not that long of a game, so they're going to have to do something different for it to not call up a lot of outcry from people who are like, "Well, I paid how much for this game?" So I'm curious to see
What if
they'll
it's
do with
another
it.
one of the 40 bucks?
4-0.
It's fine.
That'll explain a lot.
Alrighty.
All right, we got two more, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's hit it.
Two big ones.
This is a game that I haven't even taken the time to really just absorb. You know, like I really kind of don't know what's happening right now because I missed the announcement. You know, so I missed the catalyst. You know, that moment where you first enter this concept into your brain and then you just slowly build upon it. You know, before you get your hands on it. And I don't see what's Horizon. And you know, not only do we have to figure that out from its presentation at the press conference, but you saw the same demo or something different being played, Mr.
It was
Huber?
mostly the same.
Okay.
They were playing it in front of me, and there was a little bit before and a little bit after the demo. So Horizon Zero Dawn.
Correct.
To be specific.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the subtitle.
The main character gives 0 dawns, man.
So super cagey about plot details, keeping it under
Good.
wraps.
Integrity of the story.
Yes.
Dude, satellite dish brontosauruses, whatever the
Um,
heck they are. I mean, who needs anything more than that?
So they're calling this a post apocalyptic future because it's over 1,000 years.
Integration. You know what I mean? Like what we were talking about before. Like a lot of these games, like Deus Ex, it was just like the XCOM. Like the aliens are here. They've landed. We've integrated into the society.
So we're 1,000 years in the future. There are tribes now, which is what our hero is a part of. Aloy, her name is. She's part of a tribe. The creatures themselves are guarding something. We don't know what, and they have a symbiotic relationship with the Earth, and that's really all they said about the plot. So it opens up. She's, looking over this majestic landscape. There's mountains everywhere. Brandon Jones, you're pumped. Just the year of open world.
Right.
Completely open world. No loading, they specified. And her mission, it was from the demo, her mission is to gather that green precious resource from those creatures for another tribe that desperately needs those supplies. So she goes down and she hides in this bush, and this watcher is going by. It's actually this part right here. The watcher is there, and if the watcher sees her, it'll call for backup. So she kills it, and when she kills it, she's saddened, and they weren't saying why. she stabs it in the gut, and she's like, "Sorry, I couldn't risk you warning
Well,
the
it's
others."
like the Indian way. They would, if they killed a deer for dinner,
Yeah.
they'd apologize.
So she stealths over to all the creatures that have the green thing on them, and she lays a trap. She has this really cool line gun that shoots into the wall, and then you slam it on the ground, and it creates a tripwire. So she lays a couple of those down and flanks around the side and shoots one, and then they all run that way through the traps. Just the way that played was really, really cool. It was like she was hunting. So some of them scatter. They drop a bunch of resources, but a couple of those, they call them the alphas, the alpha males, stuck around and battled her while the few that survived could flee. So she's fighting those, takes them down. Then she gathered resources, and then they were talking about trading. So there's going to be a huge economy, which got me pumped. Huge economy. You can trade these resources, or you can use them to craft materials. She has a ton of different variations for her bow, explosive arrows, shock arrows. They were really, 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 really hyping up how rare explosive arrows are because they're super powerful. So I loved that impact of them. So then this thing came out of nowhere, the Thunderjaw.
Nice.
What an excellent name.
Yeah, so this thing just emerges from the forest. It's already at half health when it emerges because it dynamically had gotten into a scuffle with another tribe somewhere along the way. So it comes out of the forest. It's got spears sticking out of the side. And they just pause the game right now, and they start just gushing about their tech. So just this thing has like 15 types of attacks. Like 15 attack moves, this thing. It has multiple launchers. It has a laser blast, a tail swipe, a stomp, a bite. So
can you imagine how much fun it would be to fight that thing?
Yeah.
You never know what's coming at you.
Yeah, you never know. So she's constantly on her toes. She's trying to just bounce around. This thing is super intense and in your face. It's playing so cool because when she would get up close, it would stomp and tail swipe. And then when she would get out of there because it's kicking her ass, then it would go into defensive mode and try to keep her at range and fire lasers and rockets.
Not to mention, this is just like a thing
This
that's
is
roaming
one-
around.
one enemy,
so it's not like
right?
this is a setup where, like,
Yeah.
it's Call of Duty and you're supposed to fight this helicopter right now and then you're done and you never see it again.
Yeah.
It's like if you memorize those 15 attacks and you just like, I own this because
Yeah.
I'm an awesome hunter and I know what this thing's going to do.
Yeah.
And you just stumble across these in the environment, clean them up.
Yeah, so it has a lot of weak points, and they're trying to go for those. They switch to their electric arrows. Shoot like 4 or 5 of these arrows into the thing. The thing goes down, stunned. Switches back to the explosive arrow. Shoots off one of the rocket launchers. Picks it up and just starts blasting away. I think they did it in the demo.
Yeah.
It was just super satisfying. Finally killed the thing. And that was pretty much the end of that demo. And then they showed us some concept art and briefly talked about some other things in the game. The vibe I got, they showed some concept art of a town. Give me a Final Fantasy 12 vibe.
Those are some of the greatest
Yes.
towns in JRPG history.
Fantasy, sandy style town that it looked real good. And then, so you get fully customizable weapons and outfits. They didn't talk about that at all, but she has a bunch of different layers, and that's going to factor into different passive abilities for her character.
I've played and enjoyed to varying degrees.
Yeah.
Every Killzone game that's come out.
Yeah.
I really like some of those things about the games. I especially the multiplayer in Killzone 3. I spent a lot of time with. I have never had an emotional response to Killzone, and it's never gotten me excited or hyped. When I saw this demo, it blew me away.
Yeah.
I thought, if you didn't have the Guerrilla preamble before, I was like, yeah, this is a Ninja Theory game. They're exploring this amazing concept with this character that I'm already attached to, like her narration, the way it's delivered, everything about her is compelling. And then this massive battle with this mechazoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. Like, this is... I never would have thought in a million years that Guerrilla Games would be making this.
Yeah. They were pitching it, I guess, for years, trying to get this thing off the ground. Finally, they were saying, we just kept bugging them. They were working on it when Shadowfall was being worked on. Small team. Now that Shadowfall is finally out, the whole team moved to it. And they were just everything about it and the way they were talking about the story was so mysterious. I wanted to know. There were areas that were like, humans haven't set foot in certain areas for 1,000 years. Or like Peter
Dinklage said that, and like I've been back to that area 5 times. It's really
but they were hyping up too. The mechanical monsters are protecting something, and they have created certain areas for very specific reasons that we will not discuss.
And let's talk about these things, man. These things are awesome. Like the design is so unique, and it's not like, oh, another one of these games. Like there's so many things about this.
Right. I mean, it's like Monster Hunter, the closest thing you can compare this to?
Well, I want to bring up something, and I'm sure it's like every conversation's bringing up Enslaved. Like because of really exploring, like you're saying, like going so far in the future that if you look at something from a distance, it looks like a forest, and you get up close, and it's actually a city, and like they actually have a shot in here where it just shows like all of the foliage. But at the same time, like the these giant monsters walking around and like this big metal foot, slamming down in this beautiful,
it's
like
really
snowy, foliage, laden field with all of these things walking around. That juxtaposition is rad. I really like that. I really like they belong and yet they don't. But you don't belong at the same time.
Right.
It's like the whole thing feels very organic. And damn, if this isn't one of the best looking games to come out of the show, bar none, hands down.
Yeah, because I think as much as Enslaved, had a different view of a wasteland, a post-apocalyptic wasteland, like it still in a lot of places felt like you were in the ruins, and this is like no, life has moved on. Like this is what the world is doing now.
Yeah. That's the thing for me is think about how many post-apocalyptic games you've played where you're aware that the apocalypse has happened. You have some semblance of an idea of what civilization was like beforehand. And how many games where you fought mechanical enemies where you were aware that they didn't have emotions or feelings. But here, all of that is gone. Those mechanical monsters might as well be living, breathing animals to that character because she doesn't know any better. And that perspective is fascinating.
The perspective of her not even knowing what they're doing.
I'm way more interested in what these things are doing, what they do now, why they roam around, how their AI is restructured than like what happened to the world. Like I don't care. Like we're humans are dumb. I get it.
Is there going to be some evil overlord that created these?
Oh no! You're bringing me right back down.
Yeah. If one of these things turns around in one scene and talks to you, it's like
I have created.
But again, makes you wonder. It's like we've seen these natural enemies. Maybe there are humanoid robots. Maybe there are emplacement type things. Maybe it's not just these dinosaurs or these things that look like regular animals that you would see. And I'm sure just finding these new things, it's like one thing to find like a cool griffin in The Witcher, and it's another thing when you like come into a clearing, like what the hell is that?
Oh, there was a concept art.
There
was a concept picture.
Does it want to kill me? Like how do I fight it?
There was a mechanical griffin that they showed concept art. It was really cool. Looked exactly like a griffin, but like cyborg.
I say we end on that. I mean, Mechanical Griffin, we're done. We're out.
Cyborg Griffin.
I want to play this.
Yeah, very exciting, but we're not going to get to play it for a long time. But it is. We've seen it. We love it. And thank you, Huber, for checking it out.
Yep.
Horizon Wireless.
12.
Oh, yeah, they're going for 30 frames. It's interesting.
Hey,
we're all going to end up like talking like Huber.
There's a real quick.
It's too late for that.
This is going to like 5 years from now.
Real quick. I just wanted to point out a tweet that just tweeted about us.
Yeah.
Classic good guy you may have heard of, Shuhei Yoshida, tweeted out. He and Elyse are kind of going back and forth, but he said, "I love the slightly mad sense of game trailers crew. Feel too good things will not last, but I still believe. It's pretty funny. Yeah.
The slightly mad feel.
So is that it? Is that the hit? I mean, we can talk to chat. Are you in chat? That's actually something
We're
else.
about to get slightly mad.
You know, we got to shoot all these just plays. It seems logical to do them on stage. We actually kind of debated whether we were going to do this offsite and then roll these in later if we wanted breaks during the stream. But because we're doing this, it means we can't necessarily focus on chat that much. So apologies if you guys are like bringing up really cool stuff that we should check out. And we are completely ignoring you because we're obsessed with talking about games. But I mean, it's still, these are great conversations. Like it's so fun to like bite
Chat
into these
seems
things.
like they're digging
And I got to bring up great appointments for Huber. I mean, no offense, Ben, but like, man,
No, Ben got me today.
He got the right
Ben
games.
got the one.
Ben got today.
Ben
No,
got the
he
one.
did, but I just think the games that you got just seemed just right up your alley. Like, you know.
Yeah. It's right in my wheelhouse.
Right in your wheelhouse.
Thank you, Bloodworth.
We have one more just played.
Let's do it. Looks like we're ready.
Um,
Ready, John?
And it's not just something where it's like, okay, I got to listen. I also check this out, and I can speak of its awesomeness. Let's wait till the.
I was a little
till
worried.
that footage
Ben
rolls.
Moore was not showing up this morning, and like he's got that early appointment.
Made
He
it.
better be here.
I was early. It actually annoyed me. That was the only demo where people were walking in like 30, 45 minutes late, and it was aggravating. It's like, no, I'm trying to witness
Okay,
glory.
that just played. Shall begin now. What do you say? You're standing for this?
Yes.
You're standing for the last one?
Yes.
The martini just played of the day. Should we stand for it every time?
I'm not standing
we're
anymore
let him
today.
stand. He's gonna have to.
I might
He's gonna have to lean over.
get to that point.
Uh-oh.
Brad Ellis is here.
It's just in
You can
time.
hop on the couch, Brad. If you want to just hop in the conversation. It has happened. I was a naysayer. I did not believe. I was a disbeliever of the world of the souls. And then I played Bloodborne, and I wondered if they made another game in the Souls series, would I want to play that? And if it looks this damn good, and reminds me of all of the things that I loved about Bloodborne, then I will. And yeah, it looks like it's on track. Ben, today you and I saw a sampling of Dark Souls 3.
Mhm.
I think you're much more qualified to talk about it, so I'm going to pass it on to you.
You know, it's been a little bit frustrating because there have been a lot of games that I've seen where it's like, hey, we're going to show you this really, really cool demo, but we're not telling you any information. And so you're just kind of sitting there and you'll have, 3 minutes of Q&A and you'll be like, no, we're not talking about that. No, we're not talking about that. And so you kind of have a vague sense of the game. And I feel like I got a significant number of details about Dark Souls 3. And, I'm somebody, I feel like I've seen a lot of things that I love turn bad. And so I have sort of this innate cynicism in me. And we got Bloodborne. It was fantastic. And I thought, oh, no, Dark Souls 3 this soon, early next year? Are we going to get Souls fatigue? Or is this going to be driven into the ground? And it was like a spirit was revived within me. What I saw, and Miyazaki himself presenting the demo, I am not the kind of person, I'm just not, that hollers at presentations, but there were 2 moments where I was like, whoa, yeah! And I felt really bad because the whole room looked at me, but I couldn't contain it. That's how good it was. It was...
I think that's E3 2015. I couldn't contain it.
Yeah, it was definitely a huzzah.
So let's break things down. So can you itemize the things that you learned that just kind of potentially, from our perspective, make up Dark Souls 3?
Paint the picture,
Yes,
Ben.
that's
Give me the
that's,
setting.
that's how I wanted to do it. So this Dark Souls 3 is set in the same world as Dark Souls 1 and 2, and the focus is on the Lord of Cinder, and you might think Gwen from Dark Souls 1. Miyazaki said that the Lord of Cinder is a general term and may not apply to Gwen specifically. So I just want to get those housekeeping details out of there. But the area that you're in is a very traditional, sort of Dark Souls ruined castle. But what's different about it, and the thing that they're doing that immediately you notice is, okay, in Dark Souls, things are bad, right? You go to a place, it's ruined, it's got moss growing all these places, there's these weird creatures. Dark Souls 3 feels more... It feels like the world that was already bad is dying. It's going away. You encounter familiar enemies. You encounter these zombie dogs. But it's like the skin is coming off them. That they've been out in the sun for way too long. You see these hollowed figures that are normally like a kind of a gross pink color are just this sick white. And everywhere, and I mean absolutely everywhere, is covered in ash. And one of the coolest moments, I wish I could have taken a picture and put it on my wall, is you're going through this area and it's almost like snow is falling, but you realize very quickly that it's ash, and you get to see its source. You go over, and there's this just gigantic dragon humped over a crumbled bridge, and the ash is emanating from its body and just populating the entire place.
Wow.
That's the scene for Dark Souls.
Painted. Yes.
And there's more we can talk about. I want to end sort of discussing the boss, because it was
mechanics. I mean,
mechanics. There are so many mechanics. There's so many mechanics. The first one, let's get the little guys out of the way. There are these gravestones that you can walk up to, and they're very small, they're very tiny, and you can illuminate them. And Miyazaki said that these serve different purposes, right? They can serve as meeting places. And so summon signs are returning. That is how you will get people back into your world. I didn't get to see any online play, but that's what he said. And these gravestones can serve as meeting places. They can serve as markers. And he emphasized, I think 4 or 5 times, that interconnectedness was chief in this game. This is not going to be Dark Souls 2. Well, the other thing that I thought was interesting is these gravestones will give you tiny tidbits of lore as well. So you'll learn more about the world as you go and you examine these things.
Like a message pops up when you activate it, or?
Yeah, so when you activate, when you hit X, essentially, you'll get text.
Okay.
Yep. Let's get right into the thick of it with combat.
Can you give an example of the lore for
Yeah.
one of these? What did it say?
It was something about a nameless soldier, like, I don't remember it exactly, like, gave himself here. It was very vague, very cryptic, as you would expect. But getting into the mechanics, immediately I could just tell, and they didn't say this explicitly, like, Dark Souls is sped up. It looked like a mishmash of Dark Souls and Bloodborne. So the character was more defensive, of course. He used a shield a lot of the time. But every single weapon archetype has a new special move. So the first weapon that he used was a longsword, and now with longswords you can enter a ready stance, and your character changes from holding the sword like this to holding the sword like this. And what you can do is you can do a guard break. So the example they show, a very classic Dark Souls enemy, is the guy with sort of the tower shield, the undead soldier with a tower shield and a spear, and that jerk would just stay there and poke you with the spear. Now you can enter, and what's cool about it is it takes a long time to like see this animation through to completion. So if it's an agile enemy, you're probably not going to get away with it. But against offensive jerks like this, you sort of get into your stance and you do this underhanded swing and you break their guard, and then you can get in their face and kill them. There's also a ton of blood. Every time, just like Bloodborne, every time you hit an enemy, it would just gush from them in a more exaggerated way than I've seen in anything outside of Bloodborne.
And you guys have seen the statue in the front of South Hall, right?
Oh, no, I haven't got over there yet.
Oh, it's so good. It's really good. You can like hear it from a distance, because it's just, if you guys haven't seen it, it's this guy like he's doing like a Jimi Hendrix, like burning his guitar, like over the corpse, and just this fountain of blood is like flying up into the air. And when it's like hitting the plastic or like whatever like the bottom of this thing is made of, that's like looks like cobblestone, but like you can just I could hear it across like the whole like entrance area. It's just like, oh yeah, there's that Dark Souls thing. I'll check that out. But yeah, again, blood, and again coming from Bloodborne, it was like a big thing, and something they can easily do to show off PS4 and Xbox One.
The next sort of weapon archetype that they showed was even more exciting. They had a great sword, and this special attack was called the Launcher. And again, it was sort of a 2-step process.
It's a Huber weapon.
Yeah, this is a Huber weapon.
Can we just cut to Brad real quick? Can we just get this just for perspective?
I'm just soaking it all in right now.
Yeah.
No, just give me the chin. Just more a little bit.
Me and Mike were just staring at each
other right there. Me and Brad just locked eyes.
All right.
The Launcher.
With the greatsword, you slam your sword, the hilt of the sword, the bottom of the sword, into them, and then you do a quick spin. Again, it's underhanded, and they shoot into the air. like well above you, and the way you can utilize this is amazing. So let's say you're fighting on a narrow bridge, right? And this guy's, again, being overly defensive. You can just kill him in one blow by landing one of these very slow but incredibly satisfying attacks.
So how many weapons did he use? Just those two?
he used the long sword,
Right.
and then he used the great sword, and then they've completely retooled how specifically short bows will be used in the game.
Interesting.
Yeah. So longbows will be the same as you would expect from Dark Souls, where you have to remain stationary to fire. Okay. Not so with the short bow. You can move and fire the short bow very rapidly. Not only that, but you can do a roll into a shoot.
Oh.
And so the way that they showed that off, it was like this sort of giant skeleton figure with this huge axe, and he would lunge it, he would leap into the air and slam the axe in the ground, and the guy playing, the developer playing, would roll out of the way and just go thwop, thwop. And I'm not kidding. Miyazaki said, yeah, so it's kind of like Legolas from Lord of the Rings. The other thing that I really appreciated as a big fan of the series, he said, you might notice that the animations for the Greatsword look familiar. That's because we pretty much explicitly copied Berserk. which is absolutely
Always a
amazing.
good thing. So with that bow attack, the dodging into the bow, do you have the bow ready already, or can you like have?
So
a
you don't
sword?
you don't have to. That's the thing is, with the way bows traditionally work in Dark Souls, is you have to like ready the bow before you can fire it. Not so here. It's just the push of a button and you're shooting an arrow.
So can you theoretically run up to a guy, stab him a bunch of times, and then run and start shooting with the bow?
Yes. So you can make it sort of a dual attack where when he comes in close, you can skirmish with him, and then when he backs off, you can pull out your bow and try to get a few shots.
Can you go Dante style? Launch someone in the air and then shoot them in midair with the bow.
They didn't show any combos like that, but I had the very same thought. I'm curious how creative you can get with that stuff. The thing I do want to emphasize, though, is because you have so much more utility with the short bows, they didn't show health bars. The HUD was completely turned off.
Right.
But you could tell very easily that these arrows did very, very, very little damage. I mean, when he was using the bow, those were the longest, most drawn-out fights. So it definitely seems like their power has been reduced in that sense.
And how did the demo end, Ben Moore? How did it end?
So you go into...
Tell us about the like fusing guys.
Oh!
Fusing
my
guys.
God!
I saw Ben this
God.
morning.
Oh
and
my
he
God!
Told me
Thank
just
you,
about
thank
this.
you, thank you, thank
yes.
you, thank you, thank
yes.
you. Right. So we do have to cover this.
Yes.
You go on top of this rooftop, and there are these basically hollowed figures. They're all clustered together, and they're all praying. And being the curious adventurer that this player was, he walks right up to them, and something I didn't expect happened. One of them, there was a giant black explosion, and all of the other hollowed figures just like got caught in the blast, and this one guy transformed into this giant liquid tar-like beast that was an absolute menace. It was the only time outside of when he had to die to end the demo that the presenter died, because the thing transformed so quickly, it transformed and then it just like bit his face off, essentially. It was on top of him in a split second. And they wouldn't talk any more about this, but what that implies to me is not only do you have to deal with really difficult enemies, at any given time, with very little forewarning, what you're fighting could transform. And what? What?
Well, it's like Bloodborne. It's like Father, what's his name? I always forget.
Right, but that was a boss fight where you might expect different phases, right? Having that hidden threat lying in wait makes going into every room that much more terrifying.
Because that wasn't a boss.
No,
that
was
name,
just
that
wasn't even an enemy. He walked by the rest of them the entire time. Those are normally things that you ignore in Dark Souls, right? How crazy is that?
I don't ignore anything.
Okay, you don't ignore anything. That's fair.
Kill it all.
That's fair.
And looks good.
Someone can come up
It
from
does.
behind.
I really like the armor. I really like that everything. I mean, they've really inventive bosses in the series and really inventive enemies. You were just talking about something that,
Best
like
in the
when I
biz.
saw that, I'm looking at it and being like, I can't even tell what I'm looking at. This is insane. But for me, like, context has always been a big part of the Soul series, where I really want to think, like you were saying, like, this is a world. I really feel like this place happened. I want to wonder, I'm really curious what happened here. I like that a lot of the enemies, that he was fighting were just like a corpse.
Yeah.
It was just a corpse in armor that died in his armor and is now getting up and is going to like haphazardly try to take you out. But a badass looking corpse, just the expressions on like these like undead faces. And that's the hope that like this is, the first Souls game on, in this next gen.
Yeah.
It's not exclusive to anything, right? Like nobody snatched. It's not like Tomb Raider. Nobody snatched this up yet.
They said PS4, Xbox One, and PC early 2016. There was a funny little Miyazaki moment that I laughed out loud at. In true Souls fashion, it seems like you can't make a Souls game without this. Really, there was a bridge, and there was a dragon that came and kind of landed on the tower, and he would breathe fire on the bridge, and you'd have to run. You'd have to find the right time to run past. And Miyazaki said, "Yeah, this is one of my favorite things to do. I really love putting the dragon on the castle, and so that's why you're seeing this." But to wrap things up, the boss. I mean, this is a series known for its spectacular, utterly terrifying bosses, and this was no exception. So this boss is called the Dancer. And this is Dancer in the most grotesque fashion. It was giant, like absolutely towering, very thin figure. I couldn't even tell exactly what it was, but it was covered in plate armor, and its face had a helmet on, and there was a visor that was completely gridded. You couldn't see anything other than blackness. And the figure almost looked like some sort of demonic bride. There was kind of like this dark like dress kind of hanging off of it. And
it was really flimsy though.
Yeah,
like,
it was
like translucent, and it was just like one of those things where you you take it in. Like I almost just take that first death because it's like I just have to look at you. Like I just really take in like what this thing is and how it moves and like where its weak points are, and just the way this thing would flow off of it. It's just like that's worth a death right there.
Yeah.
It's just like I missed that attack because I was just like staring at this thing.
And the weapon it was wielding was equally impressive. It was this giant thin blade that was almost as big as the figure itself, and the attacks were slow, but they had this power to them. I mean, when it slammed down, the ground shook, and you felt it. And you're sort of in this cathedral area, and there's this sort of tattered carpet. There's this like wooden balcony, and as the Dancer is slamming this flaming sword down, it's destroying the environment around it.
Did you mention the sword's on fire?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So you like, did you dodge something, but it swings and like lights like a line
Right.
along the ground on fire.
Yeah,
you
so
dodge
that-
back. So
that
then now it's like a
carpet-
wall between you and this thing.
Right, would light on fire, and suddenly that's a dangerous spot. That wooden balcony would get destroyed and shatter.
And Ian, this the room that we were in kind of was very gothic. It definitely
Yes, extremely gothic.
there were a lot of things that felt like classic castle Souls, but like just this one interior, I definitely got a Bloodborne vibe from.
Yeah,
so like I'm
nice.
curious if that stuff's going to translate in, or if that's like a theme that's going to run through the game.
But that's not all.
I know.
That's not all.
How is that not all?
They didn't have a health bar for the boss, so I can't tell exactly what point this was triggered, but the boss entered another phase and pulled out another sword, equally as big, but covered in what looked like, darkness. And before, it was kind of like this lumbering thing where it seemed like relatively easy to dodge the sword. It seemed like it was more of a problem not running into the burning areas more than it was dodging the sword. The thing freaked out and just started spinning across the entire room and was attacking like almost twice as fast. It was so much more aggressive. And then that's where they purposefully died and ended the demo.
And the door closes behind you when you walk into this room, so it is kind of dark. So when
Yeah.
like he's just lighting this thing on fire, it lights up each of the areas, and you can see stuff better.
Do you think it's possible for the entire building to catch fire and then just?
Did seem like
if
that.
the
No,
fight
it didn't.
go-
It didn't seem like
Seemed
that.
like an attack.
Okay.
It's not like Last of Us. It just seemed like something, like a conditional like AoE attack, or not
Mhm.
AoE, but like
Okay.
an area affected attack. That's
Yeah,
such a thing.
yeah. It did have an effect on tangible things. It wasn't just like the ground texture now has fire on it, but no, it didn't seem completely.
Ian?
Sounds amazing.
I'm with you, man. How far have we come? The last Just Plays we did, Ian and I were at odds.
Yeah.
We were scuffling.
Souls, the
And
great.
Souls brings everyone back together.
bonding
Souls,
glue.
everybody.
Souls.
Any story stuff. Is there ever going to be a moment in this franchise that just there it is? That's the connection. That is how they link. Is there ever going to be a moment like that?
You know, it's hard to say.
It's not going to be explicit, whatever it is.
Somebody asked an amazing question at the session I was in, and they said, you know, you sort of left from Dark Souls 2 is how they phrased it. You had a supervisor role, and then you kind of came back to Bloodborne. Why now come back to Dark Souls again? Why is this not Bloodborne 2 with Miyazaki's name on it? And he said a really candid but vague response. He said, "It was," and these are the words that the translator used. It was not my will to leave Dark Souls 2.
Whoa.
It was also not my will to come back to Dark Souls 3.
Whoa.
Against his
Dude,
will.
Jeez.
Uneasy alliance.
But he said, the way that I want to be involved with these games is as a director. And so I'm glad that, you know, if I'm going to step back, this is how I'm doing it.
So intense.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, you want to talk about connection, the whole option to switch, you know, different skills for your weapon, Bloodborne. I mean, it's like that was one of the big things in review that you got excited about. That you're like, yeah, there's less weapons, but these weapons are more interesting because there's a whole different mode that opens up all these different attacks, and that was kind of done in this theatrical. You know, it's like, how does that work? You just snap it and then it flips. You know, it's just like classic like fantasy RPG, but it seems much more toned down in this, much more like medieval combat oriented, because it's the same weapon. It's not transforming. It's just this cool blade. The way you're using it is transforming, and it affects animation and all this stuff. So you can really decide when something comes out, like not only what weapon do I want to use against this, but what mode from that weapon do I want to use. And it's not so simple as like, oh, it's just long range or short range. You know, it's like they all have their own thing. So whenever you open up a chest and pull a weapon out, it's like you're gonna have fun with that. There's all sorts of stuff you can examine.
You said, Huber, do you think there's going to be a moment where all three games kind of come together and you see this through line? And I think the only way that I can answer that question is Miyazaki said he wanted Dark Souls 3 to be like the beauty of the withered sun. I think that's as much information as we're going to get.
We're done.
About
We're done.
the story.
We're done. Literally, that's it. Just scene. Thank you, Ben.
Thank you.
Beauty of the withered sun.
Nice.
That was good. Hey, real fun, quick, another thing I was just informed about. Apparently, 45 minutes ago, your Shenmue reaction was on at midnight with Chris Hardwick.
Awesome.
I haven't been able to find a clip, but apparently, yeah, someone told me that it was on at midnight with Chris Hardwick.
That's really funny.
On Comedy Central. That's
Wow.
pretty wow. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, we all did
The
it.
Shenmue wasn't enough. You know, you got the Shenmue. But now he's blowing up, Mr. Huber.
I hate to correct you here, but it was the Final Fantasy reaction video that was on that.
Was it the Final Fantasy reaction?
Because even for at midnight, that would seem like a deep cut. You know, it's just like even for at midnight, that would seem like a deep cut. It's
Not
like,
the
wow,
good one.
Hardwick's bringing
What
it.
sucks is Final Fantasy VII is not the good one.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it
You're
is.
standing
It's also
on a
good.
chair, Bosman.
Screaming about maniacs.
You know what? I got to admit, you know, like you sometimes you write for improv and sometimes you write like for scripts ahead of time. But what are you doing, you maniacs? Was I think really was perfect.
There's no such thing as writing for improv.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You write for
Bosman's
back.
back.
You need to lean back right now. Like casual Bosman over here. Sorry.
He's on edge.
The other thing other than improv, it is 10:13 at night in Southern California, E3, day 2. Are we going to have 9 Just Plays to record tomorrow, Daniel Bloodworth, based on the appointments that we have?
Maybe.
Hopefully
There's
I
a
will
couple
have,
we couldn't get to today.
Hopefully I will have a Disney Infinity interview to post tomorrow. If not, it'll go up this weekend. Mr. John Vignacchi, I'm sitting down. He was unfortunately supposed to come by the stage. And some other people were supposed to come by the stage. Josh Vanderwall and Janelle Bonanno had talked about wanting to come by, and they just were too busy. They just had a lot of stuff happen. If I known Rohan Rivas was in town, I
Yeah.
would have had him on.
Yeah, we got other interviews happening.
John is
too.
beckoning me. What's up, John?
Atlas tomorrow.
9:30.
9:30.
Early.
Smosh Games 10:30.
It's, yeah, that's not happening.
I believe no, it's gonna be there.
Warp Zone.
11:30.
Elise will
the only one
be.
that's
Believe, Perso.
Elise will be going to the show. Mr. Kyle Bosman will be almost by his lonesome. There will not be a lot of people. Brad, you're also going to get a chance to go to the show tomorrow. Sorry, you're only just getting to go that one time.
That's all right.
Buddy, but I appreciate all of your efforts. Yeah, appreciate you guys going to see this stuff. We will see how many JPs
What
we
am I,
have at the end of the day tomorrow.
liver? I'm going to the show too.
I'm doing the rounds, man.
Okay.
I started over there. I'm going around to Blood. Thank you,
Oh,
Blood.
I see.
Thank you, Blood. And last but not least, you're going to the show as well to do your
Mr.
mandatory thing, which is
Mr.
kind of
Hinck.
going to the show and shooting a thing.
Yeah.
You've magically transformed
The
it
work
into that.
never ends.
All of your event coverage for mandatory
Finally,
update. Just kind of, we'll see. You don't know what episode you're going to shoot tomorrow.
We have no idea. We don't plan these things. We
Yeah.
don't plan the E3 stuff ahead of time.
Just like this, stream we're doing tonight. We don't plan this. You can't plan
Hey,
this.
I spent an hour doing pre-production for this as soon as I got back.
We sort of planned this. Today was the least planned one
Everything.
so far.
Actually, yeah, this must be kind of bizarre to watch because it is very planned. We have our cans like, thank you, Ben. Endings. But that's how we do it. Yeah, and that's how we do E3 Day 2. So we have one more day. It is still not enough to get out there and see everything. I will not be going for the full day tomorrow. I will probably take off from the show floor around 2 o'clock. So I'll probably be back here somewhere in between the 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock hour.
Oh yeah, Nintendo World Report's coming by too.
Correct, Nintendo World Report. Hopefully I'll be back in time to chat with them because
That's after the show.
Yeah, we played a little Smash Brothers today, but did Nintendo come up in the conversation today a lot, Kyle?
Oh, absolutely. But nothing good. So maybe the Nintendo World Report will have nice things to say about.
You don't know those guys very well then.
Oh boy.
I mean, they'll have nice things to say, but yeah.
Is that after GT Time Live even?
No, I don't remember on the schedule, but I think it's like 5 or 6. Something like
Okay,
that.
cool.
Brandon, just make sure you leave in time to get Bosman there to shoot Final Bosman.
Yeah, Bosman, you leave when you gotta leave.
No, I leave when you get here. Otherwise, there's nobody at the desk.
It's just a desk. This desk is cool.
There's literally going to be no one here.
Viewers, you're telling me you couldn't just watch the desk? Are you serious? No, I will. If you can figure that out, Kyle, you send me a text tomorrow and you give me a cutoff time, and I will leave right
We
after
don't
that
have
time.
to have this conversation public.
1 o'clock.
Everything is public. Well, because we're figuring out what, we're letting people know what they're going to see tomorrow. We were also going to see a live trailer score. I'm predicting it would probably take about an hour, but we'll see. Right after.
For a trailer score?
2 hours. There's so many trailers. Man.
So immediately after this, I'm gonna go into my office and I'm gonna just like make a special folder, Ian. And I'll tell you where that is tomorrow.
Okay.
Where just put all of the
Tell
best
Dawn.
trailers.
Don's running the show tomorrow.
Oh, sorry.
Brandon, please let me talk about the MGS trailer.
Ben Moore, the road,
tomorrow, yeah.
We're gonna have to we're gonna have to fill somebody in because Kyle's gonna be leaving for
the
that.
road to game trailers first 10 begins with that trailer. Phantom Pain.
Oh boy.
No.
You need to be back here at 1.
I need to be back here at 1. Oh, because he's leaving. Okay. All right. We'll see. I'll look at my schedule, see if that's possible. We are also getting a live GT time tomorrow, which Kyle was doing some research on beforehand. Are we prepared?
Oh yeah, we're
You
just
got
gonna
topics
do,
on hand?
We're gonna do E3 recap. It's
That
gonna
seems
probably
logical.
be The E3 recap, basically, yeah.
And then we're gonna do our last little just plays for E3, and then we're gonna wrap things up. And then Friday
I
we
wouldn't
will.
say they're the last. We'll probably have some more after that.
Yes, but for this block
live
of time,
ones,
last live ones, there we go. And then we're gonna have a special episode of GT Live Friday night. We're gonna be playing Rock Band 4 with both Gamers Next Door, Amelia Talon and Pamela Horton from Playboy.
So come live because they're gonna.
And we're gonna be rocking. Yeah, exactly. So that'll be interesting. How that's. I'm actually curious to talk to you, Ian, about like, can we just have music playing over there
just
the whole
record
time?
it. Well, yeah,
and us talking over here. But Nick Chester, the PR guy for Harmonix, who's really fun. He's gonna be coming by, and we're gonna check that a game. I can think of no better way to wrap up the week than rock out. And
I saw pretty much every guest you've mentioned at the show today.
Nice.
It's kind of funny.
And
Do we
bizarre.
all get to play Rock Band? I want to sing Rock
Yeah,
Band. when we
you don't
do
get to play Ian. Everybody but you.
Ah.
You stay in the control room.
my sweat lodge.
Sweatbox.
This has been an unprecedented week of gaming coverage from GT in many ways, and it is really fun to have you guys, a significant number of you fans, watching us the whole time and along for the ride. Thank you, Blood, for planning all of the awesome appointments for these guys. Thank you for checking out the show. Thank you, Ian, for sitting in a really hot, sweaty booth
and Prep and the TriCaster. Thank you. Is Don still with us? Don back there?
Don's here, baby.
Thank you, Don, for helping out. For taking over so Ian can shoot his show tomorrow, and just for being Don.
And for cutting like a billion things.
Yeah, he's cut a lot.
Give it up for Don.
Omar's not here right now.
Omar,
Give it up for Omar.
Omar is also
for
awesome.
Omar.
Thank you, Omar. Thank
Yeah.
you, Elyse Willems. Thank you, John, for making all this stuff come together. Thank you, Brad.
John!
Yeah.
I hope you get to. I hope you get to make some of your dreams come true tomorrow when you go to the show. And Kyle.
Give it up for Kyle!
I can't say anything bad about him now. I was going to set up something bad.
All right.
But I can't do it now that we clapped. Kyle, I'll give you a clap, sir.
Thank you so much.
Good job, man. Well done today. And again, bless you all people who watch. We
Give
will
it up
be
for
back.
the people, all of them. All the people! Sticking around.
We got Atlas coming in tomorrow. We're going to start bright-eyed and bushy-tailed at 9 a.m. I will not be here, but I will be back early in the afternoon. So if you tune in, we will greatly appreciate it. We'll talk about more stuff. E3, there's too much to talk about, but we got to cut things off. Thank you for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow.